feeling so small. Watch the clock ticking off the wall. But tonight I'm letting it go. Spend my coin for sure. I'm gonna be myself, or I could be someone else. No one's stopping me now. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I just wanna feel alive. It's just what I do when I'm out, so try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me, no, no, nothing can break me. Lay my troubles to rest. Blow the smoke through my cigarette. City lights looking fine, and I know this is my time now. I'm gonna be myself, or I could be someone else. No one's stopping me now. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I just wanna feel alive. It's just what I do when I'm out, so try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me, no, no, nothing can break me. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. I'm gonna be myself, I'm gonna be someone else. I'm gonna be myself, I'm gonna be someone else. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. Try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me, no, no, nothing can break me. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car.
I'ma make you mine tonight, pulling your hair, baby. I'ma make you mine tonight. I feel you breathing on you. You know that I'm a selfish lover. When it's mine, I want it. One track mind for it, for you, for you. I'ma make you mine tonight, pulling your hair, baby. I'ma make you mine tonight. I feel you breathing on you. You know that I'm a selfish lover. When it's mine, I want it. One track mind for it, for you. I do it for you. Tell me what you want, tell me what you need, baby. Tell me about your dreams, tell me everything, yeah. Do it, I'll do it, I'll do it. I was never over for me. My favorite toy story. My favorite strange song. Oh yeah. But it's never over for me. My favorite Toy Story. Both of his faces. What if?
I think about you when I should be sleeping. Bet you didn't know I wanna feel you closer to my skin. I think about you when my heart is beating. Bet you didn't know I wanna feel you, wanna let you in. This is what you do to me. Let's explore this fantasy. I could take you higher than I know you want it. This is all I ask of you. Let me change your point of view. I could love you better than I know you want it.
I know that.
You want it, ooh. You want it, ooh, yeah. You want it, not just for a night. You want it for life, oh. You think about me when you're in the shower, when she's not around.
All right, hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to today's first ever Wisconsin Valorant Academic Circuit stream. We have UW-Stout, very own Blue Devils Academy taking on Concordia University's Falcons in the best of three here today.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see. There's quite a couple fresh additions to the roster for the Blue Devils, so it'll be really interesting to see what kind of play they bring out today. Um, what do you think you're going to be able to? What do you think you're going to be seeing out of this match, Doka?
I mean, so this tournament is going to be grouped into three different groups. So we are currently in the invitational stage of this circuit. And what this means is each team is placed is seeded in their group based on their rank in the overall performance throughout their team's history. And what between these two teams today, Devils Academy is seeded third in their group, the Falcons are seeded fourth. So I think we see pretty equal performance between these teams, just judging by the seeding alone. However, this is going to be Stout's Blue Devils Academy first ever game in this circuit, and Concordia has already played one game, and that has been a blowout, a 24-6 blowout against their other opponents. So, I mean,
That's pretty wild.
that's a it's a pretty good performance to start off your tournament. So, gotta see what Stout can bring out to respond to that.
Yeah, and as you said, this is the first time that the Blue Devils are in the WVAC circuit, Wisconsin Valorant Academic Circuit. And Man, the invitational after the round robin, or is the round robin. And we're just gonna be talking a little bit about what the WVAC is, because this is the first stream from Stout. So as you said, this is their first game. And You talked about the open that this is the open qualifier, right?
Sorry, this is the invitational stage.
Yeah, this is the invitational stage, and after the invitational stage, they'll get into the playoffs, or the summit. It's a double elimination bracket between eight teams at the top finishers of their groups, depending on the format. And the prize is money based on the sponsorships, split between both seasons. Currently, the prize pool is at $2,000.
Yeah, no small amount of money, but not really that crazy either in terms of prize pool. However, in an academic circuit like this, most players are going to be looking to build experience to get their name out there to hopefully further their esports career. So I don't think money's a rather issue, but it's just about getting together as a team and playing and seeing how well you perform. For the Blue Devils Academy, they will have to start strong here. This is gonna be the first game in the tournament, and with every tournament, especially a group stage, you want to get off strong. Like, you don't. First of all, you don't want to leave too much on the table and let your opponents find out how you play, but you also want to prepare good and also prove that your preparation, your strategizing, and all of your practice works out well for you. It's
Oh yeah,
extremely important. Yeah, start off on the right foot and just build momentum.
absolutely, and especially in the collegiate scene, there is a ton of VOD review that goes into practices. So after this match today, I would say that a lot of collegiate teams are going to be looking at the VODs from this to see the performance and the talent on the side of Stout, just to see kind of what they're up against. I believe, for the sake of not giving away too many of their tricks, I think Stout is going to want to go for a 2-0 here in this best of 3 series, to try and close it up early, to not have to pull out too many of their tricks up their sleeve, not give away too much of the information, and kind of show what they're capable of, without giving away too much.
Yeah. Interestingly, this rendition of the Stout's roster of Stout's White or Blue Devils Academy's roster is actually pretty prone to 2-0 and 0-2 blowouts. In their regular NAC CCE um, performance, they actually had in total 2 2-0 wins, a single 0-2 blowout, and a 2-1 win. So actually pretty prone to if they do win, they'll probably do it pretty dominantly. So
Yeah, I think that it could go very, very well for the Blue Devils, as many of the teams that they're going up against have never played against them before. There's that element of surprise that can always turn the tides, even from, it's very common for, new teams and leagues to be underestimated and say, oh, they're new, they haven't been founded for very long, they're not going to have a lot of skill going on. But there's a little bit of a discrepancy. Like, newcomers, underdogs, they got a lot behind them, because nobody knows what they're capable of. Nobody knows their plays. Nobody knows their play styles. There can be a lot there for a little bit of a surprise to take some
surprise
teams.
factor for sure. But on the flip side, you also have to say that a new team, they're going to be experienced, haven't really had much time together as a roster, haven't practiced that much, or haven't had that much time to actually play against strong teams and good tournaments, and get the experience under their belt. But this is the perfect setting for a team like this, who's trying to find their footing, trying to find experience for themselves. An academic circuit like this that is limited to the state of Wisconsin only is a pretty good place to start. You're not going to run into best of the nation's team and get absolutely pummeled. You have chances to play against teams about your strength, and they have some experience, and you want to test yourself and test your abilities against them, and that's what is absolutely necessary for a team like this.
Absolutely, and a lot of the ranks in this circuit are around the same, I believe. They're around the middle of Ascendant. So we can see a lot of good plays. Definitely nothing to shrug at. I mean, it might not be top 500 Radiant players in this entire thing, but Ascendant is definitely nothing to joke at.
Off at. Yeah.
Yeah, and it looks like map selection is ready. So we're going to be going to this. Looks like the Blue Devils vetoed Sunset. Falcons took off Ascent. We have the Blue Devils going on defense on Lotus, starting us out. The Falcons will be defending on Bind. The Blue Devils banned Breeze. Falcons banned Split. And it looks like if it goes to a 1-1, the Blue Devils will be on the attacking side of Haven. So all of these are fairly open maps for today. This, apart from Breeze being the arguably only open map that was banned, the Lotus and Bind are definitely going to be some really good maps to show what each team is capable of. Lotus got a lot of moving parts to it. It's got, I mean, it's a beautiful map for one. It's got a lot of moving parts, a lot of different areas that can just draw attention. Some weird tech and some interesting overhangs can cause for a lot of the surprise factor and interesting playmaking.
Yeah, I agree with you here. We're starting off Lotus. This should be Falcons' pick. So, starting out defense for the Blue Devils here. This map is a very interesting one, very tactical map. As already mentioned, a lot of moving parts means that a lot of pivot plays are available for each team if they want to. And the other another aspect of this map is that there are a lot of team comps that are viable. It's not like some maps like Haven, which have been notorious for being predictable and boring because there's only one meta comp. A map like Lotus, only agent where you really need to play is Viper. Everything else, all the other 4 agents are up for grabs, and we have seen regularly in Tier 1 and Tier 2, even in collegiate and academic circuits, in competitions, that a ton of team comps are viable. You can run Neon, you can run Raze, you can run Jet, you can even do a double duelist with Reina, you can drop a Sentinel, you can run 2 smokes, even 3 smokes at one point. You can run double initiator there, so it's just a lot of team comps and a lot of variations when it comes to approach and strategizing for this map.
Yeah, and although Lotus has been out for a while, it's still relatively new, coming out like right before sunset. There's a lot of team comps and a lot of different tech to be found. And I mean, we're already in Agent Select, and as you said, Viper, one great pick on this map, picked up by Rookie-U. And the rest of the Blue Devils team comp is, I'd say it's fairly standard. We got Bacon Piggy running the Raze, Luminous running Killjoy, great for that defense, really locking down those sites. We have Drake running secondary or primary smokes, and Viper running map control with walls. We have Lifeless running the Sky, which great initiator, arguably the best info initiator in the game. Going to be able to grab a lot of information, able to deter, make it really hard for the Falcons to be able to pick up on their moves. And over on the Falcons, we got Jawbreaker going on the Killjoy, Endless on the Fade, which is a fairly common pick. There's a lot of Fade lineups for the watchful eye of Fade to pick off and section off the map for a lot of information. Classic pick for Raze. And it looks like we have 5 seconds for the round to start here, finishing off the agent picks for the Falcons. Falcons along. Oh, really heavy aggression on the A, fought by both teams. Bacon Piggy gets the first pick of the series, taking down their duelist, stopping any space-making ability that they have. Falcons backing off, back into their spawn, rotating back over to C site, where Rookie-U is just ready, gaining some information, backing off a little bit, using that great Viper tech to stop the push right in its tracks.
It's just going to be a pivot to a C here. They don't have enough time to really plan this out. They could back off, but it's going to be a call towards B instead. There's a Killjoy turret here, and Bacon Piggy on the race. It's ready to beat Pounds. They have to go through this Viper wall, but not much resistance found. But immediately, as they get the foot onto the site, there's going to be Jawbreaker to crack and open things up. A double kill for him to put on the board. Good opener, but it's all going to be on Jawbreaker now, left in a 1v3. I mean, two members all low, but they're just pitching him in, just closing down the distance from all different angles, and he will go down to the end of the day. It's going to be the first pistol round off the map, of the series, going the way of Blue Devils.
Yeah, that was a really good look from the Blue Devils there. Getting that early aggression onto A site, and Bacon Piggy able to pick up that initial Raze pick onto Bart. Stopping their main Spacemaker ability with the movement tech of Raze, really just stopped them right in their tracks. Forced to rotate over to C. Viper tech shut them down super quick. Pivoting over to B, just got put into a massive collapse of players bringing in, and the Falcons Killjoy able to pick up some picks and create a little bit of space, but in the end wasn't able to find all that they need with the triple peaks there at the end, picking them down. great play by the Blue Devils there, staying disciplined and just having the great mechanical skill to make those plays happen.
Yeah, and look, I mentioned that in the Agent Select that Viper is absolutely vital, and you see now the disadvantage of not running Viper for Falcons. This A main control is absolutely impossible to take off right off the bat of the round. They don't have a Viper wall that can section from spawn into the A site that can stop any early pushes from the Blue Devils. The Blue Devils have already done this 2 rounds in a row. A single flash is all, and maybe even a nade combo is much more than enough to close out the distance and just take that entire A main space control. The Falcons not running as Viper, only a single controller means their Omen has way too much to do, and sometimes it's just gonna be overloaded in terms of the tasks and responsibility that this controller is gonna have to take on. But either way, it's in to see, and down goes the plan for the Falcons, but it's gonna be a 4v3 for the Blue Devils, advantage in gun fire.
Yeah, both gun advantage and man advantage there for the Blue Devils. 4v2 situation. Trading out really quickly. Endless and Bart each getting theirs with their pistols. Bacon, Piggy trading back in full, getting that 3K, finishing out the round, getting that defuse, giving them the second round in this, giving them a pretty decent bonus. Unfortunately, heavy casualties on the Blue Devils, only leaving 2 alive to keep their guns. A Spectre and a Bulldog going into the next round. So it is going to hurt just a little bit on their bonus round if they're to buy up, and we're getting a full rifle buy from the Falcons here. Phantoms, not something you see very often on Lotus, as it's a very long-ranged map, but we'll see if they can make it work. Endless and Shacky Sherlock gonna try and show us what they got, and if the Blue Devils win here on their bonus round, it'll be really tough for the Falcons to come back from that massive eco loss, because they are going for broke right now. Shifting up.
All things considered, though, it's a very good eco round for Falcons. I mean, got the bomb down, got the spike down, extra money in the bank, and they also just picked up 3 kills along the way. So what it means is coming into this bonus round, without Blue Devils are not going to have really a lot of weapons on the board. They have 2 Bulldogs, and some members have bought up Sheriffs, and that's about it. It's going to be C-Hit, only 1 member to receive it. I don't think he'll have much to say about, just backing out fully, just giving up the site control. The site would go down with no resistance, and it's going to be almost an impossible retake, especially with the gun disadvantage.
Yeah, and it looks like we have the double flank here from Lifeless and Bacon Piggy, but Shadow and Jawbreaker ready on that flank from that with that Killjoy utility. Now we're in a bad situation for the Blue Devils here. 3v5 going into this retake. Bart takes down Drake, shutting down their smokes and continuing on to Illuminous. It's a 1v5, and Rookio able to pick off one, pick up a Vandal. Unfortunately got blinded by the Fade Dog, and Shaggy Sherlock cleans it up, giving them a clean round win for the Falcons. 2v1 here on Lotus. Great pick by the Falcons with that gun advantage.
Yeah, really good there. So Falcons convert that bonus cleanly, only giving away 1 kill, but not too much to speak of. Just gun advantage. Just they're running these C executes, and they're working out nicely, just simply because they have double range shaders. They can dump the Uto and the Ray Snake comboing with the C's of the Fade, the flashes, and the Trailblazer can just come in and clear the site. And executing only C here means that they can negate the disadvantage of having a single controller. They don't have to pace a map. They just need to run headfirst into the wall and hope that they have enough firepower and utility to bulldoze the wall down. Now again, we see them walk up here, and again, it's only Viper. There's no Killjoy Uto to speak of to delay this push.
Yeah, I mean, just as you say that, Rookio gets a nice double kill onto Bart and Jawbreaker, shutting down the Sentinel and the Duelist of the team. Shutting down the main space makers and space holders for the Falcons, but they will get the spike down as the Blue Devils back off to regroup a little bit. And if you notice, the Falcons' Omen just now rotating over was trying to hold space on A, maybe to deny a flank. Still got that, got a lot of utility for them to use. And Bacon Piggy pulls out the showstopper immediately on the retake. Unable to find one, just narrowly misses. Shadow able to pick him off there. And Endless hanging right around the corner, but Endless unable to find that pick onto the Omen. Ends the round with the Ninja defuse into the spike. Clean run from the Blue Devils on that retake. Mound nowadays with how people are adapting is really hard to to hold that spike location post plant from sand. Not sure what they were going for in that play, but they went in, ended up losing the man advantage, and I think the man advantage losing without the controller on their side of the map really cost them that round.
I mean, that I have to talk about Rukio here. I mean, this absolute heroics on that site. There's no really. I mean, this round now they have the nade and the alarm bot that support him, but last round he had to deal with that 1v5 on the side, somehow walking away unscathed with 2 kills on the back of a push. So I mean, the executions is great for Falcons, but somehow Rukio is just stunned up, vulnerable, somehow finding 2. So I have to definitely commend him for that. But Falcons haven't necessarily done anything wrong yet in this map, but now comes the A hit. I mean, they tried to pivot towards C, took the AWP, now they're going to come out A. There's going to be resistance ready and waiting for them.
Yeah, an interesting look there right from the Blue Devils. They initially pushed up really far on A and then backed off when they found out that the Falcons were stuck in their spawn, and they pushed right back, gaining the man advantage by 1, 3-4 in favor of the Falcons. Luminous kind of lurking in one of their smokes, gonna try and get a pick on the stairs, unable to find him just in time, and gets a wall bang to clean that one up, instantly traded back by Endless. 2v2 for the blue, 2v2, and this looks like the spike will go down. Rukio knows Shaggy's right there in that cubby, puts the wall up to try and block off a little bit of space.
1 enemy remaining.
Looks like Endless alone on site, right behind the box. The spike is planted, and Drake! Insane flick from Drake onto there. Shaggy, 1 tap. And Drake, just barely through the smoke, catches him with a nice headshot, clutching them the round, making it 4-1 for the Blue Devils.
Yeah, good 1v2 clutch there, calm and composed, just make sure to clear his angle, but definitely Falcons' fault. They're not playing together. The Fade and the Omen player, Shaggy Sherlock, is not playing with his teammate and punish at the end of the day. But the Falcons, I mean, they had some advantages at the start of that round. They cleared out the 2 players on the A, pushed up an A rubble, and then they had 4 members playing against 3, but somehow they just let that round slip away from their fingers. And I want to see a bit more creativity from them now, maybe a bit slow more pace around, getting me some more info, maybe running a fake or 2, but it's just going to be out towards A again, and here comes the resistance, the flash and the nade. There's counter util now. That's very good to see a change up. Small, but definitely important for the Falcons. Pushing back the aggression from the Blue Devils means they have full control of A main now. They can execute this cleanly if they want to.
Yeah, and that Viper Wall blocking off half a site gives them quite a bit of cover to hide behind and prepare for their execute. And with 3 ultimates online currently, unfortunately, Bart got taken out before they could pull off that showstopper. But 4 ultimates to 2 now, able to try and capitalize off of. But they're just getting picked off from upper. Able to deny the flawless round. Endless trying to pick up any more picks, and Lifeless cleans up for a near flawless round, giving them a 4-round lead, securing them as a quite a dominant team in this. And we are seeing a timeout come out from the Falcons to try and figure out what they've been going through on this these last couple of rounds. Only able to pick up 1 out of 6. What do you think the main issue is for the Falcons?
I can tell you exactly what's going wrong with the Falcons here. They're not running a Viper, which is fine, but they're not playing this comp correctly. They have 2 initiators. They need to start using these abilities to gain more information, and off the back of it, they need to bounce. Currently, what they're doing is they're walking up and trying to use their aim, their gunfights to take space control, then they don't do anything off the back of it. The last round we saw, there was a miscommunication, obviously, from the last round. They tried to walk through the Viper wall without a flash. The smoke didn't come in from stairs just yet, and he got punished. And they weren't composed enough. Whoever the IGL is didn't call it correctly there. They panicked, lost a member quickly. They could have still went A. The only one defenders on A from the Blue Devils, but Falcons panicked, broke the door, tried to go B. Blue Devils were on the way to rotation onto A, which means that when they are C and they're going to A, they're going to cross B. And by the timing just works out for the Blue Devils. The Falcons immediately, as soon as went B, 3 members, just by chance, just by timing, were already on B, expecting them. And they lost. So they need to start calming down these plays, starting slowing these rounds down, because they can do so. They have 2 initiators, a lot of util to play. They can waste some at the start, at the middle of the round, and play towards the late game, and still some will be able to have enough to execute cleanly.
Oh, I totally agree. And the fact that they had so many ultimate abilities online that last round while they were getting shot out of sights and just not capitalizing off the abilities. I mean, Killjoy's had her lockdown for like 2.5 rounds now. Haven't seen it pull out like one time, even on that one push they had from A link into B. They could have popped down that lockdown and shut down that entire site if they just hold it. And finally, we're seeing the Seekers come out from the Falcons, and quick reactions by Rookio trying to shut down the push into sight. Unfortunately, the only one left behind is the Omen. Easily teleported that behind, and it looks like they're trying to push up into the defender spawn. Shadow ready to throw a flash. Jawbreaker picking up Rookio. Lifeless trading back, and Shadow taking out Lifeless, making it a 2v2 situation, and Drake almost whiffing the shots there, able to make it a 1v1. Omen v Omen, Shaggy v Drake. Spike is down, and unfortunately didn't get his gun pulled out in time, and Shaggy picks up that head tap onto Drake, giving them the second round. Maybe that timeout paid off for him, Toka.
1v1 there just works out beautifully for them. Exactly what they need to do off the back of that timeout. Slowed down the round. They didn't try to hastily execute onto a site for absolutely no reason. They seized information, tried to get picks, and as soon as the picks went their way, they pounced. Immediately pick the site, just freaking go, just dump all your util, and then you just invert that round. So really good for them to find the second round here. They're still down, but they're not out just yet. So timeout works out well for them, but rifle round now for both teams. Blue Devils, I mean, they still have Killjoy ult and the Seekers there available for them as well. Maybe Falcons will have to use their lockdown here for the C take, or they'll just go in either way. Have a lot of ult. Just use any, and they don't use any. Bart just goes in by himself. Miscommunication perhaps there. Just not working well
went
together.
Down just a little bit late there, and great aim by Rookio. And you could tell that Rookio adapting a little bit with that Viper tech, just putting it down a little bit earlier to stop any super aggressive plays of just pushing in when they're not ready. And something interesting to say here, Toka, is that is not a very common spike plant location by that pillar. Normally you'd point it right in the corner so you can play from mound, or behind walls so you can play it from on site. And we are seeing the counter Killjoy ult coming out here. Got the lockdown coming out one more time. Bullets trading back and forth, unable to find anything
that
from
caught
Illuminous, and caught 2 players from the Falcons.
One enemy remaining.
One taken down. Endless going in, spamming through, picks up Rookio, and Jawbreaker cleans up Lifeless, leaving 3 players alive for the Falcons, winning them the second round in a row, bringing it back, only down 2 rounds now.
Yeah, well done by the Falcons. They're calm and composed. I mean, they definitely. I would, if there was anyone to blame, I'll probably say it's Luminous's fault here. I mean, he didn't do anything particularly long. Placing that lockdown was the correct call. However, he did not need to fight that one there. Just giving Shadow Gold that free pick onto him meant that the retake power from Blue Devils just weakened significantly, and having to play with the back against the wall like that's really hard to convert. That actually the plant on the bend pillar there is as good as I might even argue it's better than the usual C-long default plant, because having it straight like that means if you're playing from long, you can just throw util way more easily than if it was in the long corner. But either way, it's going to be an eco and a push out C-long for Blue Devils. Should have full information that it's going to be an A-hit. The spike will go down. It's going to be a very interesting round as the 2 teams swap places. It's going to be Blue Devils on the attack now for the retake, and the Falcons playing the roles of the defenders on the A side.
Yeah, an insane play there by the Blue Devils. Something you typically see in the pro scene, not very much in the collegiate or game changer scenes there, which is on a pistol round.
Oh my god.
All focusing up and going down one lane, and it's just an absolute brawl in tree. Pick after pick being taken onto the Blue Devils, leaving Luminous in a 1v4 situation, and an insane flick after dodging a flash onto Bart. not a bad eco and pistol round coming out from the Blue Devils. Able to get 2 picks off, damage some economy, while also not losing much of their own on that eco. But Falcons continuously closing the gap onto the Blue Devils, 4 and 5 going into round 10 here. Are the Falcons going to tie it up, or are the Blue Devils going to figure out what they're doing wrong and fix it?
Okay, Lifeless has an Odin. Rukio playing with Josh. He's gonna drop his Viper Spit early here, I'm gonna presume, down towards C long, and it's gonna be again sort of default play. Time and time again, you see from the Falcons, they walk out C, but this time they're gonna be met with literally a wall of resistance from Rukio. If they go in, they're gonna get absolutely mowed down by that Judge.
And it looks like
available. They just want to go here.
Yeah, Shadow just trying to use the Seekers in conjunction with Bart's
Oh, no.
Showstopper. Unfortunately, self-killed. And Rukio picks off Shadow, leaving the Falcons in a 5v3. Make that 5v2 as Rukio is going in. 17 HP remaining and a Judge in the Viper's pit. They have Spike down. And it looks like they might be opting to save here, unless they want to push up, maybe get another pick. But not a lot here to go off of. No ultimates. They have a lot of utility that they can use to go around, but the Blue Devils are just stacking the site with Spike far inside of the Viper's pit. Kind of a poor choice on the Falcons to bring the Spike in there.
5v2 here, and this Judge is still up. Rukio healed to full health. 19 gun barrel. Yes, he will. Come on, do it. Oh, denied.
Denied the 4K, unfortunately, which honestly we could consider an ace, because if it weren't for the Viper's pit, the Bart would not have ended up blasting himself with his Showstopper. But an insane play there by Rukio, just shutting down the entirety of the front of C site, not letting anybody in. Molly's, Viper's pit, the smoke orb, and I mean, we are seeing an Odin come out, which is not uncommon in a lot of matches here on Lotus, because every wall in this map is paper thin.
Yeah, much like Ascent, but on the last round, I just want to say, I mean, Falcons just made themselves look silly there. The cap to top it all off was definitely Bart just kamikazing himself onto the site, but has to start off with the call very questionable. I mean, the Seekers was fine to try and figure out position of the Viper, but no flash of support that Sheree's Showstopper. They had the knife off from the Fate to deny the audio and the visual cue for the Viper player, but they didn't use it. They saved it for absolutely no reason. If you're going to run into a Viper, and then you know the Killjoy setup is also going to be on that C site, you need to absolutely commit. If they did it half-heartedly, they got punished for it.
Yeah, I know. I mean, we got a good Fade Eye play coming in here, but Lifeless just shutting it down with that Odin, not letting anybody pass. And the Fade Nightfall is coming out. Showstopper coming out, unable to find one. Marked trying to get a little bit of HP here. Back Bacon Piggy left with one shot from a Vandal. Able to heal up from Lifeless here, but it looks like the Falcons are just W key, knife out, rushing C. Get that flash coming in here. Rukio, no time to respond, just backing off. Another lockdown coming here on the C site on the side of the Falcons. No counter utility. It looks like they're just playing back. Going to be playing full retake 5v5 here. Spike did go down. Nobody detained. Bart left with only one satchel. 130 HP remaining. Illuminous, 49 HP remaining. Gonna maybe try and push into the smoke. Lifeless going through here with the Odin, trying to wallbang, get some shape damage here. Drake trying to find anything. Able to find Jawbreaker, take down the Killjoy. Sees one more back sight. Smokes off the bomb. Or the Spike, rather. Teleports into it. Maybe tries to get a Ninja Defuse here. Bacon Piggy trying to go for a flank here. 3v2, make that 2v1 with a quick trade from Shadow and Illuminous. And Bart picks off Luminous, and Bacon Piggy from behind picks off Bart, but it looks like there's no time. The Falcons will make this 6v5 going into the last round of the half here.
Oh, fifth round picked up the Falcons there. Blue Devils just not fast enough on the retake. They had plenty of time. As soon as that plant came down, they should have flooded in. Having that Odin meant that they were limited in the acceleration that they can put into that retake. But either way, I mean, they're just too slow on the decision of making Piggy to try and open that door and trying to go through the flank through C long. Needed to just call it immediately and went. They just took it way too slow. Tried to trade it, clear every angle. Said they just need to go in as a 5v5 retake. You don't have a lot of time. You know you're gonna meet a lot of resistance. You just need to hit the W key and hope it works out.
Yeah, and speaking of W key, the Falcons are just rushing in here super quick, taking B site. And Bart quickly takes out Illuminous, the main side anchor here. And Bart just going in for more, trying to find another, finds third onto Lifeless and Drake. Rukio kind of stuck there in defender's spawn, trying to find any opening. 5v2 in favor of the Falcons. They have Spike all the way down, taking Bacon, trying to find any, finds one onto Bart. And they clean up with a near flawless round, tying it up at the end of the half.
6-all now. It's a Stout Blues map pick, so it's be interesting to see how they approach this one on the attacker side of things. But I definitely say, I mean, judging by that last half, I mean, both teams made plentiful of mistakes, but overall not terrible in terms of the approach and play into this map. But now they're going to be on the defense for the Falcons. This stub initiative comp is going to really come alive here, especially the amount of just info ability that they can use and just deny Blue Devils of any slow round pace that they might just prefer because due to the having of the Viper on their side. But either way, it's going to be slow default here. 2-1-2 spread for the Blue Devils. This is going to scout out info throughout the map. Falcons do exactly the same thing Blue Devils did on their defender half. Just take control of that A main and they back up with that info comfortably. They'll rotate towards C.
Yeah, it looks like both of these teams are pretty adamant about pushing up on C, but are they ready for the just microwave setup that Jawbreaker has? And it looks like Jawbreaker gets two right off the bat, one with the molly and one with the head tap, and Rukio easily trading those back, but Blue Devils left. Rukio and Illuminous are left with little to no HP remaining. Drake, only one with full HP. Falcons, all three of them full on health, trying to find a little bit of information to take before executing, and Drake finds Shaggy, and Endless trades back instantly. Illumina stuck behind that box, no backup, 1 HP, but doesn't matter, hits those shots. 2v1 situation, and Drake cleans up with a nice victory for the Blue Devils, making it 6-7, winning them yet another pistol round.
That's 2 pistol round going the way of the Blue Devils now. Starting the attack strong there. I mean, no shot they won that. I mean, they had 2 players with absolute basically 1 HP. They still managed to convert that. The right click from Luminous was just disgusting, man. But either way, pistol round converted. Both these teams are really liking this C side as an execution option. I think primarily due to the fact that both teams just love to take control of A Rubble when it comes to the defender side. And this time it's going to be out towards B off a push with Luminous poised and ready to receive them with that Bulldog. Shuts them down right before they even got started. And it's going to be in towards C again. Jawbreaker, always you two are down. Only has Sheriff in hand. 2 response. He will be silenced. Blue Devils, clean anti-eco round.
Oh, absolutely. 5v1 for Shaggy Sherlock here. Nothing but a Sheriff in hand. It seems like C-Site is the name of the game here, Toka. I mean, they may be taking space here on A, but both these teams are just trying to abuse C-Site as much as possible. And Killjoy Tech does go off. They know exactly where Shaggy is. Regrouping, smoking it off. Not going to let Shaggy have an inch closer to the spike before it's ready to pop off. And got the turret going down there just in case they push up. And looks like he's
he's trying. What? No way.
It was a smart.
He tried.
It was a smart play there from Shaggy, because if he was left alive during that, he would not have had the money to buy a rifle going into this round. So might as well go in and die to the spike. But yet another clean 2 rounds to start off the half from the Blue Devils, clearly dominating the early eco and anti-eco rounds of the match. But we're going to have to see if they're going to be able to keep it up here now that we're going into rifle rounds, trying to do as much eco damage as possible with the Bulldogs and Spectres they have in hand. A lot better of an anti-eco or an anti-eco round than last half, coming out of it with all 5 of their weapons. But it seems like they're taking it a lot slower, but choosing to push up on B side just a little bit to change it up, and they can just pushing up all the way into the defender spawn. I'm not sure if they know he's there. Rookio getting the first pick this round with the Spectre onto Endless. Shaggy Sherlock trying to get healed, but Drake says no thank you, and Illuminous takes out Drawbreaker, and Bart tries to trade back as much as possible, and Shadow almost evening this up. 2v1 situation in favor of the Blue Devils. The Falcons, unexpected on Bacon Piggy being up and upper. Shadow taken out, and they won their bonus round. Purely setting the stage for an insane eco recover.
That was clean as well. I mean, it was a flawless bonus round conversion too. So mighty win there for the Blue Devils. This is gonna get their economy rolling, and it's gonna set Falcons on the back foot heading into the 17th round of the half here. But I have to just mention the Falcons. You cannot give away these B executes like that. B side should be absolutely unlocked. There's no way you can rush B on this map, especially when you're down on weapons. But Blue Devils pull it off because Falcons just not expecting them to come. I mean, they're just not ready. Yuto not there. I mean, Killjoy should always be defaulting a turret onto B and then have her set up onto C, but instead she's just switching up her Yuto every single round for absolutely no reason. So they need to plan these rounds out better before they even start. Now, Eco Sheriff.
Yeah, looks like they're choosing to go a little bit more on the A site. Probably the most open map. Good choice against an eco round here with the gun advantage. Opening door, and Bacon Piggy just jumping in, getting the quick head tap onto Endless, securing them the site. Spike will go down. 5v4, nothing but sheriffs in the hands of the Falcon players, which is not a bad weapon on eco rounds. Can still perform very well against rifles. Lifeless trying to go for that, and does the movement onto Bart, and it's an almost flawless victory for that round once again, giving them another 4-round lead for the second time in this match. I mean, 10-6, 3 more rounds, and they win this one before going into the next map. Back to a full rifle buy, but I think the Falcons, I think they might have to take another timeout here.
Yeah, potentially 10-6, double digits reach for the Blue Devils commanding lead. I mean, I've seen plenty of weird animal related things in my days. I mean, monkeys riding bicycles and such, but never seen a bunny hopping pig before. 15-10 for Bacon Piggy, leading the charge. He goes down after a single kill, but it's a good first pick to find for his team, taking the other race out of the equation. But that's to mean that entering power is going to be limited. The Spike still drops towards A. They need to go collect this. They're going towards C. They're going to use Omen O to pick that one up, but it's going to be pretty damn obvious where they want to go. It's going to be towards C.
Yeah, Jawbreaker found out, kind of flushed out by the Sky Seekers. The dog is being sent back into their C's. That Jawbreaker is up there on upper, and the Spike will go down. 4v4. Not a bad situation for either of these teams, although they are down their duelist main Space Maker. Lifeless gets spotted by the dog. He's alone on site. Tries to flash, ends up flashing himself, and Shaggy punishing Rookio on site. Picking off, they had no idea, gets a double. And Shadow Ghoul trades back, making it a 2v2.
Last player standing.
Drake finds one more, got into back site, and Shadow Ghoul cleaning up once again, giving the Falcons the first round victory for this half. Gonna try and close the gaps here on the Blue Devils.
1v2 for Falcons there to convert that one. Shadow Ghoul doing extremely well to find that one. I mean, just quick on the trigger, but I have to just I mean, Blue Devils, I mean, they were playing with a interesting round there, 4v4 without a race, so entering is going to be more difficult onto site. having to commit that Omen ult means that they gave away that info easily to Falcons, and them to plan the retake much sooner than would be favorable for the Blue Devils. But either way, I would just have to say talk about Rukio. I mean, Rukio is this kid is crazy good. Every single time I think we've seen him take a fight, it's always been a multi-kill. I mean, he's always good for at least 2, especially on the fact that you can rely on that from your controller, from your Viper player, is just absolutely phenomenal from him.
Yeah, and even better, the fact that Rukio is one of the main side anchors for the Blue Devils means that, I mean, Rukio is able to stop and shut down so many pushes and so many super aggressive plays with the flawless combination of util and just mechanical ability. But it looks like the Blue Devils are slowing down here just a little bit. You're gonna try and adapt to the tech that Falcons used to win them that last round, which could have just come down to mechanical advantage there. Bart trying to shut down the push as best they can and just leaving Bacon Piggy in tree. Luminous on that same part. They have this really good set piece here, and Showstopper taking out Bart. Bacon Piggy almost getting taken out by the snake bite there. Throwing the nade to try and clear out under, and we will see that Viper's pick come out from Rukio. 3v5 retake. Will the Falcons be able to push this up? Be able to push up enough, and Shaggy gets the first pick this round from the Falcons, taking out the main Space Maker. It's up to Shaggy right here to try and take out the side anchor, and Illuminous mechanical skill just able to pull it off. Jawbreaker lingering around in the ultimate, trying to find a pick, but Rukio is ready right there for anybody to push up. Not wanting to compromise the Viper's pit in any way. And it's too late here. Time ran out. 4v2. And the Falcons are saving their guns.
Look at that. Look at that Viper ult. Picture perfect, just surrounding the entire site, leaving a gap on the street to just allow him to tuck his face into the wall to keep that smoke keep that charging bar going for the Viper's pit. I mean,
yeah, and that's just great skill and great practice on the side of Rukio to know exactly where to place the Viper ult in order to secure the most amount of space possible on site and hold it down effectively. That Rukio is definitely one of the most important players in this match right here.
Yeah, absolutely. Rukio is just popping off time and time again for the Blue Devils. 11-7 now. Let's just keep it that way, not reverse. We're not gonna get copyrighted over here, but 4-round lead still. Yes, if they maintain this, they can close out this map in 2 rounds time. But it's worth seeing. They see the Killjoy util. Things better if it backs away, and again just falling back to the slow crawl default play like with this Viper util.
It looks like there's some lineups coming out from Rukio.
That goes out through 2 rubble. They're trying to prevent any crazy pushes or any space taking from the defenders.
This is one of the slowest we've seen the Blue Devils execute a site this time around. Jawbreaker sees the dog come out, and we are seeing the lockdown come out here from Illuminous.
So late though.
Not pushing in yet, though. Not making the same mistake that the Falcons did, giving a free pick onto their Space Maker. And just in the nick of time, able to rush out on site, take the space. Smoked it off perfectly. Bacon Piggy sending the Roomba back, and the Nightfall will come out from the fade. Jawbreaker slipped through onto site. And Bacon Piggy was able to find the timing, find it into the defender spawn, able to pick off 2 of them, making it a 4v2 situation for the Blue Devils, and a timing kill from Rukio, full blind. But Endless and Bart able to clean up really well, leaving Endless and Lifeless in a 1v1. This is just going to be a mechanical and timing skill here. And 5 HP left on Endless. 1 tap remaining. And it's over. The Blue Devils were able to get 1 more round, putting them in match point here.
It's match point for the Blue Devils off the back of clean execution there. I mean, I just Falcons invested 3 ultimates into that retake, and they came out empty-handed. So yeah, timeout called.
I think
The
it's a little
last
bit
timeout.
late for the. I think it's a little bit late for the timeout
Yeah,
to
they
be
should have
coming
caught
out
this.
here, Toka.
It should have called it 4 rounds. Sorry, three rounds ago when the Blue Devils were on 10th, won 10 rounds. So a bit late, but I mean they can still bring this back. It's 4 rounds is absolutely doable. It's not too impossible. I mean they have some some leeway to play with. The economy is not looking particularly terrible, especially if they can start stringing rounds together, which they need to. They have no choice to, as to either way. But on the other hand, I mean, Rukio, this guy is just impossible to beat. I mean, Bacon Piggy, good double satch onto CT, and he picked up 2 unexpected members of Falcons, but Rukio is just somehow finding a kill, fully blinded. I might have to check him PC, but
Yeah, check
either
him
way,
for check him for word.exe there for a little bit. But timeout is over. We're gonna have to see how the Falcons play this out, especially on a super broken buy here. It's
No
about.
charges.
I mean, they're full buying into this. They're going for broke. They know that if they don't buy into this round for the best ones possible, they're not gonna last another round. But we're getting a little bit of a default here from the Blue Devils, trying to take space on both A, B, and C main. But it looks like, once again, they are preferring to go for that C hit. And back to their roots, really quick.
oh my god,
Really quick executes there. Jawbreaker able to find 2 with the judge and back off. We saw some pinks coming around in C main. They might know that they like to play in there. Bacon Piggy finding Bart, like trying to even it up as much as possible as the defender lockdown coming in from Jawbreaker. And trying to push up really close. Drake able to find 2 and destroy the lockdown. Endless finding another 2 with the Guardian, and they are able to pull out a round win with their broken buy with 2 players remaining. Gonna go pick up some guns while they still have time and secure that spike defuse, making
purely
it
off the
12
back of
and
that
8.
lockdown.
Still 4 rounds behind Toka, but there is hope to at least go into overtime here for the Falcons.
Good round for the Falcons, absolutely necessary. It's gonna be uphill climb every step of the way. Every single round they play, they have to win. Economy either way is still not looking great. Bart has to think better of it. Gets a Guardian and armor. It was purely off the back of that lockdown there. I mentioned about the alt economy for the Falcons. They used 1, 2 more on the way. But I mean, on the other side, Bacon Piggy is going to charge up his in this round as well. They have Blue Devils definitely have a lot of chances to close this one out. And they've looked good on this attacking side so far. Falcons gonna have to be a lot better than just winning lucky gunfights. Crawl them back. They need to win on all fronts and show that they can dominate tactically, because so far I've seen them run the same damn A take play every single round and have it end up on C. It's just a chance play when it comes to the retake. So I want to see more space taking some wells. I want to see flood retakes. I want to see more info util. They have 2 initiators. They need to start using more util.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I mean, we're seeing a little bit of adapting from the Blue Devils here. That's something you really like to see, is like right after you do something that doesn't work, you don't wait to call a timeout to fix what you're doing. These guys are adapting on the fly. 4v4, they seem to be slowing it down, thinking it through just a little bit more, switching kind of back and forth between super aggressive and super methodical plays. And we got a showstopper coming out here for Bacon Piggy, able to find Endless, main initiator here on the A site. And looks like they might be pushing up and going for a B site take here. Little do they know that there is not a single person on A site, and they might be recognizing that from movements. And Illuminous sitting right there. They're playing a game of chicken.
No, he missed.
The shots were missed. And oh my gosh, Illuminous down to 28 HP. Just barely missed with that judge. Jawbreaker just flashed right up top. 4v3 in favor of the Blue Devils, healing up Illuminous back to back to 100 health. Shaggy from the shadows is online for a quick displacement, and sees Lifeless and Luminous trying to pull out some shots here, just getting double peeked and able to shut down Shadow, and Illuminous
Attackers
cleans
win.
up Shaggy. And Blue Devils take this map 13-8.
Oh, I would say dominant, but the scoreline says different. But from my view, from my opinion, I mean, it's pretty commanding win there over the Falcons for the Blue Devils. UW-Stout just doing very well to convert their map to pick up their map pick and to lead this series 1-0. They did it well. They looked a lot better on the attack. I mean, they looked a bit lost on defense, but I have to say the Falcons just looked way too lackluster on their attack, and at the end of the day, it's just not experienced enough. It seems a lot of miscommunications, a lot of oversteps, and just tiny micro mistakes that ended up costing them the map.
Yeah, they really got to work on some discipline there. Just a little bit of a breakdown. The first 6 rounds of the match went 5-1 in favor of the Devils, and it all started because the Devils are so disciplined on their eco and anti-eco rounds, and able to find picks, back off, and regroup. And the Falcons were able to adapt a little bit, become a little bit more disciplined. And after they won a couple rounds, they just lost that discipline and went right back to the way they were playing before. And that's what really cost them the round. They got to work on their discipline a little bit more. But overall, they made some really good plays. So they're definitely nothing to scoff at. Some great individual players from the side of Falcon. They just have to work on communication just a little bit better. But we are going to throw to a quick 2-minute break before the next map.
Just wanna feel alive. It's just what I do when I'm out. So try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me. No, nothing can break me. Look at the beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. I'm gonna be myself. I'm gonna be someone else. I'm gonna be myself. I'm gonna be someone else. I'm gonna skip my breaks. I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna skip my breaks. I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna skip my breaks. I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna skip my breaks. I'm gonna make mistakes. Try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me. No, nothing can break me. Look at the beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car.
I'ma make you mine tonight. Pulling your hair, baby. I'ma make you mine tonight. I feel you breathing on you. You know that I'm a selfish lover. When it's mine, I want one track mind for you, for you.
Welcome back to the stream at the WVAC Invitational with the UW-Stout Blue Devils versus the Concordia University Falcons. We saw a great match there on Lotus, and honestly, I'm excited to see what is going to happen in this next map here. We have, let's see, looks like we're going to Bind. Yep. Now, this map is quite an interesting one. It's got a ton. I mean, obviously, the gimmick on this map is the teleporters. A lot of rotatability from both sides. Got a very mechanical feel to it. But there's going to be a lot of interesting plays. There's a lot more cubbies and a lot less open space here. It's total shift from Lotus being a very open map to a very closed centric map here on Bind. So the play style, the team comps are going to be very, very different. So we're going to have to see what both teams have in store and see if the Concordia Falcons are going to be able to bring back and make it 1-1 so they can go to a decider.
Rukio showed great potential on their on his Viper. So coming to this map, Viper is very viable on Bind. So love to see it come out again for him.
On the side of the Falcons, we're seeing Bart immediately lock in Reyna. Shaggy, Smokes player, going on Brimstone. Jawbreaker, a little bit of a switch up, played Killjoy on Lotus. Now going into the Space Maker Duelist of Raze. Shadow, we're seeing him them pick up Sky once again, and Endless hovering that fade. Illuminous, being the Sentinels from last, looks like is locking in Brimstone. Lifeless once again hopping on that Sky. Bacon once again being that duelist player. Drake shifting over a little bit, going for the kind of side anchors like lockdown of Chamber, and Rukio once again on that Viper, able to pull that out very I think we're going to be able to see a lot of lineups and a lot of good plays coming out from Rukio here on Ascent, as it is, or sorry, not Ascent, but Bind, as it is more of a closed-in map with a lot like less open spaces, which are some areas that Viper really, really shines.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Chamber for the side of the Blue Devils. I mean, this map is a very good off map. Maybe not as good as some other really open maps like Breeze, but that's already off the charts, off the table. Chamber, very viable. You don't really need like a hard side anchor / like flank watcher like Killjoy, like Cypher. You can definitely run a Chamber. On the other side, they're not running any Sentinels again. Not again, for the Falcons. Run double duelist with Bart on the Reyna. Bart definitely underwhelming performance last map, so hoping to see him bounce back on the Reyna instead of that race going into the hands of the Jawbreaker. But either way, it's going to be Falcons starting on defense, Blue Devils starting on the attack. Look to carry momentum from the last map. They won it fair and square, 13-8. They're going to look to repeat that here and blow this one out 2-0.
Yeah, and we're seeing super quick aggression on both sides here. Getting a quick trade back and forth. Looks like we have the spike a little bit more towards A site. Bacon Piggy trying to find one more pick onto that B site. But the spike is moving over with Illuminous over to the B site, and Shaggy waiting right outside of that for Rukio, and leaving the Blue Devils in a little bit of an unfortunate situation. 3v4 without any space on site to call their own, and Endless from the back in Kingdom able to pick off Bacon. Luminous, classic only, 3 smokes still. 25 shield could come in handy against Bart, who's currently overhealed. Slowing it down a lot. Got a Sentinel and a Controller going to try and pick up some pieces here. Smoked off. They're going to have to jump down if they want to gain any ground here. And Bart quickly picks off Drake, and Endless cleans up Illuminous for a near flawless victory for the Falcons in this pistol round.
Yeah, 4v2 converted there. Easy does it for the Falcons, and Blue Devils playing slow backfires for this round. I mean, 1-for-1 trade off the back of the first duel of the round was okay for the pistol round, but it was just slow, so slow and disconnected. I mean, Rukio just doing his own thing, lurking on Viper, but the wall is just not convincing anyone to rotate towards A to stay convincingly on B. As soon as that kill went down, they had full info of where the attackers were. It just went down. A Jawbreaker with the Bulldog fires off a ton of volleys, but just not connecting to any heads.
Yeah, on the other side of that Endless with that Fade Eye, able to spot 4 of them immediately, and Bart instantly took the TP and able to clean up
Ooh, he goes to
3,
Reyna.
giving them the 4-2 lead really early in this. Less than 45 seconds have passed in the round, and the Blue Devils are already down 3 players, including their main
Oh, I love this player,
initiator
Shadow
and
Goal.
duelist. And Shadow right here on long, able to pick off Rookie-O from kind of an off angle, nothing but a classic left in the hands of Illuminous, unable to find one of them. Jawbreaker with the Bulldog, picks him up. Easy gun advantage win from Falcons here. The first, like the pistol round and the first anti-eco round of the game are really staples as to how the momentum is going to flow here. It's looking not very good for the Blue Devils, but we are going into a full buy here from them. So we are seeing a fairly balanced gun advantage from both sides. 2 Vandals on the Falcons, a Guardian, all 3 of those able to easily one tap. Along with Bulldogs that are considered probably in the top 4 rifles in the game. 3-round burst. It's a really good, reliable rifle. I personally love it, but it's not too much of a gun disadvantage, but it looks like they're going for a B hit here, and Bart picking up 1 really early on. Able to dodge that flash and get a little bit of an overheal. Lifeless.
I mean, from the last round, what I loved was just the play from the Sky player of Falcons. I mean, he just backs up completely from the site, knowing that the Shadow Goal, just knowing that Blue Devils had to get the plant down, playing off the timing and just finding great picks. I mean, getting off to a good start. I mean, it's eco frags, but just he'll get anything that he can to start getting off on the right foot again. The Blue Devils now relying on the back of an execution on towards me. They have to run through the smoke now. 4v5, it's a 4v3 on the side. Bart has the Empress popped. They can't find any. Plant not contested. Is this going to go down? It's going to be left under the 4v4 retake situation. Falcons, good news for them. They have a ton of util to play with on the back of this smoke. If it dissipates, they're going to have to fight their way into this one again. Elbow control is there for Lifeless. For the Blue Devils, they need to hold to maintain on the site. Plant is good if they want to back out and play, but they don't. They want to just bring the fight to the defenders, and it works out beautifully for them. A 2K goes their way, and it is 2v4 uphill battle for the Falcons. There's nothing they'll be able to find. Shadow Gore falls, leave his teammate in a 1v4. Can he find any consolation prize, perhaps? But denied, not even a participation trophy. He'll go down to bring Blue Devils the first round of this map.
Yeah, that round was not looking good there from the Falcons, but Blue Devils able to pick up 1 round on a full rifle buy, and what happened there was just a little bit of a lack of communication. They just got crashed in on. They pushed through smokes, they pushed angles that were being locked down really hard. Didn't have any flanks going on. They just got crashed in on. Had a little bit of a gun disadvantage, and unfortunately weren't able to close out the rounds and get the picks that they needed. So we might see a little bit of an adapt here. Trying to get a little bit of information here. Endless sends a dog right into showers. Sees that someone's there and not getting many rotates over just yet. Bart rotating quick over from B site to try and cover that lost space. Endless still in the back of sight and able to spray down that dog without even seeing it. Great play there. Able to dodge the raised nade. Losing more and more space on site. Rookie-O getting a pick, and Bacon able to pick off Bart as they pushed around. Rookie-O gaining a 3rd for the round, leaving Shadow alone on B site against 4 players from the Blue Devils.
Spike planted.
Looks like Shadow might be saving here.
Yeah, he absolutely has to. 1v4. Nothing he'll be able to do, so he'll just take that Vandal in full armor, keep it for the next round, fight another day. So Blue Devils, 2 rounds now, try equalizing, making sure that this map doesn't get out of their control. It's not their map pick, but they would love to take it, deny Falcons, and make it a 2-0 victory for them in this series. The good execution. I mean, I think what Blue Devils did very well is that they didn't relent control of the site, right? They got the bomb down, they got the spike down, they didn't back off and try to play on shores, try to play showers. They pushed in, make sure to use their sky to great effect, pushed up, as soon as they got more kills, they didn't stop. They kept on going, and it worked out for them at the end.
One of my creatures, it's a good thing,
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? Figure out what they do.
It was a great play by them. Able to pull that off, crash in, played methodically but aggressive, and they're able to tie up the match 2-2. And like you said, this isn't their map pick, but they are showing that they know the map very well. They have some plays, and they're able to show some dominance here. It looks like we might be getting a little bit of a default once again from the Blue Devils. Try and gain a little bit of map space. Never mind, not a default, just going for a straight A play here. And Drake instantly putting down the rendezvous, giving him a little bit of a get out of jail free card here as he pushes up with Lifeless into showers. Sky Flash doesn't tag anything, so they know it's clear. Got that Sky Dog that came out, or that that Fade Dog that came out. Able to find them, trying to slow them down a little bit, and Rukio once again being dominant, getting one more multi-kill, one round after another. Are we going to be able to see another 3K from Rukio and Bacon, able to pick off Endless? Nothing but a pistol in Endless's hand. Not much you could do there. Bart has the Marshall. Are they going to be able to make a play here?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. No guns to speak of. Shadow Goal might just have to save this battle for another day. Again, I might try to throw it into the mix, get a kill, but yeah, no chance at all. Double Molly just to add salt to the wound for the Falcons. They'll have to save. Maybe not for Bart. He'll just go down to the spike. We'll try to go down because he doesn't have any guns to save either way. Blue Devils, really good executing this A site. This A site is a weakness, and it is being exploited to the max by the Blue Devils. Just need to. This is the disadvantage of not running a Sentinel. You don't have a Killjoy, you don't have a Cypher, you don't have even a Chamber. You don't have a Viper as well. A Viper can, in fact, act as a Sentinel, as we've seen time and time again from Rukio in the last map, where he's just completely locks down the site by himself, albeit has a contribution from his incredible individual mechanical talent as well. But not having anything like that and sort on defense means that the Falcons just can't lock down sites. It means they have to show aggression right off the bat. And here they go out towards B long or Bart. They have Zarena and Sky to support him. Flash needs to come out for info. They need to start fighting for this. Or this is to get blinded and destroyed. The TP play. And Bart falls back off, and now the space is just relented for the Blue Devils. It's just going to be Bart to back up. He needs to find a pick. Can't find any quite just yet. Just one for him, but double through the smoke somehow. But it's taken out. Revenge from Drake. The Viper dropped down to the B side. The Blue Devils look poised to take this round even with a man disadvantage.
Yeah, and you always know that it's in favor of the Blue Devils when the Viper's pick goes down. But Jawbreaker with the raised nade, able to pick off Drake. Low HP, easy pick off there, but Rukio full HP and a Viper's pit. So much room to work with, so many plays to be made, and just like Rukio, able to get an instant 2K, making it an even game, and another 3K from Rukio, able to give them a 2-round advantage here. They were down 2-0, and man, the Blue Devils are really good at just locking down sites. Rukio, the multi-kills that are saving the rounds, absolutely insane from him.
Give it up for Rukio here. We've been mentioning this guy's name the entire almost seemed like the entirety of the last map, but right now he's really coming into his own. 11-2, 4-2 lead, but this man is definitely the reason they're winning right now. Left, right, crosses and uppercuts just being thrown. It's winning them these rounds. Rukio, no matter where you put him to the corner, the harder, the stronger he'll strike back. Especially on an agent like the controller role as well. It's so much more difficult to find frags, but somehow he does it. But this round in particular, it's gonna be Jawbreaker to open things up. He's low, but he'll get the heal from his teammates. Blue Devil is playing with man disadvantage. Will still try to look towards this A site that has succeeded for them so many times in this map so far.
Not a lot of movement coming out here from the Blue Devils. Just trying to create as much space as possible to work with. Maybe get an execute out here. Drake puts down the trademark right at the right time, unable to find Bart. gets picked off, leaving them in a 3v5 situation here. And Luminous and Bacon able to pick off two, traded back by Shaggy, leaving them in a 3v2 now. A lot better situation than before. Still 2 ultimates to play off of Bacon, getting a long range onto Jawbreaker, equalizing 2v2. Seekers do come out. Bacon getting a 4K, bringing back the round and giving them the 3-round advantage, making it 5-2 here on Bind for the Blue Devils.
Hush pulled off their 4v5 turn 2v3, and they convert it about as good as you can wish for there. Amazing from the Blue Devils, and Bacon Piggy popping off. If it isn't Rukia who went down early in the round, it's going to be Bacon Piggy, the duelist player, to bring it back, step up to the plate, and deliver nicely. Falcons now on the back foot again. No economy to speak of, falling back to that Chico. Down 3 rounds is not impossible to do. They have a lot of ults to play with, but it's going to have to be a miracle to try and convert this round.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an interesting play here from Drake, pulling out the Chamber Tour de Force on an eco round from the Falcons. I mean, quick pick off of there, and unfortunately Rukio got shut down on Jawbreaker. They were able to pick up a Vandal, a little bit of a misplay there from the Blue Devils, able to hand them over a rifle. But it is even 4v4. There are 2 more ultimates to be used on the side of the Blue Devils, including the Showstopper and the Brimstone Fire from above. And it looks like they're kind of angling more towards A site, and a bad pick from the Falcons there, pushing more onto the B site. They're stacked there. Little do the Blue Devils know there's only one person on the A site, and the Showstopper will come out, and God, narrowly misses, or narrowly dodges the bullets from Endless, getting that pick off, and Shadow Ghoul able to pick off Bacon Piggy, equalizing the field once again. Tour de Force still online. 3v3 retake here from the Falcons, and Drake, super quick pick there. Unfortunately, barely missed Shadow. Trademark
Tour de
was
Force
taken
is
out.
coming into effect there. Finally for him, just waiting this entire round to try and find someone with that. Oh, and finally it works out. So the decision use out is a good one. Illuminous with another, and Jawbreaker. Shadow Ghoul, the last one alive. Messi on the spray, and he'll go down at the end of the day. 6 down the board for the Blue Devils. I have to mention Bacon Piggy. In a game where horizontal movement is so heavily emphasized, vertical mobility like that is just impossible to deal with. Have you ever seen a pig strapped to have rockets strapped to the back of it like that before? Absolutely crazy play from Bacon Piggy. Just mechanical movement on point brings them the 6th round. Now lead extended to 4, and it might even go further. But Jawbreaker forces up and all, so a change up in pace, a change up in approach. Let's see if it works out for them. But so far, the op is not going to meet anyone just yet.
Bullets and Util being traded out. B long here. Bart able to pick off Bacon Piggy really early on in the round, able to take out their main Space Maker, and Illuminous capitalizes off of that flash, able to take out Bart and equalize the playing field ever so slightly. And looks like the smokes placed just perfectly by Illuminous, able to throwing down a little bit of a molly, try and stop a push. We're getting in another Brimstone ult out there, 2 in a row, stopping the plant, but not forever. It looks like the entirety of Falcons are just pushed up right there in their own spawn, just waiting to flush out whenever they get the chance.
Smoke's down.
Luminous trying to stall for as much time as possible. Shadow Ghoul pushing out, and Jawbreaker having the Showstopper shut down immediately. Illuminous with a 3K. Shadow Ghoul able to pick up 1 onto Rukio. Luminous wanting to go for another. And Illuminous gets Shaggy Sherlock.
Could be on for the ace. Could be on for, absolutely be on for the ace
4K
here. Give it to him.
And he got the ace, giving them a 5-round lead against the Falcons on the Falcons map pick here. Oh my!
And a non-imaginary crowd goes wild. Wow, absolutely crazy for Luminous there. Just the smoke on CT there, uh, it gave them the false sense of security. It was a bit out towards the site, which meant that the Falcons player thought that they can't maybe abuse it and try and catch a timing, try to catch them off guard with the angle of that smoke. But Luminous just picked a beautiful angle to play off his own smoke there, fighting 4K, and the last was destined. So first ace of this series, first ace of the tournament for them, goes away with Luminous, and it might carry this momentum. This might just be an absolute blowout for this map. 2 kills already, no guns to speak of for the Falcons. Might have to concede the 8th.
Great plays there from Luminous and Jiggy. I mean, able to combo some utility, both from Rukia. I mean, able to throw down that snake bite and raise nade at the same time, get him vulnerable and get some easy picks. And Bacon Piggy cleans up with a near flawless round, making it 8-2. And as we're nearing the end of this round, I mean, we just saw, and once again, it looks like the Falcons are calling a timeout just a little bit too late to recover. I mean, there's only 2 rounds left here in this half of bind, and it's I don't know how the Falcons are going to try and recover this one.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Doesn't seem like they're doing anything tactically wrong. I mean, they're on the defender side. They could definitely take a bit more space, play a bit more proactive, especially with a double duelist comp like this. Double duelist, double nature that they should be flashing. I would love to see some TP plays out from them, but so far, I mean, they've played this a bit slow, a bit not a bit inactive, a bit too passively, but it's not really terrible in terms of approach to the map. But I just have to say, the reason they're losing this is just because Blue Devils are just playing out of their mind. They're just winning every single gunfight, every single execute they go through. No matter if they lose their first player early, they'll crawl it back immediately with a trade on the other side of the map even. And as soon as the execute comes in, they just crush any defenders. They just can't respond. They just get a bullet to the head and shut down for the round.
Oh, absolutely. It's just the mechanical skill and discipline of the Blue Devils. When they have a game plan and they want to execute it, nothing is going to stop them. And they're tapping heads left and right. The combo ability of the team composition. And well, I mean, we are seeing Bart get a quick early pick onto here, but my point is being proven. They are not stopping at all. They didn't back off immediately after Bart got a pick, and they're just shutting it down. And Bart able to find 2, and Rukio able to get a trade onto Bart, try and even the scales just a little bit. Endless picked off Drake, and it looks like that timeout played out for him fairly well. They're into a 4v2 situation. This is the 3rd time in this map that they've had the advantage, only after the pistol rounds.
Yeah, I mean, this lead is just incredible. Means that confidence is absolutely mounting for the Blue Devils, and we saw that manifest in terms of Bacon Piggy. They're just double satchelating there. Seeing 3 players doesn't matter, doesn't care. He goes in, but the confidence, overconfidence, might be their demise. And for this round, it will absolutely be so. Lifeless, and a 1v4 spike drops. He can pick it up. Might even go to the TP to do so, but might just have to think better of it and call for the save. But either way, overextension for the Blue Devils, a mistake is all Falcons need to capitalize and convert this one.
Interesting play there from Lifeless, rotating all the way back over through the teleporter.
Is he trying to plant here? I'm confused as to why he's trying to do this. Absolutely no time left. He finds a quick headshot onto the hot player. He's not going to do anything more than that. So
it was. It's hard to determine what that play was there. It looks like they were just playing for picks, able to pick off the operator, but there was somebody else there to pick it up. Trying to play for a little bit of picks, play a little bit for eco, and ended up saving the gun, but put himself in an increasingly risky situation there. I mean, peeking into 2 people, one of which with an operator, able to pick off the operator, thankfully, but man, it is not looking good. That round did not look very good for the Blue Devils, especially after that timeout. It looks like the Falcons seem to have figured out what they need to do, but the Blue Devils are really good at adapting on the fly after noticing things that they did wrong. Even the round previous without having to take a timeout, which is a good skill. And it looks like we're having another Hellfire come out. And notice one player in Cubby and Bart, Shaggy and Endless able to find all of theirs. Drake, only one on the Blue Devils able to find a pick, left 1v4. And location is known. Seeker did come out trying to wallbang him, and looks like the Blue Devils are falling into a position where they're going to have to start thinking a little bit more about their plays. And looks like they had an Odin and an Operator just kind of sitting back.
Last round of the half here, Spike down 1v4. I don't think they'll convert this one. It's going to be 8-4 half, 100% for sure. But I have to talk about just the Falcons' adaptation was absolutely amazing. They realized that Blue Devils they playing like they own the map, which means that Falcons can rely on them to overstep their boundary and make silly little mistakes like the double satchel that's not caring for anything. He'll go down 4th on the board, but either way, Falcons just good adaptation off the back of that timeout, bringing the fight to the Blue Devils. Exactly what they need. They need to regain the confidence, and they have done that. Fight and play this map like you own it. You can't back away, be scared of any pressure from your opponent. Exactly just that, and it has succeeded for them. But again, that timeout might have just been too late. Only 2 rounds gained off the back of it, which means that they're gonna play the rest of the map here, this second half, 4 rounds down on attack, which is not an enviable position for any team at all.
Yeah, and although it is, they did switch sides. And the Falcons team is a little bit more attack oriented than defense oriented, especially with that double duelist, single dive, double initiator that they have going on. But the problem for them is going to be holding down post plant, especially with all the abilities and tech of the Blue Devils team comp, and Jawbreaker pushing in super quick and just instantly shortied Rookio, and a little bit of a miss there on the Raze nade, and Bart finding Bacon. A little bit of an interesting play here. Bart able to find another one. Lifeless quickly trading back. 2v4 in favor of the Falcons here. Lifeless marked. Light shield and a classic. Might try and make a play here. If the Blue Devils can make this play work right here, we might see a really, really big roll here from the Devils.
Oh, Falcons. Lifeless will right click. Proves to be better than a shorty, perhaps, but 1v3 impossible. Drake has been a bit quiet on the back on the chamber. Haven't found a lot of any alt plays or any Twitter Force plays, and he'll go down silenced again.
Man, can
What
I
the
just
heck
say
happened to that round?
I wish my right clicks did that. Like,
Yeah, honestly.
like, you know, when I'm strafing and I do a right click, it, you know, draws a border around the player. But when, you know, people on stream and, you know, people I'm watching do right clicks, it you know, it's like an instant kill. Like, it looks better than a shotgun. It's insane. But you know, I mean, we have seen it before from them, but it looks like we're going into an anti-eco round. Falcons once again won the pistol round, and you know, it's not uncommon. This was their map pick, so knowing the pistol round and knowing how you want to play the eco and anti-eco is not an uncommon thing. But one thing that is going to be a little bit interesting is how Bacon, oh my gosh, instantly picked off, just crouching under the box, and Rookio left with 1 HP remaining. One HP remaining. The Falcons are gaining a little bit more, getting a little bit more ground in this match. Only down 3 rounds now, and almost healed up, but didn't get it in time. And Shaggy able to get a 3rd for the round. Bart able to clean up Illuminous for a flawless anti-eco round for the Falcons.
Yeah, flawless round there. I mean, I just like to bring it back to the pistol round. It was a very humorous situation there where Bacon, who was a jawbreaker, just double satchel and shortied Rukio right in front of the eyes of Bacon Pig. It was just brutal watching your friend just get absolutely murdered right in front of you in cold blood there. But either way, that last round went pretty much the same way there, just in reverse of the roles. Rukio was in labs, and his buddy there got stunned by the Trailblazer. Bacon Piggy just get absolutely demolished by the sheer pressure of the Falcons. Now on this bonus round, Drake opting to not buy anything, only armor and the headhunters. might betray him, but either way, Bacon Piggy, off the back of a great TP play, is going to find a kill.
I mean, not bad. And Drake pushing up a little bit farther. Bacon Piggy able to quickly assert dominance. Lifeless going through the teleporter to try and back him up. They seem to just be kind of stuck in a lobby right there. Not able to gain any ground. Shaggy, full HP, trying to maybe pick off Drake here if they peek around the corner. Might try and make a play here. I'm surprised they haven't rotated all the way back around to B, but it looks like that's exactly what they're going to be doing, going through tunnel. And just as they're doing that, Riccio again with a classic, and I'm surprised I'm not seeing a full buy here, but Riccio with a classic, pushing up a little bit farther, pushing out into sand. Unbeknownst to him, just out of the audio range, they're all pushing up into B site. I think Riccio just barely got out of the audio range.
30 seconds
I didn't even.
left.
I think they just barely missed it, but Riccio seems to know exactly what's going on here and is flanking around just a little bit, maybe getting a timing here. Gonna be able to find a little bit of a cheeky pick there and maybe pick up a rifle to assist the team in retaking this. It's looking pretty good for the Blue Devils right now.
Yeah, I mean, good bonus round. Nothing much to say. I mean, Falcons definitely misstepped a bit on the start of the round, but the gun advantage just means that as long as Blue Devils play this correctly, they should win this, should convert it. Oh no!
Are we going to see another ace here from Bacon Piggy? Unfortunately, not
denied.
Caught out, and it looks like the
Not ready yet.
yeah, it looks like the Falcons will be winning this off of the spike. But oh, Drake able to just barely get out in time to save a rifle. Not a very good look. Now the Falcons only down one round in this. Man, they really hit a comeback from the 5-6 round advantage round down they were here. Now, I mean, yeah. Blue Devils stuck on an eco buy, only got two rifles, sorry, coming in here. Got a marshal and a judge and a sheriff with light shields coming out. Gonna be able to buy next round, even though Drake did buy a rifle. Gonna try and get as many picks as they can. Bacon, of course, on the raise with the judge. Gonna try and stop any push that they can, and the Skydog will come out and spot the...
Oh, he switched to the knife so this gun didn't get reviewed, and it worked out beautiful for him. Great looks from Bacon, throwing the nade, putting away the judge so that they don't know what gun he's going. That's a mega fake. That's a mega bluff. Poor Bacon there. Draw his prey in and capitalize off the back of it, and Falcons shut down for now. They'll have to go to the safe.
And Bart on the Reyna down to 5 HP, unable to find a kill to get that heal back up, and Drake is going around, going to try and pinch Showers. Endless looked like they might have been a little bit of aware of that, but kind of backed off to play double, and a one-way from Viper, just absolutely deadly, and Drake kind of got a timing and popped into that corner.
One enemy remaining.
And able to pick off both of them on a nice timing with a flawless from the Blue Devils. Going into the 18th round, or sorry, the 17th round of this map here. Back up 2 rounds ahead. 4 rounds from the Blue Devils, and they will take series point.
Yeah, absolutely. 9-7. I mean, they had the 4-round lead, but it's fine. First round of this half picked up by the Blue Devils. I mean, it's just like to mention, it just seems like the Blue Devils playing with a handicap here. They haven't called a single timeout throughout this series. The Falcons have already called 3.
Honestly, after the massive win streak, like the 4 or 5 round win streak coming in from the Falcons, I'm surprised the Devils didn't take a timeout, but they seem to be really good at adapting on the fly to a lot of things. Interesting Sky Tech there, throwing it to the top.
He missed it, though.
He did miss it, even though there were people long, so, I mean, it's kind of a double-edged sword. Hard to dodge, but also hard to hit. Interesting play there from Lifeless, even though they knew, and it looks like we are having the Seekers come out from the side of the Blue Devils to locate where most of the players are, maybe to end up going in conjunction with the Raged Showstopper that they still have online, that Bacon is just pushed up into A short to maybe catch or rotate. Just shutting down Falcons' push. Great util usage here from the Blue Devils, and if the Falcons ended up pursuing that, they would have run right into a stacked site.
Okay, here comes the Showstopper. Potential to get a kill, but
Great
premature.
showstopper from Bacon, unable to find a pick, but definitely shut it down. And Bart, Bart didn't know where Bacon was, but he gave it away with the satchel.
Are they gonna chase him though? Or are they gonna challenge him? I mean, Bacon's just getting free kills here. They're not willing to fight him. They're trying to go on site without dealing with the threat in the back flank, and it just gets stabbed in the back. And Bacon, 3K of the mistake of the Falcons. They don't deal with pressure well at all. I mean, they see Bacon, they know he's there, and there's for some reason they're afraid of him. They have plenty of time. They have 50 seconds left on the clock. Should have went back, does double, triple peek him, deal with him, and then execute or rotate. But they try to hastily get on site, get the plant down for no reason. They weren't in any time pressure. They weren't down in man advantage, but they made it so that they wanted a disadvantage by playing that way too quickly.
Yeah, they tried to prioritize getting onto site and getting Spike down, but when you have all of the players of the Blue Devils around you just pinching you in, the priority should not be getting onto site. It needs to be clearing space. But an instant, super quick take here, quick execute attempt here from the Falcons, bringing the Seekers out, but quickly shut down by the entirety of the Blue Devils. I mean, 3 kills right off at Rukio getting 2, Illuminous getting 2. It just an immediate shutdown, the immediate flawless victory. Bad discipline on the side of the Falcons. They have 4 more ultimates online, Toka, and they're not using their util in conjunction with each other. It looks like they're trying to be selfish and try and play for their own picks, but they're not playing for team.
Yeah, it looks like 5 different players. It looks like a solo queue rack session right now for the Falcons. Each player is just doing their own thing. They're not comboing util. They have 2 initiators and 2 duelists, and they're not providing these duelists enough info and enough like vision, like any flashes or any dogs or anything like that to take more space and allow them to make space off the back of kills or frags. They're not allowing that. The Falcons is just absolutely lost. Every time they make a play, it just seems like they don't know what they're doing, and they just get caught off guard time and time again. And here comes another one. Why would you leave your controller alone like that? There's no smokes, and Jawbreaker with another showstopper kill to be found. That's good for him, but that's 2 ults out of the round to bring them into a man disadvantage. It's not good. It's not looking well for the Falcons, and the Blue Devils are always take this round, even though Falcons have already invested 2 ults into this one.
The man advantage is still equal. They still have 2 ultimates. Bart only 8 HP remaining. Gets picked off while walking into the smoke. Weird pick there from Bart, but I mean, the advantage is on the Falcons right now. They still have the Nightfall, but Shadow is down to half HP. They know exactly where they're gonna be at, and Illuminous going to be flanking around the back. Looks like both of them are going to be doubling up here in
yeah, they got to flash in the fight for this.
Yeah,
they have to. They don't have enough HP to play this 2v2 properly. They need to catch the timing. It needs to be good, and it is, but they blind themselves. Oh my god.
Blind themselves and give the space for Rukio to get out onto site, and they were able to get Rukio able to get it to half, giving them just a little bit more time to work with. Shadow Ghoul left with 20 HP remaining.
This round needs to be good. Oh, not enough bullets. He ran out of ammo. He ran out of ammo.
Luminous stuck it even though he was getting shot at, giving him the ultimate going into the next round, going into match and series point for the Blue Devils.
Falcons, what are you doing?
Unfortunate situation there for the Falcons. They played they played the corner perfectly, but they ended up flashing themselves and giving the space to walk out, and it cost them the round. They tried to spray through, ran out of ammo, and they weren't able to kill Rukio in time before he got it to half. If Rukio didn't get it to half there, it might have been a different story. They have no idea.
Is anyone gonna check this? Hello, guys, hello.
They have
check
no
your corners.
idea.
Check your corners.
Bacon Piggy shuts down both initiators for the Falcons right off the bat. How did they have no idea? Spike is down, just sitting right there. Just right off the bat, and they were able to recover and make it a 2v2, but the discipline from Falcons is severely lacking in his match and series point. What is happening?
the Falcons are just lost. Their wings have just been clipped here. They're not. They don't know what they're doing. They're not showing confidence. They're not showing enough flexibility or composure in these situations. It might be tough. They might be down, but they've managed to string rounds before in this situation before. They just need to be more composed and trust in their abilities. But right now, they can't even trust in their own teammates, let alone their own abilities.
Look at the util. Look at the util differences between the Falcons and the Blue Devils. I mean, Jawbreaker is completely out of utility. Illuminous has full utility. He had full util, and it was a 2v2. And okay, the Falcons did win that round, but the discipline was severely lacking. They didn't check their corners. They're just dumping utility right off the bat without information of where the Devils were, and they were. It was just a severe lack of discipline and bad priorities. And I don't want to sound like I don't want to sound like I'm just trying to diss on the Falcons, but it's just a fact. They have to they have to check their corners. They have to play a little bit more disciplined. And I think they need to take another timeout right now, and I don't know why they aren't.
Yeah, they have another one used for this half. Each half you get one.
Little bit. That was a little bit greedy there from
shot.
Yeah, that was a little bit greedy there from Drake.
And again, they're not checking their corners. How many times are we going to say this? Luminous with 2 already, putting up numbers on the board, picking it with another to respond. It's going to leave Shadow go in a 1v3. Can he find anything? Nope, absolutely nothing. He goes down. 13-8 for the Blue Devils.
Yeah, the Falcons, they tried so many different things. Unfortunately, they weren't able to pull out enough rounds to bring it to a 1-1. But I mean, looking at the scoreboard here, Bart did top the leaderboard. It was a mechanical. I think it was just a team diff. There's not much to say about it other than it was just a team diff. Like the Falcons right at the beginning, they won pistol round and anti-eco. And then right after that, the Devils got an 8-round win streak. When things started going to the rifles. So it was the Falcons map pick, and they just weren't able to capitalize off of it. The plays that they were making were a little bit too aggressive, and they were not as disciplined as they needed to be. They went on a loss streak for a couple rounds, and then I mean, there's not much to say. They went on tilt and they lost their discipline. But I mean, there are a couple players in there that I think really solidified the win for the Devils. I think one is definitely Rookie-O. Rookie-O, he's new to the team. I want to drop that in. He's the primary controller, super mechanically gifted, and he's a little bit newer to the game, but he did play for UW's Overwatch team, and helped them get 8th place in the NACE Varsity Premier League. And he is really showing that he is really good mechanically and like just gifted in the FPS scene and can definitely do a lot for the team and all. And I would say that Rookie-O is for sure one of the most valuable players that solidified the win today.
Yeah, a 2-0 win here for Stout, for the Blue Devils. Necessary and important, and they're going to be glad to pick that one up to start their WVAC run. Hopefully they'll continue to this form as we see, improve on some mistakes. We did see some, but it wasn't too much. Definitely for the Falcons though, my God, there was just a lot of silly little mistakes, a lot of questionable calls and decisions. They'll have to definitely review this VOD and work on those. But interesting game. We saw a lot of good plays from both teams, a back and forth. Maybe the second map was a bit more dominant than the first one, but either way, both maps ended up 13-8, so a good contest from both teams. But we'll throw it to a little break. Don't leave anytime soon. There's still a player interview right after this. All right, hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have our player interview coming up here. It's gonna be Drake, the IGL
Oh
for the
yeah.
Blue Devils. Hello,
How you
Drake.
doing,
How are
Drake?
you?
Uh,
Are you doing good?
I'm doing pretty good after the dub. Yeah, having a good time. It's a fun game.
Yeah. Let's start out by talking about the matches we just watched. So both on Lotus and Bind, you guys won in a 13-8 victory. And Lotus, you guys never missed a pistol round, never missed an eco round. Like, what what was your guys' mindset going into both your team comp and how you guys played together there? Like, what was kind of the mesh of how you guys interact?
I think we have like set strats for every pistol round, so we started on like a good note. We knew what we were doing going in, and then once we won, we kind of just kept steamrolling that. I think we won 5 in a row or something like that, and then we just kept going. Good vibes through the half. Ended on 6-6, but then we went to attacking, which is stronger on Lotus, so we felt good through that map.
Absolutely. So your guys' team composition, it was mainly focused on the Rays, and gotta give it out to Rukio, able to hold down that seaside the entire time. Do you guys have specific lineups and different plays for when you guys are retaking sites as well?
Yeah, I know Rikio has a lot of lineups for all over the map. I was on Omen, which is the first time that I've played Omen on that map, but most of our set plays are kind of just towards the Rays and trying to set him up, put him in good positions to like succeed, and it kind of showed through the map.
And last question from me about the matches we just watched, but you guys didn't take a single timeout. So are you guys just able to adapt during the round start enough to the point you guys don't need a timeout, or did you guys just feel like you had enough grip on the match as a whole to not require taking?
I think we could have at the end of the Lotus like first half, but I think we were in a good spot the whole time. I kind of just call things at the start of the round, and we have like mid round calls, but we kind of all have an understanding and know what we're doing. We don't really need like um, things like pre-round unless we don't know what to do, you know. But these 2 games, it kind of seemed like we had it figured out.
All right. So a few questions from me at first. So firstly, your team. Is this your first team? First sorry, your first game in WVAC. You guys have had a few games together in the NACE league.
hmm
Um, just walk me through what's the feeling in the camp? You know, how has practice gone? You know, how much time has you guys had as a roster, and just overall like how much commitment and how good you feel about this team going forward.
I
To
think.
you,
Oh,
continue
sorry.
your run.
I think we've been doing pretty good. We practice like 3 or 4 times a week. We have games. You know, we get our like set plays in. We're all really like good about being there on time, and like it's been a really good team. We've improved a lot through the season. Like our Lotus used to be our worst map, and now it's probably our second best. It's just like getting that chemistry with the team is a really big thing, and I think that's what's helping us a lot.
Yeah, and throughout the 2 maps, I definitely saw that you guys had really good chemistry. Your discipline was a lot better when compared through the eye test to your opponents. But just talk me through, what did you think of your opponents in playing them? How was your adaptations? How was your call playing and predicting them? And maybe how your strats fared against them in the real test in an environment like this.
Pre-game, we kind of just saw that they had one really, really good player, and our goal was to just take him out of the game, and then the rest, like we were better. We knew we were a better team as like a whole, so we kind of just played trades, played together, you know, stayed disciplined, played like normal, and it worked out.
Yeah, your guys' ability to hold down sites and shut down really aggressive plays was really impressive. I mean, Illuminus able to shut down nearly every single showstopper coming out from the
hmm
Falcons was kind of wild to watch. What was your guys' mentality there on Bind, especially on the defensive side? You guys, it was fairly even going into the like beginning of it. You guys were getting a lot of trades out front, but you guys didn't end up winning the pistol of the anti-eco.
hmm
So what was the mentality after you guys weren't able to get those down?
Yeah, we had an 8-4 half, and then we lost a couple, but we knew we were still like doing really good. Defense is a lot stronger. We just needed to kind of see what they were doing and like try to stop what they were doing, because they played a little weird. They had a weird comp, and we figured that we could flank. They didn't have anything to like set up for flank, so we started to flank more, and I think that gave us a lot of success, just taking more map space, because they didn't really have much info, and like they didn't take much map space, so we kind of just used as much info as we could and got around them and would shoot them in the back.
Were there any changes or anything you guys are looking forward to going through, like looking at the VOD reviews? Like, what do you think you guys have learned as a whole about how you guys can play on Bind and Lotus, and what you guys think you guys can improve on?
I think we need some better site executes. I think we're gonna work on that. Otherwise, I don't know. It's just a lot of. I think we learned it mid game. I think just taking more space and using that space to the best we can. I think we'll start doing that a lot more.
Okay, last question for me before we let you go do your thing.
Hmm.
So in terms of team comp, we didn't see you utilize the operator that much. I mean, on buying with the addition of a chamber in your hands,
Hmm.
you saw a bit, a few rounds where Bacon Picky came out with the op, or maybe you came out with the tour de force, but overall didn't see too much utilization of such a powerful asset and weapon like the operator. Any factor plays into that decision?
Bind is kind of hard to use the op, because we do run double smokes, so it is a little difficult to utilize it to the best of its ability. And I'm not like a huge opper myself, so I tried to use it when we had a lot of money, but I wasn't like forcing every round, because we just have a lot of like denial of sight, and like it's hard to hold those long angles when you have a brimstone and a viper, and then the enemy team has a brimstone too.
Yeah. All right. Well, we really appreciate you coming in for the interview. Congratulations on the 2-0 victory. And we're about to throw to a 1 hour break. Next up, we have the varsity CVAL match against Fanshawe Fuel at 6 p.m. Central Time.
My heart is wired, it doesn't make any sense to me. But who am I to question my feelings? I'm leaving you for someone else, but it's not who you might think it is. It's someone who you're already loving. I've been over this for a long time now, and I finally know where my heart is. This is feeling so small. Watch the clock ticking off the wall. But tonight I'm letting it go. Spend my coin for sure. I'm gonna be myself, or I could be someone else. No one's stopping me now. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I just wanna feel alive. It's just what I do when I'm out, so try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me, no, no, nothing can break me. Lay my troubles to rest. Blow the smoke through my cigarette. City lights looking fine, and I know this is my time now. I'm gonna be myself, or I could be someone else. No one's stopping me now. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I just wanna feel alive. It's just what I do when I'm out, so try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me, no, no, nothing can break me. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. I'm gonna be myself, I'm gonna be someone else. I'm gonna be myself, I'm gonna be someone else. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. Try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me, no, no, nothing can break me. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car.
I'ma make you mine tonight. Pulling your hair, baby. I'ma make you mine tonight. I feel you breathing on you. You know that I'm a selfish lover. When it's mine, I want it. One track mind for it. For you. For you. I'ma make you mine tonight. Pulling your hair, baby. I'ma make you mine tonight. I feel you breathing on you. You know that I'm a selfish lover. When it's mine, I want it. One track mind for it. For you. For you. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you need, baby. Tell me about your dreams. Tell me everything. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. I was never over for me. My favorite tone is like, my biggest changed to me. it's never over for me. My favorite toy story, both of his faces. What if?
I think about you when I should be sleeping, but you didn't know. I wanna feel you closer to my skin. I think about you when my heart is beating, but you didn't know. I wanna feel you, wanna let you in. This is what you do to me. Let's explore this fantasy. I could take you higher than I know you want it. This is all I ask of you. Let me change your point of view. I could love you better than I know you want it.
I know that.
You want it, ooh. You want it, ooh, yeah. You want it, not just for a night. You want it for life, oh. You think about me when you're in the shower. When she's not around, she's beautiful, but I'm beautiful inside. You think about me like every other hour. When she's not around, you wanna know what it feels like to be mine. This is all I ask of you. Let me change your point of view. I could love you better than I know you want it. You know that you want it. 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 Ooh. You want it. Ooh, yeah. You want it. Not just for a night. You want it for life. Not just for a night. You want it for life. All of my friends, they were litty as hell. Run it, let's go face with the latest bands. Whole kitty gang just doing a thing. Boom, boom, what the dogs can't have. All of my friends, they were litty as hell. Run it, let's go face with the latest bands. Whole kitty gang just doing a thing. Boom, boom, what the dogs can't have. Oh, meow, but a Kit Kat snack with a mouth. Swish, twist it out. I'm a bad, don't do doubt. Won't chase ya, no patience. I'm with Jesus, up in Matrix, in the spaceship. Do no basics. I ain't no cute kitty with a facelift. All of my friends, they were litty as hell. Run it, let's go face with the latest bands. Whole kitty gang just doing a thing. Boom, boom, what the dogs can't have. All of my friends, they were litty as hell. Run it, let's go face with the latest bands. Whole kitty gang just doing a thing. Boom, boom, what the dogs can't have. 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 Everything I say, you should print it on a t-shirt. Everything I do, you can read it on Twitter. Huh. What's a girl gotta do, huh? What's a girl gotta do? I'm dripping in food, check out my lemon suit. I'm a double but cute, I'm witty like you. I'm visibly cool, but vanilla and fruits. I like it freaky smooth, you like me freaky. All of my friends, they were litty as hell. Run it, let's go face with the latest bands. Whole kitty gang just doing a thing. Boom, boom, what the dogs can't have. All of my friends, they were
I can't believe that you came into my life. You made me feel again. Now it's my turn. You say you've always been a little bit shy, but I can put an end to your fears. Let me show you a place where you gon' wanna move your feet until they start to bleed. DJ, take it away. Tonight is all for you and me. So baby, spin and let the music begin. I know you feel it within, so go ahead and just spin. Just spin for me. Won't you spin? Don't let the doubt in you win. I know you feel it within, so go ahead and just spin. Just spin for me. Won't you? I know it's hard for you to give it a try, but you are not alone. I'm here with you. I think you owe it to this beautiful night to lose all your control. Do it for you. Let me show you a place where you gon' wanna move your feet until they start to bleed. DJ, take it away. Tonight is all for you and me. So baby, spin and let the music begin. I know you feel it within, so go ahead and just spin. Just spin for me. Won't you spin? Don't let the doubt in you win. I know you feel it within, so go ahead and just spin. Just spin for me. Won't you? Don't be afraid. Just let go of your fears, 'cause you know you can do it, baby. Dance them away. Now you know how it feels. Now you know you can do it, baby. Spin and let the music begin. I know you feel it within, so go ahead and just spin. Just spin for me. Won't you spin? Don't let the doubt in you win. I know you feel it within, so go ahead and just spin. Just spin for me. Won't you? I got some, but all I want is thunder. Waiting for a darker day. All the people in it seem to wonder. Boy in gray is looking for a lover. I'm waiting for an enemy. They say that we should take care of each other, but you're just in my way. You know, all in all, and all in all, I'm really thinking of is how good and good and good and good and sweet revenge over you. All I wanna do is see
watch the clock ticking off the wall. But tonight I'm letting it go. Spend my coin for sure. I'm gonna be myself, or I could be someone else. No one's stopping me now. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I just wanna feel alive. It's just what I do when I'm out, so try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me, no, no, nothing can break me. Lay my troubles to rest. Blow the smoke through my cigarette. City lights looking fine, and I know this is my time now. I'm gonna be myself, or I could be someone else. No one's stopping me now. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I just wanna feel alive. It's just what I do when I'm out, so try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me, no, no, nothing can break me. Look at the beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. I'm gonna be myself. I'm gonna be someone else. I'm gonna be myself. I'm gonna be someone else. I'm gonna skip my breaks. I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna skip my breaks. I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna skip my breaks. I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna skip my breaks. I'm gonna make mistakes. Try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me, no, no, nothing can break me. Look at the beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car.
I'ma make you mine tonight. Pulling your hair, baby. I'ma make you mine tonight. I feel you breathing on you. You know that I'm a selfish lover. When it's mine, I want it. One track mind for it. For you. For you. I'ma make you mine tonight. Pulling your hair, baby. I'ma make you mine tonight. I feel you breathing on you. You know that I'm a selfish lover. When it's mine, I want it. One track mind for it. For you. I'll do it for you. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you need, baby. Tell me about your dreams. Tell me everything, yeah. Do it, I'll do it, I'll do it. I was ever over for me. I think I told my story. I think it's changed to me. Oh, yeah. the twice night. Won't be the same, say what it.
I think about you when I should be sleeping, but you didn't know. I wanna feel you closer to my skin. I think about you when my heart is beating, but you didn't know. I wanna feel you, wanna let you in. This is what you do to me. Let's explore this fantasy. I could take you higher than I know you want it. This is all I ask of you. Let me change your point of view. I could love you better than I know you want it.
I know that.
You want it, ooh. You want it, ooh, yeah. You want it, not just for a night. You want it for life, oh. You think about me when you're in the shower. When she's not around, she's beautiful, but I'm beautiful inside. You think about me like every other hour. When she's not around, you wanna know what it feels like to be mine. This is all I ask of you. Let me change your point of view. I could love you better than I know you want it. You know that you want it. You want it. You want it. You want it. I can't believe that you came into my life. You made me feel again. Now it's my turn. You say you've always been a little bit shy, but I can put an end to your fears. Let me show you a place where you gon' wanna move your feet until they start to bleed. DJ, take it away. Tonight is all for you and me. So baby, spin and let the music begin. I know you feel it within. So go ahead and just spin. Just spin for me. Won't you spin? Don't let the doubt in you win. I know you feel it within. So go ahead and just spin. Just spin for me. Won't you? I know it's hard for you to give it a try, but you are not alone. I'm here with you. I think you owe it to this beautiful night to lose all your control. Do it for you. Let me show you a place where you gon' wanna move your feet until they start to bleed. DJ, take it away. Tonight is all for you and me. So baby, spin and let the music begin. I know you feel it within. So go ahead and just spin for me. Won't you spin? Don't let the doubt in you win. No, I never meant to hurt you. But I'm in love with myself. 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 I'm in love with myself.
I've been feeling so small. Watch the clock ticking off the wall.
What's the plan? Send the robot in first? Smart choice.
It was always me versus me. It was never me versus you. Misunderstood. Get up, had to beat those eyes. Got up and I beat those eyes. It's understood. It was always me versus me. It was never me versus you. And now I'm good. Wake up and I do my part. Wake up and I do my job. Just how I should. It was always me versus me. It was never me versus you. Misunderstood. Get up, had to beat those eyes. Got up and I beat those eyes. That's understood. It was always me versus me. It was never me versus you. And now I'm good. Wake up and I do my part. Wake up and I do my job. Just how I should. I feel it all. I feel it all. I'm feeling numb. I'm feeling numb. I lost my soul. It's on the run. I need a spark. I need a spark. I need some fun. I need that fun. I'm in the dark. Like what's to come? It was always me versus me. It was never me versus you. Misunderstood. Get up, had to beat those eyes. Got up and I beat those eyes. That's understood. It was always me versus me. It was never me versus you. And now I'm good. Wake up and I do my part. Wake up and I do my job. Just how I should. It was always me versus me. It was never me versus you. Misunderstood. Get up, had to beat those eyes. Got up and I beat those eyes. That's understood. It was always me versus me. It was never me versus you. And now I'm good. Wake up and I do my part. Wake up and I do my job. Just how I should. It's me versus me. It's you and I. The time is now.
You do you, Todd.
I chose my path. No choosing sides. I'll take what comes. Hit for the ride.
Welcome back to the UW-Stout esports stream. Coming up soon, we have the UW-Stout Blue Devils varsity team versus the Fanshawe Fuel. Now, right now, UW is coming off of a very close loss to Carleton. They lost 9-13 on Bind and 11-13 on Haven. Really close matches there. We're currently in the group stage. So to make it out of the group stage, UW needs to beat Fuel here today and Akron, the current kind of powerhouse of their group, in the next match they have. But this is the CVAL Collegiate Valorant League. Now, before we get into the map and agent select, I want to introduce Sleepy. Sleepy Boy here. I've cast with him a couple times before. Good to see him back here. How are you doing today?
I'm doing all right. I'm excited to see some collegiate Valorant. It's been a minute since I got to cast for a team that's in the CVAL group stage, so I'm excited. And it's sort of do or die this match as well. They do sort of need to win this in order to continue to move forward in the competition and try and get out of that group stage. And so I'm excited to see the performance that they will have to put up, and I'm excited to see if they can put up that performance and meet the expectations that would be required to sort of hit the level of play we need to see. Yeah, I'm excited for all of these players. Obviously, this is a different set of players from what we saw earlier today. This is the varsity team. So we've got Breezy, we've got Dion, we've got Uface, we've got Pika, we've got Toodles. And I'm excited to see how they perform on their respective roles.
Yeah, and talking about the roles here, Breezy, the IGL and Sentinel main, he brings a lot to the team. He's got the coordination while being the main and strong side anchor and lurker when he needs to. And D Young, the star duelist, the space maker. A lot of what the team does revolves around getting D Young in the best position to open up and just pop off, getting as many multi-kills and just opening up a bunch of space while taking sites. Uface, the controller player, strong presence, make sure that everything covered for the entire team. And if she's the last one alive, then there's a high chance the round will be clutch. We got Pika. The newest addition to the team is the Flex, specializing as the initiator, the Flash initiator. He shows strong growth and mechanics that shine in matches, and it's going to be really fun to see how he fits into the whole roster. And finishing it out, we got Toodles, the info initiator, and sometimes being a flex player. Toodles does a great job supporting executes, giving as much information as possible, as well as being a good side anchor. And he's especially strong at holding angles, locking down lanes that really need to be locked down. So we have a really, really well-rounded team here that has a lot of coordination and a lot of teamwork that's going to go into to trying to get them through this group stage.
Yeah, clearly a very packed roster of players. We're talking about Breeze on this IGL role. I'm going to be looking forward to seeing some of the calls that can be made. I'm used to seeing IGLs on actually the controller role a lot of the time, even though they can definitely work on that Sentinel role, and I'm going to be excited to see how they're able to play around with that Sentinel role and help command their team. We've got this Star Duelist. I'm definitely ready to see DeYoung find some good kills. I'm excited to see if they can live up to that Star Duelist name, and I'm pretty sure that we will be able to see that come through. We did talk about that sort of close-ish Haven match, and so I'm 11-13, not a scoreline to scoff at against a very powerful team. And I think coming off of a tough loss like that, this is one of those moments you want to be able to prove yourself. And I think this team can do something like that. I expect to see them put up better numbers. I expect to see them show improvements from what we saw from them before, and adapt to the show that adaptability I know that they can bring.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, coming off of like a 2-0 loss in the CVAL, like in this group stage, it's a heavy hit. It would hit a lot less if it was a 2-1, but this right here can be a bounce back. They almost got that tie-up match that went to the decider last time against Carleton. If only they were able to clutch out 1 or 2 more rounds on Haven, it would have been a lot closer, but we did see some improvement. They lost 9-13 on Bind, adapted a little bit, and then they did end up losing, but to a lot less of a discrepancy in rounds. So what I've seen both from the varsity team and the previous team we saw earlier today, they have great adaptability. They adapt on the fly really quickly, and a lot of the time, from what I saw in that last time, they didn't take a single timeout. They just adapted in the pre-round and post-round, and they were able to make it work really well. And honestly, we'll have to see if we're going to get another 2-0 W today with the varsity team.
Yeah, and especially when we're talking about an academy team being able to have those set strategies that work well, and then when they don't, when you fall short, showing that you know how to clean up those discrepancies, figuring out how to work around those side executes, clear outside a little bit better, figure out how to, maybe play a little bit more aggressive on your defense like we saw from the academy team to shut down that push. If that's what we saw from the academy team, I would be shocked if we didn't see that from the varsity team. There's a reason this is the team in CVAL, and so if they can show, much, if the academy team is only 10% of what this varsity team is capable of, we're going to see a very powerful performance. So I'm definitely looking forward to see where we're going. Speaking of looking to see where we're going, let's go ahead and take a look at the map select. And it does appear we will be seeing Ascent as the first ban from Blue Devils, and then Fuel goes ahead and bans Split.
Yeah, and we got the Blue Devils on attack on Bind, showed in the previous match with the Academy team. Bind can be a very strong map for them, especially on the attacking side, going into the last team getting an 8-round in a row lead on the Falcons. But the varsity team is going to be really interesting to see how they play it, what their team comp is going to be like, and then once again, we have the varsity team going on Haven. Well, Bind and Haven, the two matches are the two maps that they lost on before, but the Blue Devils picked Bind. So this is going to be a really good rebound match to see what they can really pull off here. And Fuel picking Haven, another chance at redemption on these two matches. And then once again, we see Breeze and Sunset did get banned, just like the Academy match before this one. And the deciding match, should we get to it, was picked by the Blue Devils Lotus, a very, very strong match, very, very strong map from the side of the Blue Devils, as we saw before with the academy team. So it's going to be really, really cool to see what the varsity team can bring out on this one.
Yeah, and we were talking about showing that adaptability, and there's no better way to prove your adaptability as a team than playing the exact same composition in maps that you lost previously. And so obviously Blue Devils is coming off of that match knowing that there's a lot they needed to improve. They were able to do that, and I'm hoping that they can show that here. Obviously, we likely have Fuel coming in, hoping to maybe take advantage of what their previous opponents took advantage of as well, where Blue Devils did fall short a little bit on Bind and on Haven against Carlson. And so Fuel's probably definitely going to be trying to repeat some of that magic and hopefully find some of those same mistakes. And I'm hoping Blue Devils won't put up as poor of a performance on Bind. This is a map where I think a lot of teams tend to play around a little bit with their team comps. Earlier today, we saw that Chamber come out from the Academy team, but there's also a lot of teams that pull out some wild comps. You've seen Double Duelists, you've seen yours come out. Generally, you'll have double controllers. Some teams like to switch that up. And so this is one of those maps where it really is up to the team's discretion. There's not a whole lot of meta you need to follow. There's not that one agent pick everybody goes for. It's really just up to whatever the team feels most comfortable with. Generally, you're going to see that raise. Generally, you'll maybe see a Cypher or a Killjoy, but beyond that, it's really up to the team to decide what those remaining 3 agents will be.
Oh, absolutely. And when it comes to the initiator side of things, if you go for a double initiator on Bind, like, you will typically never have an idea of what combination you're going to get. Typically, you'll get a Sky because of the flash and the dog info gathering abilities, but I've seen people play just Breach as the initiator on Bind. I've seen people play Sova as the info initiator. I've seen so many different team compositions on Bind, each with different strategies, and none of them are the same. So Bind is one of those maps that really, really shows the ability of a team to adapt to different team compositions, to different play styles, and how they're going to work with the agents that they pick to counter the other play styles. So it comes down to the ability of the IGL to communicate when they need to adapt certain things, and it comes down to each individual person's mechanical and ability skill to win them each gunfight and each team fight for that matter. So teamwork is definitely an aspect on Bind that needs to be recognized, and definitely is nothing to scoff at. Because out of all the maps in the current map pool, I would say Bind is the one where team play is one, if not the most important part.
Yeah, I do wonder, for me personally on Bind, I think the agent comp I like the most is generally going to be that Cypher, Raze, Brim, Viper, and then maybe Sky is your initiator. Is that the comp you tend to favor, or is there, you talked about how sometimes teams like to go for that Breach or Sova. Is that the direction you tend to favor, you've seen do well?
Sometimes I've seen some teams go for a more, if they pick to go on the attacking side, I've seen them go for quite a very aggressive team composition, revolving around going a double initiator with Sky and Breach, and even adding a Yoru into that. But the typical safe team composition, I would say, is definitely a Raze, and Reyna is becoming a little bit more meta on this map, with a lot of the new meta revolving around just blocking off sightlines and having chunks. But the Reyna eye mixed with a Breach or Sky Flash can be a insanely deadly combo. So Reyna is becoming a little bit more prevalent on this map, but typically I'll see a Sky, Killjoy, Raze, Omen sometimes, and definitely Viper. I think that is a very, very consistent and reliable team composition for some teams that are a little bit less experienced and not very good on Bind. It's a safe composition, it's reliable, and you can make really good plays with it. And then there's some teams that like to completely disregard that and go for something very wacky. But going into this agent select here, the Blue Devils, we're seeing a very similar team composition to the Academy. We have Pika on Sky, Toodles on the Chamber like we saw, Breezy going for the Viper, D Young on Raze, and Uphase on Brimstone. I believe this is the same team composition that the Academy Blue Devils went for. And
Yeah.
Fuel seems to not be hovering very many. It looks like Bill is hovering just a ton of agents, maybe the flex player. Akimbo seems to be hovering Omen, and Sustain hard hovering that Sage, and Bill looks like now hovering Sky. Might go for that double heal. But I think we're going to be looking at maybe another double controller composition from the side of Fuel.
Yeah, and generally that's pretty common. I'm a little bit curious to see this Sage come out, because although it's an agent, I think was definitely a big part of the old bind composition, and a lot of teams still use it a lot. I tend to, maybe find, you might be able to find more value out of another Sentinel. I just see Sage not as necessary, especially if you're gonna also have a Sky. Having a Sky and a Sage, you've got one piece of util that sort of overlaps in that sense, and it looks like they're just gonna lock in with Yoru, switch it up. So they're running that double controller, Omen and Viper. They've got Raze as one of their duelists, going to be their primary duelist, and then they've got Yoru as their secondary duelist, and Bill as their solo initiator. So no Sentinel on this side of Fuel. They're gonna be having to play a little bit more aggressive. We're gonna need some good play with the Yoru. I think Yoru's one of those agents that's very high skill, and you need to be finding a lot of value out of the player who's playing on that Yoru. Because if you're falling short, you're not finding those kills, you're not setting your team up effectively, then it's a waste of an agent. And I think Sustain being on Yoru will be interesting to see if they can live up to that. Because again, it's a high skill agent. It's going to be difficult to set yourself up for those plays, or your team up for those plays. And so it'll be interesting to see if that's something that they'll be able to pull out here.
Absolutely. And one thing to make note of here with the Yoru tech on bind, it can be really interesting. Oh, we see the crab, the crab swing coming out from Sustain, but the gate crash from Yoru, being able to send it all the way across to the other site, which basically means no matter what site the attacking side is pushing, Yoru can use that gate crash to essentially make it so that every single site that they go for is a stacked site. With being able to instantly transport all the way across the map, almost like a From the Shadows from Omen.
Yeah, sure. And it's like hard to get right into the round, just because we're starting on the offense. Moving forward, Breezy's already taken game for this angle. There you go. TP right out of there in towards that CT. Now you do see Sound being cut by Blue Devils. They've got this spike. They've got U-Phase over here with the spike near this B long entrance in towards Tree. It does look like that's where the team's going to be heading.
And Mink picked off Toodles, the lurker, off on the other side, and Bill popping through really quick, getting a 2K, and Jake picking off Pika. Breezy able to find one, but Akimbo trades back really quickly for an almost flawless round victory from Fuels to start off this series.
Yeah, very dominant way to do it as well. And getting that aggressive first push and getting that aggressive first round does mean, you get to move in the traditional. You're going to be on that anti-eco. You're going to have those specters. And so Blue Devil's going to have to make that decision to probably just take an eco and try and fight against this anti-eco as best as they can. You just saw Fuel put up a very impressive display of how to play that defense. They found those picks where they needed to. They were able to deny that early vision that Blue Devils was trying to go for. Toodles, though, this round going to start it off. Sustain goes down. That's going to be that pick in towards Showers. Breezy going to be following it up with a Sheriff, although Mink will get away. Does some damage as well. Breezy's down 50. It's not going to make this a 4v5 for Fuel, though. That does mean they're down a player. You see this fight, though, about to be taken down towards Fountains.
Yeah, it looks like Fuel is trying to push out a little bit, trying to even the numbers here, and it looks like it worked out for them, taking out D Young, the duelist, and Akimbo with the Phantom on the anti-eco round here, easily taking off Breezy.
Oh!
Toodles with a nice little flick there onto Akimbo, taking down the only rifle that Fuel had in their pocket, completely opening up the site. It looks like they're a little bit cautious going in there. They're going for the plant here, and it will go down. Pika is a little bit low on health, but is able to bring up Toodles back to full HP. Has Chamber Deagle and regular Sheriff in his pocket, ready to go. Fuel is trying to push up as much as possible, and
Wow.
Jackie G picked up the Phantom, able to get a little bit of a corner peek onto Toodles, and they were able to pick him off one after another. Great anti-eco here from Fuel, and Blue Devils did do a decent amount of damage here, taking away a lot of Spectres, leaving them with only one Spectre and one Phantom to go into their bonus round.
Yeah, you killed 3 out of the 5 of those players that ended up going down on that side of Fuel, which is definitely a good way to play your eco. You're killing the majority of those players. Now you're going to be going into a buy round against what would be a bonus, but there's only a few of those guns in the hands of Fuel, so Blue Devils should be able to take this round. You saw that post plan a little bit wonky. They weren't quite able to cover each other's angles, and that's sort of why that retake went so well for Fuel. So we'll see if Blue Devils will clean that up a bit in those 2v2 situations. Now that they have guns, it should be fairly easy to do so. This round going to continue to test in towards A short, as Blue Devils has been these past few rounds. And they're actually going to start pushing up this time, testing for more than just info. Toodles trying to find a kill, does get some nice damage done, but it's not going to find the kill. They are going to be pushed back by the paint shells. Mink will get away. Breezy holding Cubby. It does look like they're still testing for this info, but once again, they're sending that spike towards Fountain. Akimbo is able to take out Pika. It's a nice pick for Fuel. And this
good little pick there, and Breezy flushed out of there because of the snake bite. Getting completely pushed back. Mink left with only 8 HP remaining. One tap to the foot with a pistol would end the round for Mink here. It's a 4v4, really low health for the Blue Devils. Chamber and Viper here. Toodles and Breezy not looking very good with their Sky down. They can't heal back up to full, but it does look like they're trying to regroup and maybe do a split here on A. But are they going to expect the flank from the Yoru from the side of Fuel? Looks like Mink is back up to full health because of the Sky. And the Seekers unable to find anything. 12 seconds left in the round, and they are going to be going for the plant, holding these crossfires here. Breezy completely blind for a long time. Bill able to pick off Toodles and sustain the flank. Able to find Yufei. Mink also onto Breezy. A clean retake coming out from them, but D Young able to find 2. Able to delay just a little bit and almost clutches out the round. And Bill able to clean up a very, very close round there. Nice little comeback from D Young on the side of Blue Devils here. But Fuel is just able to clean it up, able to do chip damage and secure the round victory for them, giving them a 3-0 lead here on Bind.
Yeah, Blue Devils, they weren't able to really test as far in as they wanted. They weren't able to find that early pick on a Mink. They couldn't quite get that damage done. And then once they were starting to execute onto the site, there was a lot of time pressure applied. They sort of had to leave their backs open. And that flank was allowed to come through. They weren't paying enough attention to that U-Haul fight, and overall, it just, that post plant was a little bit more sloppy than what Blue Devils would have wanted. So hopefully moving forward, now that they're on an eco, they're going to struggle a little bit more, but I am hoping they'll be able to clean that up and get some of those buys with a good post plant. But for now, they're on this eco, just going to be trying to do as much damage as they can. A fight being taken down long on B. And really no damage, not a whole lot of damage done to either side. Although Sustain able to get the flash and gonna find 2. DeYoung and Yufei both go down. Makes it a 3v5 eco for Blue Devils.
Mink finding 2 on the other side as well. Completely shutting down any space taking. Toodles left alone, nothing but a Guardian in hand. Trying to find 1 onto Sustain, ends up grabbing it. Are they gonna expect it? And Toodles expected them to be pushing up onto Sands, unable to get it, was vulnerable and just tapped out. Near flawless round win there for Fuel, giving them the 4th round. And one thing to note, Sleepy, is the Blue Devils, they do have plans and strategies for all of their pistol and eco rounds, and they typically work out very well, but Fuel is just the gun advantage and the distance. They were just able to take enough of advantage of that to secure that victory. If the Blue Devils, they had a great idea there. If they had full guns, they might have been able to make something work a little bit better.
Yeah, and already it started off going a little bit better for the Blue Devils as DeYoung will find a pick onto Bill down long, gonna follow it up. Sustain goes down. There's only 1 defender left on B site. Although the TP gonna come through, gonna have to be dealt with here. Meanwhile, the site being pushed into from tree. Yufei is gonna find a pick. It's down to Mink from this flanked position in TP. Not quite gonna be able to find the clearing out that he would like. And Toodles will take them down. It's now gonna be a 1v5 for Akimbo. And it's gonna be lost.
And the first round victory for the Blue Devils, flawlessly executed onto the B site. Notice that the initial pick was very helpful for them and as soon as they got the pick, they executed right onto the site just like they needed to. Didn't give the defense any chance to rotate over to fill the gaps, and they really took advantage of that and secured that round victory. And now that we're going into the 6th round, the economy is looking fairly good, the Blue Devils, but if they lose this round, their economy might be damaged for the next couple of rounds.
There's Sustain pulling out the Dimensional Drift, getting ready to ult through, find weak points in these players' defense. Does find it, tries to come from behind with the shorty, and Toodles is going to punish. But good vision gained. They know where these players are coming from, and the flank can follow. Mink going to take out Breezy and also take out the trademark. Watching that flank, Bill going to take out DeYoung, and now it's a 4v3 defense for Fuel. They got that player advantage. Dimensional Drift used beautifully.
One enemy remaining.
Great pain shells coming in from Mink, flushing out Toodles and getting that pick out there. Bill cleaning up on Yufei's, but quickly traded back by Pika, and Fuel adapted one more time to their play style and ended up securing the next round victory. But now coming into here, we have 4 ultimates that are online for the side of the Blue Devils and only 1 for Fuel. We got the Tour de Force, the Seekers, the Showstopper, and the Hellfire. It's looking good for this round from the Blue Devils if they're able to capitalize off of their ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, it's very clear they still have this sort of proactive play in the bank. I think they just struggled to do a repeat of what they had done on their round win. And it looks like this time they're just going to focus more towards this A push, try and take advantage of where they've seen these players holding before, but Sustain going to deny it. DeYoung goes down. Breezy able to take out Mink. Akimbo going to trade it off, though. Toodles goes down. Now it's going to be 4v3. Fuel once again has that player advantage. We've said it so many times. 2-player in showers. Ooh, that flank from Jakey going to be rewarded, and Breezy will go down. 4v2 now. Pika through the smoke. Sustain goes down. Okay. Akimbo trying to maybe deny that push through showers, but it will come through. They know where Akimbo is. They know there might be a player in U-Haul. Yufei, meanwhile, watching that flank, going to take out Jakey. Pika going to take out Akimbo. Suddenly, the 2-player advantage is gone, and Fuel is in a 1v2. Bill there to clutch it out.
And Seekers do come out, but it lets everybody know where Bill's at. It's a 1v1 Sky v Sky here. Flash does come out, doesn't fully blind Pika. Pika pushing up a little quicker, seeing if they can grab this. It's a duel right here.
Oh.
Bill cleans it up for the nice clutch for Fuel, giving them a 5-round lead right off the bat on Bind.
Yeah, that's a really bad way to end that round. Losing in that clutch situation for Blue Devils, who wanted to start to gain some momentum, to have to now take a timeout doesn't prove the best for them. Fuel's been doing a really good job of denying that early aggression. Any testing or info gathering Blue Devils wants to do towards any of those sites is quickly denied. And then, they try and turn it around on another round and, play with some of the info they've gathered on those previous rounds. And we saw them able to do that in one round, but then they just can't repeat that as Fuel adapts and shuts them down in those early info gathering attempts. And it just seems as though Blue Devils is struggling to find their way through those entrances into the site.
Yeah, we did see a timeout come out here from the Blue Devils, trying to salvage and figure out what they're doing wrong, and hopefully come back in this half and try and at least tie it up 6-6, going into their defensive side. And the Blue Devils are very, very strong on the defensive side, but it would not be very good for them if they were going into it with this big of a round disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, you're sort of, your backs are against the wall here. Blue Devils is going to have to put up a much better performance than what we've seen so far. Again, show some of that proactive play. Show some of that adaptability we were talking about before the map started. Be able to switch it up, find the weak points, and take advantage. It's going to be an aggressive 3-player push out of tree right now for Fuel. grab that orb, and they're going to get it. 2 ults now available. Got that Viper's Pit. They have the From the Shadows. Blue Devils is going to be using that Tour de Force this round. They also have 3 other ults to follow suit. This could be a powerful round for them. You see them splitting up here, defaulting a little bit, playing for some of that aggressive push that Fuel might bring. They did that, but very, very early on, and they haven't really done it since. Now they're testing out towards Tree. Blue Devils may not be rewarded for this patience, and at some point they will have to start this push. Looks like Sustain is getting ready for this setup to clear out long.
Yeah, and DeYoung and Pika seem to be ready for it. And instantly flashed and Sustain, able to spray transfer both of them, able to take him out. And Toodles trades out Akimbo on the opposite side of the map. The Blue Devils just trying to get a feel of the map right there. The spike was down on the ground for most of that. Is Brazy going to expect Sustain to have pushed up this far? And he does, but Sustain able to take him out. One shot remaining, 16 HP. Pushing up even more. Toodles ready for it
30 seconds
with the
left.
Tour de Force. Going to be peeking around here. Made just a little bit of noise. Seeing the gun barrel, but didn't.
Oh, what?
Just barely missed him. Sustain with a 4K, leaving U-Phase in a 1v3 situation. Bill really close on the left side. 12 seconds remaining in the round. Unable to find it, and Bill able to clean that up with a nice round the corner, giving them an even stronger round lead.
Yeah, I think that sort of mental fortitude is starting to be a little bit lackluster for Blue Devils. They're starting to struggle a bit when it comes down to sort of that proactive situational awareness. You're seeing them not able to clear as well. They're not expecting those flash plays that Sustain has been executing time and time again out of long. It just seems any of that anti-flash, any of that strat you could bring to try and prevent that same type of play that Fuel's been able to bring. You would have thought that would come out or something that would have been talked about in that timeout, but Blue Devils is still falling short in that regard, and now they have to move into an eco. Don't have that Tour de Force anymore. And you do see this dimensional drift coming out. Sustain able to just run right down through out of hookah and now back in towards short. So
yeah, Sustain not wanting to make that same mistake that he did last time, with the coming up behind and just getting punished for popping right out in the open. Didn't want to do that. Got back into cover before it was too late. And we do have the Viper's Pit coming out here from Jackie G. Just waiting for somebody to try and pop out of hookah. All of UW-Stout, all the Blue Devils just cooped up right in there. And we will see the showstopper come out from DeYoung. Gonna try and find somebody. Bill's right there.
Ooh.
Just barely any HP remaining. Jackie G lets the Viper's Pit fall down and gets a nice 3K onto Pika and DeYoung to clean up the round to give them yet another almost flawless victory.
Yeah, 1-8, and it's just starting to really look like Blue Devils is running out of ideas here to try and switch it up. You saw Fuel, despite it being an eco from Blue Devils, they pulled out a lot of their ults, and it's just because you're getting down to these final few rounds. Fuel knows that they can win even without those ults, so they're just going to use them when they get them, and that's exactly what they did. Blue Devils ended up pulling out that showstopper on their eco, and they were able to find value out of it, but it was right after the severe amount of damage had been done. So Blue Devils is just starting to struggle to find some of that early momentum in these rounds. They're not able to get that early player advantage. And time and time again, we see Fuel winning these exchanges in that early fight. Although, we do see Toodles able to take out Sustain. Now Fuel will have to even it back out, but they're going to be denied. DeYoung takes out Jakey. Bill wants to continue to take this fight, wants to trade it out. Going to be able to. DeYoung goes down, finds another as well. UFaze just can't find the kill. Oh, and Pika able to take out Mink in towards short. So that does keep this a 2v2, and this spike may be able to go down on the open A site.
Yeah, it's all tied up here. Fuel just on the outside in the defender spawn. Pika will get the spike down here with very little HP remaining. One tap, 27 HP. Akimbo trying to look up in heaven while Bill tries to flush out anybody in U-Haul. Toodles able to dodge the flash. Got a nice transfer over to Akimbo in heaven for a nice 3K to give them the second round win of the half. Going into round 11 here. 2 rounds left to try and close the gap as much as possible before going on to the defense. But two ultimates online. We do have the Hellfire and the Viper's Pit that can be used, but from what it's looking like, the ultimate usage is not very on par with the Blue Devils, and it's kind of interesting to see. The Academy team was very, very aggressive with all their plays, not very methodical, but the varsity team here is very methodical, playing it out a lot more careful, but they seem to be getting punished for playing a little bit too slow. And just as I say that, D-Young picks off Jackie, and then Bill cleans up both of them on the side of B and then pops the Seekers to find the rest of the Blue Devils. Spike is down. They know exactly where it's at. And man, it looks like the Blue Devils are just getting pinched.
Yeah, you do see the Blue Devils now, though, being a little bit afraid of that possibility of a flank. They're letting their Sentinel do some of that lurking to ward that out. Unfortunately for them, the trademark has been TP'd past. Sustain has just simply used their abilities to get through. So this flank is going to come through, and it could be deadly for Blue Devils. They're going to have to start pushing in towards A, which is what they're doing. There's two defenders right next to them on the other sides of this wall. Akimbo's ready to use the util. Not expecting Breeze so close. They do go down. Viper's Pit now comes out to clear out U-Haul. Sustain on the flank has been expected. Pika will find the pick. Mink is still here behind box, waiting to find a pick, and they do, but Breezy shuts it down, trade it out. Bill needs to clutch a 1v2. You're on half HP, no way to heal yourself. This spike does go down. You're going to have to push through Viper's Pit. And these two players ready. Toodle is going to be the one to find the final pick, and that's a third round win for Blue Devils. Just one more round away from getting to that fourth round. I want to see them at that 4-8. That's definitely a winnable scoreline. Anything less, they're going to be struggling quite a bit to get through.
I mean, yeah, as you said, I mean, going into the second half, 8-4 is significantly better than going into the second half, 9-3. Yeah, most people would be like, but 9-3 curse is better. But when it comes to a lot of these higher tier and collegiate tournaments, the mentality is really where it needs to be. And if they can keep the score line under 4, then they can really, they can definitely come back from this discrepancy. And Toodles showing dominance at the beginning of the round once again, constantly getting the first pick onto Sustain. Invested in the operator, but also got a Vandal right here. Mink taking a little bit of chip damage, but also dealing some himself. Jackie able to pick off U-Phase to even the score line just a little bit. Toodles up on top, catches Mink off guard a little bit with Roomba in hand. Player advantage is now in the side of the Blue Devils. Fuel now down 3-4. But the Blue Devils they seem to be capitalizing off of it just a little bit. Seekers do come out to find all of them. They notice that only one of them is on site, and the two are over on B. They're needing to take this as quick as possible before Fuel is able to regroup onto site. Akimbo trying to keep as much space back site as possible so that his team can rotate over around. Bill now doubled up there, and Jackie gets hit by that trademark and slowed down. And Akimbo gets a shot through the boxes onto Toodles, evening the players. Bill trying to push through U-Haul a little bit, gives away his location. D-Young waiting for him right around the corner, gets picked off by Pika while Breezy picks up Kimbo. And Jackie gets a 3K down to 1v1 situation for Jackie G. D-Young comes out and is able to find a timing, winning them their fourth round and just ever so slightly decreasing the score discrepancy.
Yeah, Blue Devils finishing off that half 3 in a row. That's definitely a good way to start getting your mental up, starting to work your way towards the possibility of continuing that momentum coming into the second half. They're going to have to take this pistol. I mean, they don't have to, but not getting the pistol here would be a severe disadvantage, and Fuel would be looking at possibly that 10-4, just 3 rounds away from a win, and Blue Devils would be having to work through so much. So this pistol is going to be a huge round for Blue Devils. You win it, you get the immediate gun advantage going into the next round. You've got some momentum you can carry. You'll be getting that sort of momentum started that you need to make a comeback like this possible. 4-8, definitely more winnable than 9-3 or 10-2, but there's still a lot of work that Blue Devils will have to work through in order to make this comeback a reality. And as Fuel starts on this offense, you do see them splitting up quite a bit on this pistol.
Yeah, we see a decent amount of split here, but not unheard of. We have Sustain over there on the A site being, as a secondary duelist, especially on that Yoru. We are seeing a little bit of a lurk, but instead just goes to the ult orb and TP's back to regroup with the team. We are going to be seeing a B execute here, but Breezy looks like they're ready. Pops the snake bite to go in, but just misses 2 of them. And Breezy able to pick off Bill. Left with little to no HP remaining as the first pick comes out, and Akimbo able to pick out D Young. The right clicks just were not landing, and Mink and Akimbo
1 enemy remaining.
just tear down the side as Jackie G takes out Toodles. All that's left is U-Phase in a 1v4, and it takes out Akimbo. And Mink, right off the bat, went from a 4v1 down to a 2v1. Everybody a little bit low, 1 or 2 taps away from being down, and it looks like they're going to be caught off guard just a little bit. And Jackie G taking down a U-Phase and Sustain. Just barely able to take down U-Phase, winning them the pistol round. Really, really close. Almost a great clutch from U-Phase there. Oh
yeah,
my
and
gosh.
it's exactly what we talked about before the map started, where we said U-Phase, when describing the players, that U-Phase would be one of those players who could clutch it out and you wouldn't be surprised to see it. And although they didn't quite get it, they nearly got there, and that's still an impressive round. However, Blue Devils take the pistol, or sorry, Fuel takes the pistol, and it talked about how important this was going to be for Blue Devils. Had they taken that pistol, they would have had such a good advantage moving forward, but they don't get it, so they're going to continue to have to work through quite a bit. They're still going to have some room for error to take an eco here. So the anti-eco is going to be in the hands of Fuel now. We'll see what type of performance and damage can be done by Blue Devils. It looks like it's going to be an A execute. Jakey able to take out D Young. Mink takes out U-Phase. Execute going well. Toodles sort of stuck in this smoke. Does get sprayed through. Jakey going to find the pick there. Sustain able to take out Pika. It's a 1v5. What can Breezy do?
Oh, no. Oh, we got a knife. We got a knife fight going on here. Breezy versus Sustain, and Sustain able to take it. Oh my gosh. A flawless anti-eco round right there. 10-4, 3 rounds until they take the victory, unless the Blue Devils can pull out an insane comeback here.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot working against the Blue Devils right now. I think that's easy to say, just with how dominant Fuel's performance is right now. There's definitely hope here. Blue Devils is now on this bye. They're going to be up against that bonus. A lot of those players have guns on that bonus. Sustain going to be the only one with a pistol to continue to try and get some of that eco moving forward. So Fuel has quite a bit of guns to work with here, and you already see Mink using that moving towards Shout.
Yeah, I mean, coming here on the attacking side, Fuel is being super, super aggressive. It's a totally different game than when Blue Devils were on the attacking side, playing a lot more methodical. Fuel is just barging and taking as much space as possible. And right off the bat, D Young able to find Jackie G, taking out the main controller, the main lockdown for Fuel, as they don't have a Sentinel. Left with only Omen, Raze, and Sky. A good combination, and Mink able to find U-Phase back of sight. Smokes, clutch player U-Phase, and Toodles takes out Akimbo on a, seems to be just a bad teleport from his side, and Toodles able to find a third on Mink. Gets flashed and has to retreat just slightly, but the Bills taking the teleporter to try and get a little bit of a, maybe a little bit of a sneak over here onto B site. Jump spots, doesn't find anybody in Hookah. Pika ready, and Breezy just sprays through the wall, able to find Bill. Winning them the first round this half.
Yeah, big round for Blue Devils. That's exactly the round they needed to win, and they really needed to win it with the majority of their players left alive, and they did just that. They did exactly what the doctor ordered, and now they've got some good eco to work with. They're going to be able to move forward. They're able to get another buy going here, and this should be the start for Blue Devils of getting some of that momentum worked up. You still see Pika with only that Bulldog, but for the most part, it's going to be a full buy from both sides. This is now when Blue Devils needs to take advantage of those choke points, just as Fuel did against them. We need to see Blue Devils have as much of a dominant performance as we saw from Fuel, and then some if they want to win it without going to OT. It does look like.
One changeup we're seeing over here from Fuel is a little bit more methodical. They seem to be taking space a little bit slower and just gathering as much information as possible, as opposed to just running it down and mowing down everything on they see. But A little interesting thing to point out in the top left there, Spike is down in the middle of the map, a little bit towards the B site, but Spike is just on the floor. So if they wanted to pick it up, oh, D Young with a, whoa, what's going on there with that satchel? But Akimbo trades out, giving it, trying to even the scoreline just a little bit there. 3-4 for the side of Blue Devils. They did pick up the Spike on the way back over to A site. Sistine is confidently taking that space, but UFaze seems to be having a timing for a flank onto the Blue Devils, and the Spike did go down. Bill and Akimbo are over there locking down U-Haul, and Sustain just kind of in that corner. Bill able to take out UFaze. That flank timing, unfortunately, wasn't in their favor. And Toodles able to take out Sustain there, and Pika takes out Akimbo, and just a nice cleanup there from Pika and Toodles taking the site. And honestly, Sleepy, I think this is really the round that the Devils needed to just kind of get a little bit more momentum going into this. They decreased the score line, they damaged the eco, and they were able to go into the next round with 3 people still alive.
Yeah, it also definitely showed that Fuel cannot go for those default plays where they're just sort of playing very split up, looking for that contact, because that's exactly what they were doing. And then they lost those players that were trying to find that information. And then from that point forward, they were down a player, had to work with that. I think it just came down to they lost that post plant because it was a beautiful retake execution in that 3v3 from the Blue Devils. But at the same time, Fuel definitely struggled early on in that round, and I think that's important to note. And as we move forward, we will see Fuel trying to maybe still play a bit split, but you do see them leaning more towards B, and that's where that spike's going to be taken. Now the Trailblazers are going to continue to clear out space down towards Tree. It's an eco coming out from Fuel, so this is going to be difficult for Blue Devils to play against. We do see that fight being taken. They know where Breezy is, trying to do some damage. Sustain with the Judge pushed up in towards Hookah, gonna punish Breezy for trying to find info.
Honestly, that was a pretty good corner there from Breezy. Unfortunately, Sustain was just aware and short range with the Judge. Blue Devils, showstopper out on Mink. Blue Devils are just trying to pull themselves together, get their heads screwed on straight, and figure out how they want to retake this. 3 of them coming from the defender's spawn, and one of them already in cubby and corner. Young able to find one with the, and Sustain able to find 3 before getting taken out by D Young. And D Young finding 3 before getting taken out by Jackie G, and Jackie able to pull out a clutch there right at the end with barely any HP remaining, making it 11-6 for Fuel.
That was just, I mean, that's astonishing to win that 1v2 when all you have is a Judge and a Sheriff, and you're not really taking a close range fight with that Sheriff. It was a bit, or with that Judge, it was a bit more medium range, and they still found the W, and then they pull out the Sheriff to get the final head tap. A bit of a shocker there for Blue Devils to lose. It could have easily been a round win. And again, we were talking about how some of that momentum was being gained, but to lose that eco is not going to allow you to gain some of that momentum. And now Blue Devils is going to be having to make up for that as they move forward. Sustain using the dimensional drift, finding these defenders on B site, going to do some damage. Mink able to take out Pika, going to continue to try and push in. But Breezy going to be able to take out Akimbo and Jakey, and D Young going to take out Sustain. Mink takes out Breezy. It's now going to be down a player for Fuel. This spike is not yet down.
Mink able to find D Young, quickly traded back by Toodles, making it a 2v1 in favor of the Blue Devils. There is still the Brimstone old Hellfire ready to come out, and it looks like Mink might be aware that Toodles will be right around here. Able to find him, left with 41 HP remaining with a 4K. There is ace potential here, and the Hellfire does come out. Able to single it out, and UFaze able to clutch it up and secure that round. Doesn't allow them to get to match point.
That was played pretty well. I think what Fuel was trying to do there is they got faked out by the orbital strike, had to move off the plant. Then they were trying to catch an off angle, but of course, when you're in that retake position, you sort of know that off angle is going to be played after you push them off of the plant. So just a really good display of that retake, and Blue Devils able to win that 1v1. I was worried it was going to be another clutch coming out from Fuel, but Blue Devils does take a round. They very much so needed. They prevent Fuel from getting to that match point. Still, though, Blue Devils going to take this time out because they have been struggling a little bit, especially when it comes to those clutch situations. We saw 2 rounds ago that it was a clutch win from Fuel, so Blue Devils going to be working to try and clean that up.
Yeah, and I think this timeout was very well founded. There's not very much time left. I mean, if they were to lose a couple more rounds, I mean, the timeout really wouldn't even be worth it. So it's good to take it now, kind of compose yourselves, take a little bit of a mental break, make sure your mental is doing all right, even being down 4 rounds. Fuel is 2 rounds away from taking this map. Before we head on to the next one. But there is still hope for the Blue Devils to not even have to go into an overtime if they're able to clutch up these next few rounds in sequence. But we are getting a broken bye from both of these teams. D Young, or never mind, they're going for a full bye, but there is a heavily broken bye on the side of Fuel, some pistols and some rifles, but it looks like they're very, very confident just rushing into A site. I think it's something that they've done before on an eco round. The trademark will catch them out here, but they expected it and Bill took it out. Toodles ready on top of that box. A lot of util being traded back and forth. DeYoung gets the first pick out here, unable to find a second. Quickly traded back by Bill. Now that rifle is there, and we're seeing the Viper's pick come out here. And Toodles able to take out a Kimbo just as the Viper's pick comes up. The score and man advantage is no longer in the favor of Blue Devils as it's evened up here. Toodles 1 HP in that Viper's pit as the Showstopper is coming out, and Bill takes Toodles out with the dog, and the Showstopper unable to find anything. Man advantage is now in the favor of Fuel inside of that Viper's pit as the spike does go down. We might see a counter Viper's pit here from Breezy if they're able to find anything. Shorty in the hands of Jackie G is right here on the edge. Looks like they're trying to push up into Hookah a little bit. Pika trying to find anything around the sides, and Mink picks out right at the right moment as the guns are being traded, and Bill gets a third for the round with the Stinger. Able to clean it up and bring them into map point.
Match point.
Yeah, Blue Devils absolutely does not want to lose yet another pick of Bind. They picked Bind this time around, and it looks like they're going to be struggling to put up the show display they needed to calm the nerves and give some hope that they'd be able to do well in this competition, because it just seems that Bind may have been a misplaced pick. Because again, although they took that time out, they started to show a little bit of weakness. Fuel was able to use that Viper's Pit very effectively, despite being down guns going into it. They were able to find that advantage, and Blue Devils wasn't able to deny that entry. This time around, though, DeYoung will take out Mink to try and do just that. It's now going to make it a 4v5 for Fuel. They're going to continue to try and test in towards A. You see them going in through short. They're having to push through this Viper's Pit, which has now come out. Gonna have to play against a Judge as well. Nearly able to, but DeYoung is watching, making sure to watch Breezy's back. He will find the pick on Sustain. Breezy able to take out Jakey as well. This Viper's Pit will remain up, and now Fuel going to have to approach this from Showers and from the shadows from Kimbo to get in towards Heaven. DeYoung, though, ready for it. Pick will come through. DeYoung going to continue to lock this down. It's down to Bill in a 1v5. Going to have to at least try and prevent the Flawless, and can't do that. 4 kills in the round for DeYoung. They clean it out. Bill will go down. And at 8-12, we could see a potential yet another 13-8 scoreline. Or 13-9, sorry.
Yeah, it's looking like that round was a really good look there for the Blue Devils. They were able to capitalize off of DeYoung's just pure mechanical ability, keeping Breezy safe with that with the Judge play in the Viper's Pit while they were flashed. Great looks on the side of DeYoung, really showing as the star duelist. It put in a prime position, and honestly, just great mechanical skill coming out from them. And it looks like the Fuel is adapting a little bit, trying to find a little bit of an opening there on B, but it looks like they might be running straight into a stacked site where they still have Jackie and Sistine over on the A site to try and gather information and maybe catch a flank going out there. So it looks like we might be running into a 3v3 team fight over on B. It does get smoked out by UFaze, trying to delay any push. They grab the ultimate orb, and it looks like they're backing off to maybe regroup with the rest of their team over near A site. Trademark was broken. A short. Paint shells thrown. Trading utility. Sustain. Quickly flicked on by DeYoung. Pure mechanical skill right there. Great look. Toodles trying to catch a little bit of an over-under angle, and paint shells are going to be traded, and Bill able to pick off Breezy while caught in an unfortunate situation. DeYoung able to pick up a third for the round, almost a fourth if they didn't have to reload, and Bill able to trade out.
30 seconds
UFace finding a Kimbo. Really, really good man advantage on the side of Blue Devils here. Bill is the only one left yet again. Ended up getting stunned by the dog. Near full HP here, 95. Can take a couple bullets here, a little bit more than Pika can. Only 12 seconds remaining
10 seconds left.
in the round. Playing it super slow, and it looks like Bill is going to go for a save.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot you can do at this point. Blue Devils continuing, or at least starting to rev up their engine, starting to deny that entry, starting to deny that early contact Fuel is looking for. Blue Devils doing a very good job of it. We see FD Young just able to really pull it back. I think, or sorry, D Young, not FD Young. We see D Young really starting to pull it together, able to do exactly what we expect from them, that powerful duelist role. Some of these players on Blue Devils have been struggling a little bit when it comes down to it, so Toodles and DeYoung able to make up for that, more than double some of the kills of their compatriots. Definitely helps them to start building up towards making that comeback a reality, and I think that's exactly what they need if they want to take it to OT, which is what they're going to be looking for. Boombot available for DeYoung, going to send it down short. It's going to be the name of the game for Fuel. You do see Blue Devils trying to stop it, but DeYoung, that player I was just talking about, goes down to Mink, winning the Raze duel. It's an eco coming out from Fuel as well. But getting that early player advantage is so huge. You have two players in showers, one of them with an operator, UFace, the one with the Vandal, to back up Toodles with the op, and will take out Jakey. Paranoia does come through, but it's a bit too late. Now Kimbo with the Sheriff going to continue to try and lock down the Showers entrance. Spike still hasn't gone down. Akimbo wants to be able to plant it. Gonna plant it for CT in Heaven. Pika able to take out Sustain. Meanwhile, over near B. And Mink will go down to U-Phase. Makes this a 2v3. But Bill going to take out Toodles. Sorry, it was a 2v4. Now it's a 2v3. You got a 2v3. You have to be played here well by Fuel. Only one of them has a Vandal. The other with the Sheriff. And U-Phase going to take that Sheriff out. Akimbo goes down. And Pika able to win the Sky Duel with Bill. And that does mean yet another round won by Blue Devils. They're now just 2 rounds away from taking to overtime.
Yeah, these last couple rounds have been absolutely crucial for the Blue Devils to come back. They're playing together, they're trading well, and this momentum that they're gathering might put Fuel in a little bit of a mental scenario where they're getting a lot of pressure put on them to try and close this out. But the Blue Devils have even more mental pressure on that. It's a total mental game right now because the Blue Devils, they're 1 round away from losing the map, but they're 2 rounds away from taking it to overtime. Fuel is 2 rounds away from having to go to overtime and 1 round away from winning the duel. It's a total mental game here. And Toodles with a nice pick on Jakey shuts down the primary site, splitting up the site. That's a lot of util that's gone for Fuel that they're gonna have to try and recover. They do still have smokes with Akimbo, but not the stalling potential of Jakey here. And Mink completely flashed. Peak able to pick off Sustain and able to trade right back and gets 2 onto Breezy. Toodles alone in defender spawn with an operator, trying to plant the spike. Orbital strike doesn't quite deny it, and we have the showstopper come out, unable to find any. Showstopper coming out from DeYoung as well, and UFace able to pick off 2, securing them with yet another round victory for a chaotic site retake.
Yeah, so many ults expended in that round from both sides. Got the showstopper come out from Fuel, and it was not quite able to find the value they wanted. But at the same time, that operator was shut down. There's just so much that was going right for the Blue Devils there, as they were able to deny that use out of Fuel. They were able to use that orbital strike to deny that plant. It was just a beautiful show of display from Blue Devils, and they are now 1 round away from overtime. At the very least, they've put up a better scoreline than they did on their previous loss, but it's in reach to take it to overtime and try and get that win. We got that operator in the hands of Toodles still. We saw them find that early pick that was carried through by the Blue Devils to continue that dominance in the round. We'll see if they can find that early contact once again.
Absolutely, and it looks like Jakey is not wanting to take that duel again against Toodles with that operator. Pika getting spotted right here by the dog, knowing that at least Sky is there, but they typically know that the Raze and Sky are typically paired up So it looks like the two lurkers, Jakey was a little overextended there, and DeYoung able to punish for it, but Mink able to trade right back with Pika on an unfortunate little peek right there. And it looks like we will have the paint shells come out, and Breezy trying to get some value out of that one corner there, but punished once again. Kimbo making the player advantage go in their favor, able to trade out that Spectre for a Phantom, and DeYoung gets spotted coming out of the smoke, able to pick off Mink up on top of those boxes. Unable to pick off another assist shoots through the crate. U-Phase and Toodles, all that's left to keep the Blue Devils in the game. It's all up to them right here. Are they going to be able to pull it off? While Toodles has an operator and sustain, goes into the dimensional drift, and Bill able to pick off U-Phase. It's down to Toodles right here and now. Is he going to be able to secure this round win? We have a lot of util being used by Yoru with the clone and fake teleports. And sustain the disrespect. Able to win the round with a knife kill in the back. Oh.
Yeah, that's it's a bit of a disappointing way to go out, to end it like that. Is you know what? Not exactly what you wanted, but the Blue Devils, at the very least, like I said, going into that round, they were able to do a better performance than their previous loss on Bind. Speaking of better performance than previous loss on Bind, that's what we're going to have to see coming out on Haven. Now, they definitely showed a little bit of that lack of adaptability, especially early on Bind, and I do think they'll have to pull it a little bit together going into Haven. Some of those players are going to have to make up for their weaker performances on Bind a little bit. Haven's definitely one of those more open maps. It's easier to find some of that good performance on either side. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to see that on this 3-site map. But yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely improvement coming out on Bind. They lost 11-13. It's a lot closer than it was before. Even though it was just a 2-round difference, getting that much closer, you're able to show and learn from each experience and get better. And I'm sure that next time they get thrown on to Bind, they're going to have a lot more plays, a lot more adaptability, and maybe even a different team comp that'll allow them to succeed a little bit more. But before we get into Haven, we are going to be throwing to a quick 2-minute break.
Watch the clock ticking off the wall, but tonight I'm letting it go. Spend my coin for sure. I'm gonna be myself, or I could be someone else. No one's stopping me now. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I just wanna feel alive. It's just what I do when I'm out, so try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me, no, nothing can break me. Lay my troubles to rest. Blow the smoke through my cigarette. City lights looking fine, and I know this is my time now. I'm gonna be myself, or I could be someone else. No one's stopping me now. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I just wanna feel alive. It's just what I do when I'm out, so try not to hold me down. Feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me, no, nothing can break me. Look at those beautiful stars. I wanna drive a faster car. I'm gonna be myself. I'm gonna be someone else. I'm gonna be myself. I'm gonna be someone else. I'm gonna skip my break.
Sorry about that. I was muted, and we are back. We're ready to get into the map of Haven. And it looks like we're going straight. Oh, never mind. We're not going into agent select just yet. But what agents do you think we're going to be seeing come out here, Sleepy?
I do like Haven in the sense that I think it gives a lot of room for teams to sort of play around a little bit with where they want to go. And I think, one of those is we see some teams try out that double controller for the longest time, and I think it's still definitely a factor. Teams tend to favor that breach meta. You get your breach, you get your Sova, you get your Jet, you get your Killjoy, and you get your Omen. That's sort of the base. This is what most teams are going to be building on, maybe doing some variations of, but that's sort of the meta most teams go for. I expect at least one of the teams to pull it out. But we also just saw a team pull out Yoru on my mind is blanking right now.
Bind.
On Bind, there you go. And so I think this is definitely one of those situations where you might see them try out, maybe you'll pull out the Chamber. You've got sort of this longer angles. Chamber was previously pretty solid on this map, and although he's not back to where he was before, he definitely has, found his way sort of back into the map pool for some teams, so we may see some teams pull him out. But generally, I think I still like the breach meta quite a bit. I think there's a lot of reasons to still choose it. Even though it's been around for a while, a lot of teams know how to play against it. It's also one of those comps that a lot of teams know how to play with fairly well, and it does, lend its hand to, at that point, just coming down to whichever team has that strategical edge. So I'm hoping at least one of the teams pulls it out. But I would also not be surprised if one of the teams decided to pull out, some of those weirder picks, Yoru, Reyna, maybe go for double duelist. We'll see where it goes.
Yeah, I mean that's one thing that I really like about CVAL, about the CVAL league. Like collegiate Valorant, they like to pull out a lot of interesting team compositions. But if one of them was to pull out the breach, pull the breach out on this map, would not be surprised. Although a lot of it's a double-edged sword because it's very reliable and you can make a lot of really good plays with the breach stun and flash ability. And just the stalling ability, which had recently been nerfed with the Aftershock only having 2 bursts now instead of 3. Stalling ability is a little bit worse, but it still has a lot of potential. But a lot of teams also know how to play around it quite a bit. And we're not going to get into agent select quite yet. It's just going to be a couple more minutes. There seemed to be a little bit of a technical difficulty going on, but I think that this match right here, we might be able to see the Blue Devils pull out a win here. The last match, they only lost 11-13 on their last Haven match. Sorry, but they do have there's a lot of room for improvement. And if we saw what we did on Bind with them, instead of losing 9-13, they lost 11-13. They've definitely improved, and they definitely worked on some of their weaknesses on that match, and I'm hoping to see the same stuff pull out here, maybe even pull a win out of this 3-site map, but it can get a little bit difficult. I can't remember. Are they on the defense or attacking side?
I believe they're shooting on defense, if I'm not mistaken. It could be the other way around. But I like what you're saying here, where, there's sort of this element of they did better on Bind, maybe they can do better here on Haven. I definitely want to see a win here on Haven from them to show that they've improved. I will say, like, the thing with Bind is it's one of those maps that a lot of teams are continuously putting a lot of time into, and it will be fuel starting on that defense. I got it wrong, of course. But on the flip side, as you do have Bind being one of those maps that a lot of teams put a lot of time into, Haven's one of those maps a lot of teams understand how to play, and they sort of put it on the back burner sometimes as far as trying to figure out where or how differently they want to play.
Totally. And I mean, as we're going into agent select here, the wish did come true. It looks like Pika is coming out on that breach. We got Toodles. Instead of playing the Sentinel, we're seeing the info initiator of Sova, very reliable on this map. A lot of cross map info gathering ability. We got D Young still on that duelist role on the Jet this time around. We got U-Phase, the controller, running that Astra, which has been kind of creeping into the Haven meta with the cross map abilities, and Breezy, Killjoy, not unheard of, able to really lock down the C and A sites with just a pure microwave of abilities. And on the side of Fuel, we got Jet. We have an actual mirror match coming out here.
Yeah.
We got Sustain on the Jet, Bill on the Breach, Mink on the Sova, which is a little bit different than the Rays we saw before from Mink. Akimbo, once again, on the Smokes controller, and Jakey on the Killjoy. So total mirror match here on Haven. So we're going to have to see what both of these teams are able to pull out and kind of what strategies they're going to be going for here pretty soon.
Yeah, and this is, I believe, last time on Haven, Blue Devils did fairly well on their offense, and then they struggled a bit more on their defense. So hopefully this time around, they're still able to do well on their offense and then clean up their act a little bit when it does come to that defense. And I think that's the story for a lot of teams. We tend to see Haven be a little bit more offense-sided. It is a 3-site map. So, you know, when you're on offense, you're having to test a lot, or you're not having to test a lot, rather, because the defense can only be on so many sites at once. So it allows you some of that ease of access. So Blue Devils will likely be able to take control of that. And starting on the pistol, they do test in towards A, that recon dart going to do just that. It does push that defense back a little bit. Blue Devils going to continue to test. You get Dion going in towards short to clear it out. Meanwhile, Mink going to swing out long, and Pika goes down, looking for more as well, pushing out, hoping that maybe Blue Devils will continue to test in towards A, hopefully catch a timing there. And it looks like that may be where Blue Devils is headed, is that continuous test towards A. But they do still have that lurk over near C. Still mess around a little bit. You see Breezy. They acknowledge that Mink is here, and Breezy going to be the one to find the pick to even it out. It's now going to be a 4v4.
Yeah, we have Sustain here, kind of mirroring up against... Oh, it looks like Blue Devils is backing off a little bit as they're expecting. Looks like they expected more of Fuel to have rotated over to the A site, but they are a little bit spread out. All that's on C site right now is the Killjoy, and we are seeing a bunch of smokes and util coming out from Blue Devils on their site take right here. The Young able... Oh,
30 seconds left.
The camera caught me off guard there a little bit. Jakey able to find one pick through. Breezy quickly trading back. The player advantage is equal right now. Spike is down, and Akimbo able to find a timing and able to find one. Unable to find two. Sustain able to pick it up, and Breezy left alone to try and delay this Spike from going off. 3 HP remaining, able to pick off Sustain. Bill just waiting, 27 HP. Trying to find it, and unable, shots firing, unable to land anything, but Bill ends up being able to grab that, and it looks like they will get the Spike defuse.
Yeah, time played just a bit poorly by Blue Devils, maybe not extending as much of that time as they would have wanted, but you are down quite a bit of health. That 1v1 is going to be difficult there. Still did a very good job. They did some good damage, but the pistol is won by Fuel, and that should allow them to get this anti-eco going. And now Fuel can start to set up and see what we're going to probably be seeing from them in these next few rounds. They do have this gun advantage. You see them maybe going to be playing a little bit more aggressively, take advantage of that. Blue Devils did a good job of testing for info early, and they were able to keep it even, and it stayed even until that last 1v1, so they did a good job at that, in that regard. Sorry, my brain's starting to slow down a bit, but we do have, it's going to be an eco coming out from Blue Devils. We'll see if they can do some good damage here, and it does look like they are going to be testing in towards mid. You get Breezy trying to do some damage, clear out Garage. Both Killjoys here trying to do that damage and clear out Garage. Now we do see them backing out, and this will be a B push. And it looks like B site may be able to be taken. Bill does take out Toodles. It's traded up by DeYoung, though. And Akimbo is smoked off in that C-Link entrance, so Spike does get to go down. And we will now need to see a retake. Sustain with only a buck. He does end up getting punished for that long-range fight, and Breezy will take the win. Mink will take out U-Phase, and that does leave a 3v3 post-plant. Akimbo going to take out Pika. Trying to do some more damage here.
Enemy remaining.
Able to do it. DeYoung goes down, and Jakey will take out Breeze. And although it looked like maybe Blue Devils is going to be able to keep it even once again, Fuel does end up shutting it down to take a 2-0 win, and they do win their anti-eco.
Yeah, although they cleared out site really well, B is one of those sites that you really don't want to take when you have the gun disadvantage, because when you get collapsed on like that, when you're going up against Spectres with only pistols, you don't have the amount of rounds going out of your guns fast enough to be able to fight back on those really aggressive pushes. I mean, it went from a 3v3 to a 3v2 and an instant 3v1 that was easily cleaned up by Fuel, giving them the second round. But now we're going out into a full rifle buy from the Blue Devils, and it looks like they're going to be doing a quick play, taking A long right off the bat, as well as Sewers. But the only one that was on site was Mink. A little bit of Killjoy utility is set up to try and get rid of any flanks, but D Young got completely flashed and been able to pick off Mink just in time. Spike did go down very quickly during the round. Sustained, trying to hit a flank, able to smoke off the turret and run by without alerting anybody. Very smart play there by Sustained. An aftershock coming in to try and clear out Heaven as much as possible. Pika able to find one onto Jackie. Bill trays right back. Crazy able to find Bill, and Toodles able to get one as well. Sustain in a 3v1 situation here. 5 bullets left in the Vandal, unable to find another, and D Young trades it out. Great round there from both teams. Blue Devils able to capitalize and get that round win with the rifles, but Fuel able to take out 2 of them with their bonus is not a bad look for them. So it's going into this next round fairly even in terms of economy.
Yeah, Blue Devils able to get that majority of their players still alive, get some of that momentum. All their players now going to get some guns, like you talked about. It's going to be a pretty equalized economy, and we do seem to be moving forward where it's going to be that equal buy. We even see an operator, I believe, coming out from the side of Fuel, possibly on Sustain. Yes, it is, moving down towards Long. Meanwhile, D Young able to find some of that early contact. Mink goes down. Sustain going to find value out of the operator very early on. U-Phase goes down. No more controller in this side execute, so as the Blue Devils will commit to this A push, we're going to have to do it no controller. They do have some of that jet smoke to help them out, but going to be difficult to push through. Still, though, they are able to take sight. Spike can go down. D Young going to continue to find some contact. Bill goes down. Aftershock going to do some of that push back in towards A Link, and it does push Akimbo towards Heaven, where they are spotted. Not quite dealt with, although they do take a significant amount of that wallbang damage. Lockdown will have the opportunity to come out, and it does. Sustain operator going to find value. Toodles goes down. Jakey able to take out D Young. This lockdown does now come to completion. Jakey's managed to get in towards Hell, so they can immediately start this retake off very well, and they're able to find a pick. Breezy does trade it off, but then it's just down to Breezy in that 1v2, and Akimbo will find that final pick. So what could have been the start of some good early momentum for Blue Devils is denied by Fuel. They will start this map off up 3-1 with that gun advantage.
That was a great take there by the Blue Devils, but they just weren't able to lock down that site completely. If they had shifted the lockdown positioning to a little bit farther up sewer, they would have probably been able to cover that area in Hell to try and deny getting pinched like that, like just as they did. But unfortunately for them, Jakey was able to find that little pocket there to give them a little bit more space in order to pinch him down. Looks like right off the bat, Akimbo trying to get a little bit of pick damage through that little wall bang spot there. D Young pops the Blade Storm, trying to do a little bit better eco, and Sustain once again getting an early pick, getting use out of that operator, trying to get as much as possible, and D Young able to find 2.
Whoa.
Unfortunately missed a couple of those Blade Storm shots, but able to pick it up with a pretty medium range shorty shot there. Able to pick up a Phantom to continue a little bit more of the advantage when it comes to weapons, and the player advantage is equal. But the Blue Devils do have that Sova Hunter's Fury ready to go for post plant, trying to clear out C lobby and C main to try and use that to delay as much as possible. D Young in their spawn, able to find 4, able to find 5 through the smoke for the ace to bring Blue Devils back in and shorten the score discrepancy down to only 1 round down. Great look from D Young that round.
Yeah, it's a thrifty ace as well because they went into that on an eco. The Bladestorm had to be used, only found a little bit of value out of it, had to switch guns after only one of those kills with the Bladestorm. Find the second kill with shorty medium range, and then guns can be picked up. What a beautiful way for Blue Devils to get some good momentum moving. Any of that momentum that was looking, and any of that eco stability that was looking like it would benefit Fuel is now gone, as that is easily denied by DeYoung, and now their execute going to come towards mid. Breezy able to find an early pick onto Bill. Bill will now be on this eco. Bladestorm may be able to be a factor, but it is going to be shut down, or at least attempt to be shut down by Blue Devils. The flank though, Sustain now going to find value. Breezy goes down, going to find another onto U-Phase before going down to even it out. Jakey coming for the flank down. UC Long does find a pick. Jules able to trade it off, but then Minx Hunter's Fury finds yet another pick for that favor of Fuel. And it leaves Toodles in a 1v2 with 25 HP.
Yeah, honestly, from the past couple, like this map and the last map, the disrespect from Sustain is honestly wild. Getting 2 knife kills on the last map, like finishing out the last map point with a knife kill to win that, along with just kind of sitting behind Breezy with the Bladestorm out. Like, either that's trigger discipline or just making a show of having an insane timing, or I don't even know what that was, but it's a little bit of a disrespect coming out from Sustain. But the Blue Devils still have a chance here. Toodles has Spike
ring around the rosy
in hand. It looks like they're just swapping places. They heard Spike is going to go down. They're doubled up, ready to go. He's moving out into C-Link. Spike is planted for him, and we will see Mink try and find out where he's at with the recon bolt. 25 HP remaining on Toodles, and he might have a pretty decent flank in here. And it looks like the defuse will start to happen, and he's unable to find one, and Mink able to clean that up with barely any health remaining.
Yeah, it just came down a little bit too much sound made there. Trying to deny that defuse or deny it getting half. Did have a Hunter's Fury to use, but you're gonna 1v2, low HP, so they just opted not to use it. But we just saw an eco won by Blue Devils, and then they trade it back, and Fuel wins an eco. So it just seems these eco rounds are being traded back and forth, but now no longer gonna have to be in that sort of back and forth, as both teams can afford a full buy. Hunter's Fury still available for Blue Devils to play some time with. Over on the other side, you got that Rolling Thunder. You got that Lockdown. There's quite a bit that Fuel can use to their advantage here.
Yeah, and there's a lot of tech to be had with the Astra on this map. I mean, there's a lot of angles you can cross just by recalling the stars and creating that momentary smoke, and then just using them again later in the round. And it's a little bit interesting to see. Not a lot of Killjoy utility is set up on C. It's mostly focused on Garage. So there's not a lot stopping the Blue Devils from just rushing up into C site like they're just doing right now. DeYoung, although stunned, is all the way up on site, and the site is completely clear.
Okay, the Spike can go down. Almost certainly this Rolling Thunder is going to be used to help retake. Akimbo takes out U-Phase. Breezy takes out Akimbo and Bill. Jakey trying to regain that player advantage. Shaky takes out Pika. Then Sustain going to find a pick on the Breezy. DeYoung able to find one. Toodles finds one. Mink finds one. It's a 1v1 between the Sovas. Hunter's Fury has come out. Oh, and it finds the kill! The Shock Dart does come through to take out Toodles as well, but although both players end up dying, Blue Devils will be the one getting away with the win.
Yeah, that was a great play there by both Sovas. That little Sova duel right there, getting the Hunter's Fury right after he threw the Shock Dart. I don't think I've ever seen that before, Sleepy.
No.
I don't think I've ever seen a trade like that. It's not often where every single person in the round is dead at the end.
Yeah, it's definitely a rare occurrence for sure, and it does look like this time around Blue Devils gonna try and use some of this eco. Obviously, they did lose all of their players. The eco's still a little bit lackluster. So is Fuel. Both sides gonna be forcing this buy. Both sides gonna be working a little bit awkward with some of that shield. Does look like you do have Fuel maybe saving some of it. You got this Sheriff on Jakey. Not gonna find values. It pushes down C Long and U-Phase. Gonna shut it down. Now it's gonna be a player advantage for Blue Devils, but you do see Sustain with this Judge going for the flank, able to get through towards mid window, and nobody's there. It's just a turret to lock it down as the rest of Blue Devils will push and execute onto C site. This Spike will have the opportunity to go down.
Spike planted.
Yeah, we're looking at a decent man and ability advantage here on the side of Blue Devils. They have the lockdown, they got the rolling thunder, and they have the cosmic divide. But Kimbo, the nice little strafe tap onto D Young, the star duelist of our Blue Devils. 4-7. The scoreline is not looking bad for either of these teams. Blue Devils only down one round, and as expected, the rolling thunder is going to come out to deny the defuse. We might see a lockdown come out as well. And a lot of sprays coming out. Breezy able to take out Minx. Sustain able to take out Pika, U-Phase, and Toodles cleaning up the last couple, leaving 3 Blue Devils alive. And the scoreline is tied at 4-4 in the half.
Yeah, that's sort of a little bit of that anti-eco Blue Devils needed to win. And they did just that. Some of those players from Fuel were forcing a bit. For example, Sustain, who now has to go back onto yet another Judge to try and find value in a short. Unfortunately for them, though, it's going to be misplaced as Blue Devils is going to once again be testing towards the C site to start it off. You got your Lurker and your Killjoy going to be trying to find some contact as well. It does appear as though Blue Devils will just be going pretty aggressively here. The Blitzroom has come out to help aid in this execution. See the Drown coming through. The Spike will have the opportunity to go down as that Cosmic Divide will enable it. Breezy going to take out Sustain, and okay, a little bit awkward there as Jakey pushes through the Cosmic Divide. Pika, though, gonna find the kill. Quite a few players watching that angle. Turret does spot a Kimbo. Breezy inside of the offense spawn as Young takes out Bill. Breezy gonna be having to take this 1v1 duel as Mink falls as well. It's just down to a Kimbo, and they know where Breezy may be. Oh, timing not quite in the favor of Breezy, and a Kimbo will be able to take advantage, find that kill. 10 HP left for Toodles, who may be an easy pick, but the Kimbo's actually going to be focusing more towards mid. This point, going to try and wrap around towards B, maybe go through C link. Probably just going to be playing for exits. There's not a whole lot you can do in this 1v4 situation. Meets Pika, takes a bit of damage. Yeah, now just going to be trying to hold themselves alive here. Fault line going to stun them. Then you see the Aftershock push them out. This is being pushed. Akimbo's able to take out D-Hung. Attackers will win as the bomb does find its finish, and it will now be Akimbo to stay alive. Okay, 4-5 the scoreline as Blue Devils will be able to take yet another round win.
That's a great look there from the Blue Devils. D-Young got a little bit antsy there at the end and kind of threw away the Vandal that they had from the round previous, but they did go hunting, try and deny Akimbo the save, and try and push Fuel onto another broken buy. But either way, they are kind of on a broken buy here. Light shields, 2 sheriffs, and a Marshall, Vandal, and Bulldog. Not a very good look from the economy on the side of Fuel, especially with this score line. The Blue Devils might be able to use this to kind of to bolster their economy and get them a little bit more of a round lead. And Toodles will tag the Killjoy, and the lockdown will come out from the attackers on the Blue Devils, and Bill able to take out one through the smoke with his sheriff before the lockdown goes off. And it looks like the lockdown caught 2 players from the side of Fuel.
Okay.
But Mink looks like he was kind of ready there with the Guardian to try and trade back any peaks that were happening. The player advantage barely in favor of the Blue Devils as they're kind of more rotating towards the A site, and Sustain with the Marshall unable to find one, gets picked off by Breezy. 1 left, Mink. It's all up to him with nothing but a Guardian, and D Young able to pick him off, leaving 4 alive on the side of Blue Devils, giving them a 2-round advantage. Only 2 rounds left in the half, and we'll have to see if the Blue Devils are able to further this lead or if Fuel can catch up and even the scoreline.
Yeah, it does look like Blue Devils is starting to make some of that run, the momentum, the win streak that they need to start to gain that lead. And they do it with a 4-round win streak, continuing some of this display of dominance. Nico had to come out from Fuel. Now they've got a buy, full buy from both sides. Can Blue Devils continue to shut it down is the question. It looks like this round going for a bit of a different strategy, switching it up once again to try and test for some of this mid control. Sustain was going to try and push out through Garage, but does get pushed back by that Nano Swarm. You look at Fuel, they've got 2 watching B, so they're ready for the possibility that a player or players try and test in towards B. While it's still just down to Sustain to watch Garage. That player in Bill gonna be taken out. Akimbo there to trade it out, does just that, but then Pika gonna take out Akimbo. So it's player advantage for Blue Devils. Sustain still gonna be trying to keep it even and able to take out Breezy. U-Phase though gonna trade it off. Hunter's Fury for Mink, once again gonna find value. Very good at using that ultimate to their advantage. Blue Devils will find themselves in an evened out 2v2. They have the spike. Map is their oyster to move around. Mink prepared for the A push. Gonna be looking to defend it. You see Blue Devils now getting ready to execute. The dart will do a good job of spotting them out. Now the execute can come. Pika will be able to take out Ming. The recon dart was destroyed as well, so this post plant is going to be a little bit free for Blue Devils to play where they want. Jakey going to have to clear out every possible angle. Now going to find the pick. Pika able to find the flick, and 3 kills for Pika on the round. Going to win the 2v2 for Blue Devils, make it now 7-4. They will take the lead going into the next half.
Yeah, like you said, it's guaranteed now that they're going to take the lead going into the second half. But the question is, how big of a lead are they going to have going into the second half? Because they could either have an 8-4 lead against them, or just a 7-5 lead, which really isn't that great. But we'll have to see if the Blue Devils are going to be able to increase the score discrepancy and just take the lead really firmly. Because as it is a mirror match, it really just comes down to how the utility is used and just the pure mechanics of it. And it looks like Fuel is switching up a little bit. Sustain pushing up super aggressively, but inevitably got punished by Breezy. And Akimbo kind of using that Cosmic Divide to play around just a little bit. And Jakey able to push up on U-Phase and get that pick to even the score, to even the player advantage just a little bit. Akimbo sitting right there on the entrance to mid with a judge, ready to punish anybody that push through. Both teams are kind of pushed back a little bit, aside for Akimbo. Places down 1 smoke that they can kind of use to play around, but it looks like Blue Devils are going to decide to hit A site, which currently is open, but both initiators for Fuel are ready to go to retake the site, and looks like Spike will go down. D Young takes out Jakey up in heaven really, really quickly, and Breezy punishes Akimbo with a little bit of a mid-range fight right there. It's all up to the initiators for the side of Fuel. Bill takes out D Young, able to find 1, flashes out, able to find 2, evening the score to 2v2. And we will see a Rolling Thunder coming in here that ends up taking out Pika. Bill getting a 3rd kill for this. It's all up to Breezy here, and it looks like the spike is going to be stuck, and Bill gets a 4K for that round, getting them just barely closer to evening the scoreline going into the second half. Blue Devils up 2 rounds, 7-5. But now the roles are switched.
Yeah, to get 7 on your offense, I'd say that's about that even half when we're talking about a map that can tend to favor that offense a little bit. 7-5 isn't bad. You definitely put up the performance I would expect, but it also doesn't tell me you're going to dominate this map. So there's still a lot of work Blue Devils will have to do to shut down Fuel here. And all Fuel really needs to do is take this pistol, and then they can immediately go into an anti-eco, which should be able to tie it up and immediately start to work away at any advantage Blue Devils had coming into this. So this pistol's very pivotal for both of these teams. Blue Devil, they need this map in order to stay in it. So they really, really do want to get this pistol. They're going to be trying to do just that. You see them playing the classic 1-2-2. And it does look like
shift. Ooh.
Yeah, DeYoung going to be the one to take that fight towards short, but Mink will find the kill. So it's going to be a 4v5 for Blue Devils. Toodles able to take out Sustain. 4v4.
Yeah, like the momentum that the Blue Devils really need to take this into a map 3 to give them a chance at winning this series is basically needed for the pistol round. And almost a bad look there from Jakey. 21 HP remaining. Score. Let's see. We got the player advantage in favor of Fuel by 1, but Jakey less than 30 HP remaining. Not a very large amount of health coming in here. Toodles throwing out a shock dart to try and get anything. Now 2v4 in favor of Fuel. Make that 2v3, and as Yuffie is able to find one as well as Pika, making it a 2v2.
Last player standing.
With a gravity well and a stun coming out, but it wasn't far enough away. It looks like Yuffie was going to be able to stick it, but Akimbo was able to spray through and secure that pistol round win. Almost evening the score line here going into the second round of the half. We might see the scoreline tie here against an anti-eco.
Yeah, Fuel played that pistol beautifully. They decided to send Akimbo for that flank. And Akimbo found the value required. And again, I talked about how pivotal that pistol round was, because now it's going to be an anti-eco. They're one round away from tying it up, and they've got the guns to do it, as Blue Devils would be at that gun disadvantage. Now, it's not over for Blue Devils. Obviously, it's just the pistol and anti-eco. They can still make a comeback a reality, but this round is going to be a bit of a struggle for them. Be confident they'll be able to take their bonus. They're going to want to take out the majority of these players, and Fuel going to start it off in towards Garage and taking that mid control. Sustain going to be able to clear out some of that Killjoy util in Garage. The alarm bot goes down. Sova drone comes through, spots Breezy. Breezy just wants to aggressively take those fights, able to take out Mink. The aggressive play not rewarded from the side of Fuel, although Breezy will be traded off by Sustain. Akimbo able to take out U-Phase, and now it is a player advantage for Fuel. Blue Devils finds themselves at a disadvantage in guns and also low on health.
Yeah, the player advantage and the gun advantage on the side of Fuel is going to be really hard to work around here for the Blue Devils, but they seem to have an idea of how they want to retake this. Unfortunately, Toodles got punished pushing out by Bill, but D Young able to find two with the Sheriff. As Util's being traded back and forth, but Jakey able to find two, narrowly winning the anti-eco round, tying up the scoreline.
Yeah, and remember what I said before that round started. I wanted, if Blue Devils was going to be confident they could win their bonus, or sorry, the bonus from Fuel, they needed to kill the majority of those enemy players that were on that anti-eco. That's exactly what Blue Devils just did. They killed 3 out of the 5. They're going to have a pretty good gun advantage coming into this against a bonus that Fuel will be having with pretty minimal guns. So this could be the start of some good momentum. Blue Devils should be able to take back that player or that number advantage in the rounds. And start looking towards an 8-7 and trying to move that forward to try and take this map.
Yeah, and it looks like it's a fairly similar default coming out from both teams, sending, getting as much information as possible right off the bat with both the Sova drone and the Recon Bolt. But it looks like Fuel is going to favor going towards the A side a little bit more, but the Blue Devils seem to be ready for it. They've got 3 players, both Initiators and D Young, on the site, ready to go. Just ready to trade out and to take this fight head on. And D Young starts out the round quickly by getting a pick, but Mink quickly trades back a second time after Toodles takes out Bill. Pika unfortunately got caught in the smoke, unable to see very well. 2v2 situation, a little bit, and make that a 2v1 in favor of the Blue Devils. Smoke does go down. All that's left is Mink with the Sheriff and some shock darts, and ends up picking up a Vandal to try and even the gun disadvantage. 45 HP remaining, 2 shot at any range by a Vandal. And it looks like the spike is going to be planted. Breezy and U-Phase doubling up. Mink able to find one with a quick little tap. Unfortunately, U-Phase unable to find that trade out just yet. Able to concuss. Doesn't capitalize off of it, but U-Phase able to find him right over the top. Unfortunately, Mink shock darted himself right there and brought him down to a 1-tap situation, and U-Phase able to kind of clutch that 1v1 out there. I mean, if anything's true about this team, it's the fact that U-Phase is a clutch master.
Yeah, Fuel did a really good job. I will say they did a really impressive job of shutting that down. Blue Devils, although they take the round, they win it with only 1 player left alive. You look at their eco now, they can't afford to buy. They're having to take an eco round. Fuel was on a bonus, so they can get a buy going. So although Blue Devils won the round, Fuel will now be able to get another gun advantage and should be able to even it right back out. And we could start to see a little bit of a back and forth, and it looks like Fuel is going to probably be looking to get that moving. They do start taking this mid control. Again, they've got that gun advantage. Now, they don't know for sure that Blue Devils is on that gun advantage, or rather gun disadvantage. They can't know for sure until these shots are fired, and now they know as that fight was taken in towards B. And it does look like Fuel will start aggressing towards C. Still no kills for either side, but this Hunter's Fury gonna do just that, able to find one onto Toodles. Every Hunter's Fury from Mink has found value. This round will make that, yet again, that number moving in their favor. Akimbo gonna take out DeYoung. Disdain gonna take out Pika. Akimbo able to take out U-Phase. Now gonna make it a 1v5 for Breezy, and this eco not going well at all, as it will be flawless for Fuel to shut it down very aggressively and very quickly.
Yeah, and once again, evening the scoreline. And as you said, like, the eco wasn't damaged so much to the point where Fuel knew that the Blue Devils were on an eco round. They could have forced up for a little bit more until they took that initial gunfight on B. And as soon as they found out that they were on an eco and that a couple players were stationing at B, they immediately sped up their execute onto that C site and really capitalized off of the gun advantage that the newfound gun advantage that they knew they had. But now we're going into a fairly even fight here. Full rifles, except for DeYoung pulling out the Blade Storm to try and get a little bit of value out of that. And it looks like Mink is going to try and go and take out some of this Killjoy utility before sending out a Recon Bolt. And it looks like they're going to be doing a really, really fast execute onto the C site to begin this round. But they haven't seen Breezy back sight, but Sustain was ready for it and taken out. The Pika and Toodles quickly trading back. Player advantage is very, very even as the attacking lockdown comes out from Fuel. It looks like the site is going to be clear, and they got the spike down before the lockdown, so they're able to find a lot of value out of that. Nobody detained from the lockdown, but now they know that some players are flanking, or at least they know that one player is flanking. Jakey got spotted out by the recon dart. Mink taking out Toodles. Pika taking out Bill. Some duels coming there. Mirror matches. U-Phase trying to find Mink. Caught on a reload. No. And Mink able to pick up that round with 3 kills. Getting them ahead for the second time this match at 9-8. Still a very, very close match, but unfortunately the Blue Devils are going to have to go on to another eco round.
Yeah, that was a really bad round to lose because they were just able to afford that bye. Couldn't get any momentum gathered, and I talked about how there may have been a back and forth starting, but at this point it's not looking like that's going to be the case unless Blue Devils is able to get a thrifty round moving. They just sort of struggled, and something they're starting to struggle doing is locking down those sites. Like, they're not having as good of that site control as they need. You see that sort of playing a factor, although DeYoung able to take out Sustain and Garage, so suddenly Blue Devils, although they're on this eco, just find themselves with that player advantage. Just DeYoung, the one player with that hero rifle, able to find value with it, although they are now getting punished. Still though, concussed, DeYoung finds a kill. Pika takes out Jakey. Mink takes out Pika to try and retake Garage, but DeYoung is still there with the Vandal, and Mink will go down. Now this Garage control very much so a factor. It's going to be Bill trying to take the fight, not going to win it. Breezy takes out Bill with the Stinger, and I said they needed a Thrifty to make that back and forth a reality. And they get the Thrifty, so their eco is going to take a massive boost here. 4 of their players left remaining. Lots of guns to be picked up. Fuel loses all of their players. That suddenly went very poorly for Fuel in a time where I said Blue Devils was struggling to, satisfy that defense. They turned it around and did just that.
Yeah, I mean, and one thing to note there was every single one of the Blue Devils, except for one, they all survived, and they were able to pick up the guns from Fuel, so they didn't have to spend a single credit on getting a full buy the next round. And that means in the future, if they lose this round, it's not that they're back on another eco. They have another full buy round that they can use. So if they're able to win this one and the next one, Fuel is going to be on an insane disadvantage when it comes to economy going into the final quarter of this match.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're very right. This sort of eco is going to start to be a pretty big factor. Fuel is still able to get this fight going this round, so they should at least be able to try and deny some of that economy Blue Devils wanted to build up. We see that lockdown coming out this time from Blue Devils, so that does deny any of that entry work Fuel wanted to make happen. And now a flank coming through, gonna be a little bit rewarded, although DeYoung takes out Jakey, and then they both go down, DeYoung and Toodles, and then Pika, who was also on that flank. U-Phase is also trying to come for the flank through mid-window and has been pushed back. They know that they're there trying to take them out. They will find 2 before going down to mitigate some of that damage, but it is now a 1v2. Still that player advantage for Fuel. Can Breezy shut this down is the question. Spike will be planted for long.
planted.
Smoke going to try and push Breezy back, prevent that post plant. There's a Cosmic Divide available for Fuel. Turret is the only piece of util in the hands of Breezy right now, and they are looking to take this fight down long. Gonna have to take it. Kimbo will need to go down first. Able to do just that. Now it's a 1v1. Turret comes out so they can try and play defuse, but for whatever reason, back turn, not expecting Sustain to peak. And they do go down. So a bit of a misplay there to try and make that retake a reality.
Yeah, and I mean, as you said, it was a little bit interesting seeing the kind of back turn to that, because I mean, although the turret will alert you, the skill level and the amount of aim, I mean, Sustain knows that the focus needs to be on the player and not the turret, so there was not near enough time for them to flick around and try and get that kill. It would have been better to push up and try and clear that space that you need to know the information about in order to make that work. And it looks like our observer here just loves going into the underside of people's faces during timeouts. I got a little bit scared and slowing down. Oh, there's Sustain. But I think the Blue Devils really did a good thing here and called the timeout after this loss. Although they're going to be able to go into a full buy round, it's going to be a full rifle round from both sides. They need to talk about what happened, and they need to start mitigating the losses of players on their sides. They want to mitigate the casualties in order to come out of this with decent amount of eco and a decent chance to win this out and go to the deciding match in this best of 3 series. But looking at the scoreline and the scoreboard, the kill disparities are really not that large between the teams. So there's very even skill. It's very even scoreline, and it's a mirror match. It's something you'd really expect to see. And a quick Hunter's Fury coming out from the Blue Devils. And it seems to be a quick execute onto the A site, but the Killjoy tech is here ready, waiting, and D Young is able to get that first pick onto Mink, and Sustain getting a little bit damage done by their own team's Molly, and Sustain trying to get a little bit of an little attack helicopter there onto Toodles, but Toodles is able to dodge that and do a little bit of chip damage onto Bill as the spike plant is going down. Akimbo is in sewer, might be finding a timing here, but maybe not realizing that they have pushed up long already yet. It is a 4v4 situation. Make that a 3v3 situation with quick trades from Sustain and Pika, and they are all finding their own. And the Blue Devils are able to quickly clean up and even the scoreline once again.
Yeah, perfectly.
Keeping 3 players alive.
Perfectly and beautifully with that flank, the perfect timing as they're able to sneak past the flank watcher from that side of Fuel. Just really what exactly Blue Devils set out to do going into that round. You saw that early pick coming out from D Young in towards Garage, and with that in mind, they could sort of go for these flanks. Is that that player who's going to be trying to lurk and prevent those flanks was no longer there to do that, and they're able to take advantage of that. So a beautiful proactive play, especially coming out of that timeout. That's exactly what you want to see from Blue Devils. And now they are going to be able to continue to get this eco moving. Bladestorm can come out as well. Keep some of that eco alive. Both Jets going to play out the Bladestorm, and Sustain going to use it to clear out that B site. Toodles will go down. The spike, though, has been left towards that offense spawn. So this is sort of that more default playing for info play Fuel has set out to do. And now they have to pick up the spike. Blue Devils is kind of there to watch it, and those players from Fuel who had pushed in towards A Link have been punished. Breezy finds 2, and then UFaze finds 3, the final 2 on Jakey and Mink to close it out. A very quick end to the round as a bit of a misplay from Fuel.
Yeah, I think the play from Fuel there is they wanted to play a bunch of information there, and as soon as they realized that B site was completely open, they started taking a little bit more space and completely neglected the fact that they left the spike and spawn. So they weren't able to get the spike down and play post plant because they had to go back and try and pick up spike. But in response to that, the Blue Devils were able to push up past onto C and get that flank around, and they basically switched sides with Fuel and pinched them in to the point where they couldn't respond without having their back turned to at least one of the Blue Devils. It was a great play from them, very proactive, and they really secured that round very easily for a near flawless victory. And just as we say that, Pika is getting the initial in the first pick into this round, giving the instant player advantage to the Blue Devils. And Fuel still has 2 ultimates to play with. They have the Huntress Fury once again, as well as the Rolling Thunder that can clear out sites very easily. Toodles really just sitting there watching that angle, as we do see the Owl drone come out to try and clear out space, and Toodles will be getting that dart out. We'll find Bill, won't scan Akimbo. Could be detrimental, but it looks like Toodles is aware that Akimbo might be there. It does some damage with the shock dart, and Akimbo able to find a little bit of chip damage on there, but D Young pushing up really far in and unable to find one as Akimbo picks up 2 kills. Breezy able to trade onto Jakey. And it looks like Uphase might get, Pika and Uphase able to pinch Akimbo in the back sight. The Cosmic Divide does come out, and Mink doesn't, I don't think, Mink able to find 2, but Uphase able to kind of secure the victory there. There's a little bit of a misplay from the Blue Devils, but thanks to Uphase's mechanical skill and just reaction times, was able to close that out pretty quickly after they got the spike to half.
Yeah, that was sort of an interesting end to that. That was some good proactive play, but again, Fuel struggling to be able to effectively take that site and find those early player advantages that they need, especially on the offensive Haven. You really do want to get those player advantages because it sort of gives you more that proactive fluidity that you want on this map. You've got 3 sites, you can rotate pretty quickly. When you're down players, it's a lot harder to do that effectively, as there's just going to be more players on the enemy side to respond to that. So Fuel this round will be moving towards A, trying to push now for this overtime, prevent Blue Devils from taking this map with a 3-round win streak to close it out. Blue Devils going to be able to lock down this A site with that Killjoy util. Some of it going to do just that. Sustain is able to sneak past it, move towards that A link, but not going to find value out of it. All of that Killjoy util now expended. And this spike will get to go down. Jakey has been caught out a little bit. They realized that that spike was being planted right next to Heaven. And this lockdown has come out as well, so that's going to be time played effectively here. And Sustain going to be able to take out Breezy. This ult going to do just exactly what has set out to do, and it does look like Fuel will be moving towards possibly taking the round. They've got that player advantage I was talking about. Some of these players from Blue Devils, in fact, all of them going right past Sustain. Sustain gonna sneak past and able to find a good flank, gonna find 2. Toodles and DeYoung both go down, ran out of ammo before Pika takes them out. Uphase, the 1 player left alive after taking out Jakey in a 1v3, able to find 1 more. Nice shot onto Bill, but no, Mink gonna shut it down. And Fuel now on 11-12, looking to possibly try and take it to that overtime scenario.
That was just a chaotic round in all aspects. It was super quick takes, a lot of ability usage going back and forth, a lot of chip damage going back and forth. The insane little like corner lurk there from Sustain. Great play from the side of Fuel, able to pick up 2 just off of that and some chip damage. And they were able to close out the round with the man advantage, especially after that lockdown, drawing so much time that even if the Blue Devils were able to pick off the rest of Fuel, there wouldn't have been time to defuse. So that round was perfectly played by Fuel in nearly every aspect.
Take flight.
Yeah, and it does look like.
Yeah, sorry. It looks like we're gonna have Mink come in here with the Owl drone and finds Toodles. Doesn't tag him, surprisingly enough. So a little bit of information is gathered by both teams, knowing that Fuel is going a little bit more for a mid push, but looks like they're gonna be moving a little bit more towards over the A site, as we are gonna see. Looks like, yeah, Spike is moving and rotating a little bit more over towards the A site. Gonna be running right into D Young. Guardian versus Phantom right here, and it looks like Bill was aware, saw the gun barrel come right out. Now the player advantage is in favor of Fuel, 4-3, as Pika gets 1 trade off. Makes it a little bit more even as Sustain finds another one onto Uphase as make that 3 for the round. Pika able to find Sustain, making it a 1v3 situation. Wants to push in as much as possible. Can't save Eco, as if they lose this round, it's going to overtime anyway. Fuel playing really safe, playing back in Sewer and Long. Gonna play for time, play for lineups, and try and play for as much damage as they can. Not a lot of time for Pika to react here. And Akimbo, perfect time, peeked out right after the tap. and it looks like we're going to be going into overtime.
Switching sides.
Yeah, and despite coming into this with that eco advantage, Blue Devils does end up losing the round. I mean, it wasn't a massive gun advantage, but it was enough where you wouldn't have expected Sustain with a Guardian to be the one to make the play to sort of save that game, but unfortunately for that side of Blue Devils, that is the way it ends up going, and their 12-10 lead slips right out of their grasp, and now they're going to have to fight through overtime. Good for them, though. They're back on their offense. Both teams won 7 on their offense, so it's really going to come down to whichever team can win around on their defense first, and seeing as Blue Devils is sort of able to do well on their offense, and that's what we've seen from them historically. To start on their offense is a good way to do it. They had a few good defensive rounds, so there's still a really good potential that Blue Devils is able to take this in overtime. But the same goes for Fuel. They won 7 on their offense and 5 on their defense, so it could go right back the other way. And it does look like Sustain has opted to go for the op. A little bit low on shield, though, in order to afford it. So that's going to be a bit risky there. Looking to find some damage. Not quite able to do that. Down quite a bit of HP in that encounter and pushed down C Long. Going to be punished a bit for that aggressive play. And considering they had no shield, that's quite a bit of damage done. Dion going to take out Jakey. It's now going to make this a 4v5. It does look like player advantage, and A-Site can be left open. Bill's still going to take out DeYoung, so any early entry that was going to happen into A can't really happen now. And although A-Site will now be cleared out, they have to wait for the rest of their team to do that. So now the team from Fuel has been able to rotate to help try and stop that plant. Shock Dart delayed that plant. So, but Recon Dart going to continue to slow it down just a bit. You see some of that breach util now coming through to enable this push on. And you do see Bill from Heaven trying to do some damage. The retake now starting. These players executing. Coming out from A. Link. Akimbo going to be shut down. Breezy going to take out Sustain and Mink. It's just down to Bill in a 1v4. Down to just 2 pieces of util. Fault line. And the flash. Can they use them correctly? Does actually end up finding a concussion and a flash, but Breezy, no scope operator, gonna find the pick while blinded, and that'll get them to that 13-12, 1 round away now from victory for Blue Devils once again on match point.
Yeah, and this win by 2 during overtime can last quite a while, especially on these mirror matches like this, where the score line is so close, the skill is so close, and especially when the agents are identical. These overtimes can last for quite a while, but it's up to the Blue Devils here to win on this defensive round in order to end this match and take it into a map 3 to maybe to hopefully make it out of the group stage. In CVAL here. It looks like Fuel is opting to be a little bit more passive, not as aggressive. A little bit interesting from Breezy with a little bit of a random spray through the smoke, able to get a little bit of chip damage. Most of Fuel is opting to be over towards the C site, but also a little bit of a default coming in to try and gather as much information as possible. And just that little bit of pressure put in mid has shifted over the entire defense into more of the C link near B. And it looks like DeYoung pushed up into their spawn, able to find Jakey, the primary side anchor, but quickly got traded out. Player advantage is even. Sustained right next to Toodles, able to find him. And it looks like they're going to be executing onto this A site super, super quickly. Player advantage is in favor of Fuel here. It is up to the last 3 players of the Blue Devils to try and recover this here. U-Phase picks off Sustain, main duelist, and Mink picks off 2 as Bill gets the last. And using that Rolling Thunder for just a little bit more of that, a little bit after the fact, just kind of let that sink in just a little bit. Kind of popped off, but back to an even score line, back to a little bit more of a safer scenario for both teams where they have to lose 2 in a row here. But yeah, it's a little bit interesting because we're not seeing Sustain back out on that glass cannon operator. So it's gonna be interesting to see what kind of plays they got, especially with 3 people on B.
Yeah, and I was talking about how it's really down to whichever team can win their defensive round first. And now Fuel gets yet another opportunity to try to win their defensive round. As Blue Devils was not able to win theirs. So definitely an opportunity here. And Bill gonna try and do just that. Breezy goes down. Sustain nearly punished, but not quite. Toodles down to 1 HP. This is not looking great. And yeah, Sustain gonna punish. Toodles will go down, so Fuel finds themselves with the player advantage, a 2-player advantage as well. And although A site has been effectively cleared out, the only unfortunate part of this is they don't have the spike. It was dropped by Toodles down in towards that A lobby. Young able to find a pick. U-Face does the same, so that does even it out. It's now a 3v3. Spike still needs to be picked up though, and Sustain is right here to watch it. They do end up getting concussed, and Link is there as well, and Sustain will go down. It's just down to the Sova to try and lock it down. They are stunned. Can't really effectively watch it. Mink does get blinded as well, and now the A site will be the one to be pushed into. You see U-Face here still over lurking. Take a fight with Bill. Bill trying to win it, and now Mink wraps around for the flank. So that does even it out. Now it's 2v2. Spike gets to go down. Dion will be planting it. It's planted for CT and Heaven, as they are expecting these players to possibly come through with the flank. They are also willing to accept that they may come through this A link, and that's exactly what's happening. This Bill will push up down on HP. Do they expect the off-angle position? No, they don't. Pika able to take out Bill. Mink trades it off. His final 2 players down to it. Bladestorm has gotten up. And DeYoung does have to be relatively quick after hearing that spike tap. It's down to such low HP. Another off the spike. Spike gets halved, and Mink slows it down. And the first team to win their defensive round is Fuel. And I said that's the goal. Blue Devils isn't quite out of it. But again, the offensive side is the easier side for both of these teams.
Match point.
Absolutely, and that was a huge win, huge round win there for Fuel. It's overtime, match point in favor of Fuel. They just need to win this this attacking sided round, which means it puts a lot of pressure on the Blue Devils to win their defensive round, which they've had a decent amount of trouble with in this last bit of time. But it looks like the Devils are going to have the Killjoy setup on C, very classic. They're setting up in a very classic default. With the controller on B, and initiators kind of ready to flex into a lot of different positions. But it looks like Fuel is going to run right into this Killjoy tech here. As Sustain spots the alarm bot and smokes it off in order to kind of walk around it. And it looks like the quick execute onto site. And U-Phase gets the first pick of the round onto Sustain, the main playmaker of Fuel. Spike does go down. Player advantage is in favor of the Blue Devils. It looks like they're all grouped up in the defensive spawn and in garage. And it looks like Breezy able to pick up one on Akimbo, giving them a 2-player advantage. Make that 3. Back down to 2 as Mink gets a trade off. And Pika able to find Mink with his aftershock. And Toodles cleans up Jackie. And they win their first defensive round as well. Looks like this game is turning on its head a little bit. First goal it was to win their defensive rounds. Now you just got to win the offensive rounds.
Yeah, Blue Devils needed to perform on that defense, and they did it. So did Fuel. You're right. Now it's the offensive rounds that are starting to be a struggle point, and that's sort of the product of both teams only getting 7 rounds. That's not a super dominant offense. You still lost 5 on your offense, and so there's still potential for either team to trade it back, and we see it there. Both of these teams, of course, fighting for so much right now. Blue Devils, of course, needs this map to take it to a map 3. Fuel just wants to shut it down with a quick 2-0. They're going to be struggling a little bit here to do that. You do see, though, Mink now locking it down towards that C long. The recon dart helps assist in pushing that push back, but instead just gives Blue Devils more of a reason to aggressively take site. So Fuel now going to be able to rotate towards preventing this spike from going down or retaking. The Gravity Well tries to prevent that spike going down, but now it's just going to enable that retake. Jakey and Akimbo each find a pick. Pika's able to find one, but they do go down to Jakey, so it's a 2-player advantage here. Spike's planted for long, which is where both of these players are, but Toodles does go down. Spike Diffuser does go down, expecting the flank to come through with the shorty. Breezy finds 2. Now on that 3rd kill. Needs to win the 1v1, picks up the operator to do it with, and get it to 4K to clutch it out. 15-4 the score. Blue Devils now just 1 round away from taking a win.
That was an absolutely insane comeback of that round from the side of the Blue Devils. They went from being down 3 players to clutching out the round with Breezy with a 4K just right off the bat. I mean, unfortunate for Unfortunately for Akimbo, ran out of ammo while spraying, and Sustain caught on the dash, unable to find much, but an absolutely insane round win, and especially on the back of Breezy there. And now all the Blue Devils have to do is win their defensive round this time, just as they did to the round before last. And it looks like both teams are playing a little bit more careful, but Sustain doesn't know the meaning of the word and just keeps running in, trying to find as many picks as possible. The player advantage is equal on both of these teams. Make that. Oh, actually, yes, it still is, as Mink gets another trade onto Breezy, and Spike will be going down onto the C site. 3v3 retake situation for the Blue Devils. Aldrone coming out, both shock darts still being able to be used, both Aldrones actually trading out, just trying to find any amount of peaks, some flashes and util being traded on both sides, unable to get any pick damage or information, but Akimbo with a little bit of a flank here, able to find D Young, the star duelist, and Mink be pressuring up just a little bit on Toodles, but unable to find it, and Pika coming up from behind, 1v2 situation for Akimbo to try and clutch out this round. Pika not looking in that direction, but kills him, bringing this map to a close, and we will be going to a third map as a decider.
Yeah,
after 30 rounds on this map.
Yeah, 30 long and hard-fought rounds, and it's worth it for the Blue Devils, who fought their tooth and nail to not let themselves lose in another 2-0 fashion in this group stage. So at the very least, they've taken a map, but they're going to be looking to do more than just take a map. So you move to the third map. They're going to be looking to take the third map. I've said map quite a bit here, but they are going to be looking to take this series as a victory. And if map 2 was that hard fought, and keep in mind, both teams won their opponent's map pick, as we go into this decider, it's going to be quite a bit of a close match, I would expect. And I'm definitely very much so looking forward to seeing Lotus.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see Lotus, and it looks like it is the map pick of the Blue Devils. So it's going to be cool to see what kind of team composition, if they have the same one as the Academy, and just see if they're going to be able to be as dominant on Lotus as the Academy team was. But before we head into Lotus, we're going to go for a quick 3-minute break.
I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna skip my breaks, I'm gonna make mistakes. Try not to hold me down, feel alive when I'm in this town. Look at those beautiful stars, I wanna drive a faster car. Nothing can break me, no, nothing can break me. Drive a faster car.
I'ma make you mine tonight, pulling your hair, baby. I'ma make you mine tonight. I feel you breathing on you. You know that I'm a selfish lover. When it's mine, I want it. One track mind for you, for you. I'ma make you mine tonight, pulling your hair, baby. I'ma make you mine tonight. I feel you breathing on you. You know that I'm a selfish lover. When it's mine, I want it. One track mind for it, for you. I do for you. Tell me what you want, tell me what you need, baby. Tell me about your dreams, tell me everything, yeah.
Welcome back to the CVAL group stage with the UW-Stout Blue Devils versus the Fanshawe Fuel. Both of these teams have won each other's map pick, so it's going to be kind of interesting to see what happens here on the next map, Lotus. Now, we talked a little bit about the team compositions before each map. What do you think the team composition is going to be coming into Lotus, Sleepy?
Yeah, I think Lotus, it's been in the map pool for a while. I think teams have started to figure out, what they like on this map. Generally, you're going to see double control. You're going to see Viper and Omen, Viper and Astra. Yeah, I mean, you don't see Astra a lot, but sometimes you see that Viper and Astra. Generally, you're going to have a Viper, and then you're going to have another controller in there. We've seen some teams try out that Harbor, but I like that Viper Omen composition. And then, your duelist can really be either Jet or Raze. Most teams have started to go for Raze just because there are some of those longer angles you can hold with a Jet, but it's much harder to find that value, especially on your defense. And so it sort of just makes more sense to go for that Raze pick a lot of the time. So you factor that in, and then you'll usually have a Killjoy, and then sometimes you'll have Skye as your solo initiator. Some teams like to pull out the Fade, the Sova. It really just depends on whatever your cup of tea is.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think we're going to be, I think we're definitely going to be seeing a Viper come out on the side of the Blue Devils, just as the Academy team did. I think the team compositions for both teams are going to be fairly similar, as they probably train together and they go through a lot of different, scenarios together. So I'm thinking we're gonna definitely see a Raze, as you said. It's very strong with this space clearing and space making ability that Raze has. That Jet really doesn't, because with Raze you can flush people out of areas, but with Jet it's more of just purely taking space for your team rather than clearing space. And Lotus is a good mix between tight angles and really long angles, so I think that Raze is more of a well-rounded agent on here. I think we're also gonna see a Skye or a Breach come out. I know that Raze and Breach tend to have a pretty good combination when locking down a site, but Skye seems to be a little bit more of a well-rounded pick. It's more of a safer pick for teams that aren't very confident in their combo abilities with agents, but there is a lot of combination to be had with Skye and a lot of good info to be gathered. And as you said, I think Killjoy especially is a great lockdown agent, especially with all the cubbies and areas that she's able to put the lockdown in to just shut down entire sites with little to no cubbies for the opposing team to hide in. I think it's going to be a fairly mirror match coming into Lotus. I think we might see another complete mirror match.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I think the reason you go for Killjoy on this map is the same reason you go for Haven, is it's a 3-site map, right? So, when you're talking about how to use that Killjoy util, you gain so much more map control when you've got that Killjoy, because, when you're working with 3 sites, you're working with 3 sites. So there's so many entrances you're having to worry about, and so it oftentimes makes more sense to have a Sentinel where you can, be on one side of the map, take control of that side while the rest of your team starts to be a little bit more proactive on one of the other sides, especially in your offense. And then when it comes to your defense, it's good to help clear out some of those closer angles. You'll often see Killjoy help out on C along with a Viper a lot of the time, or on B to just solo lockdown B, while you'll also have a 2 and 2 on the other side. So that's something to note. This is another 3-site map, and just like we saw in Haven, where both teams had a better offense than defense, I expect that to be the same story here. This map has about a 52% win rate on the offense, which isn't a massive advantage, but it's definitely a little bit more than Haven even, just because when you're on that defense, it's a lot harder to take control of those sites effectively, whereas the offense can really aggressively and really quickly execute onto the sites. And then when you're trying to go for those retakes, you just get caught out a lot. It's a lot easier for the offense to rotate quickly on this map, and so you just get caught up a little bit in that, but we are moving right into the agent select.
Yeah, and on the Blue Devils, the main smokes agent for the Academy team was Omen, which in our interview, it was his first time playing Omen on Lotus, so it might have been a similar team composition, maybe something they were trying out that's just a little bit different. But Yuffei is our main controller player, going for that Astra, Toodles getting on that Skye, D Young on the Rays as expected, and Breezy on Killjoy as expected. Great choice. Pika locking in that Viper. Classic pick, great at locking down. I'm assuming we're going to be seeing Viper locking down that C site and Breezy locking down B or A site. That's just where Killjoy shines, and that's where Viper really shows the power. And it looks like on the side of Fuel, we have Bill instant locked in that Sky. Great pick for an initiator on this map. Mink hovering Rays, and Jakey hovering that Killjoy, probably going to lock that in. Sustain hovering that Sage again, just probably as a troll, and hovered Yoru as well. Sustain is kind of that wild card that likes to pick last second, and it looks like we might also see the main smokes being played by Akimbo on Astra this time around as well, and we will see Jakey lock in that Killjoy, and Sustain locked in Sage.
Okay.
That's an interesting pick.
Yeah, you don't see Sage a lot on this map just because, I mean, the main piece of util you'll use with the Sage is going to be that wall. That's a very big piece of Sentinel util. You get so much control out of it. And generally, the maps you're going to see a Sage on is sometimes Bind, not usually, but Split's a really big one because it's really good for map control. And there's a good example of that. You can completely block off middle using that Sage wall. On this map, you don't really have that same ease of access where your Sage is going to be using that wall to completely block off some options. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to find use out of your wall. You still have the slow orbs, which can be useful here and there, especially in combination with paint shells to try and do some good damage. But I don't actually really love the entirety of Fuel's comp, just because, I like the Killjoy, I like the Rays, I like the Sky, but their solo controller here is going to be Astra. I think Viper is just a really good agent on this map. This is definitely one of those maps where you pretty much need a Viper in order to take full control of the site, especially on defense, or full control of the map, especially on defense. So it's going to be interesting to see them play without that util, and they are starting on this offense, so they are going to be able to play a bit more aggressively. We'll see if this Sage can find value. They're running double Sentinels, so they're going to struggle a little bit more on this offense than typical, but again, it's an offense-sided map, so that sort of lends its hand to them.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an advantage of it being an offensive-sided map, but it's also they're running double Sentinel, so it's a little bit of a double-edged sword. Their site takeability has to be really good in order to get value out of that double Sentinel comp that they're running, because as soon as they get site and they lock it down, as long as both Sentinels are still alive at the end of that, they're able to really lock down those sites and really defend them until the spike goes off.
Oh, this site has been completely taken via that Sage wall.
Yeah, it looks like it completely blocked off. It blocked off the entirety of C-Link, and they took it almost flawlessly. Blue Devils down one person. Fuel, barely any damage. Sustain, kind of trying to hide in that corner there, but Toodles found him. Akimbo quickly trading back. 3v4 in favor of Fuel. Breezy is trying to push up a little bit, finds Mink, and Bill trades back onto U-Phase. Jakey trying to push up and gets a spray through onto Breezy. Pika, last one alive for the Blue Devils. A 1v3 situation, nothing but a classic in hand. Able to find one, but Akimbo goes for the knife. Kind of trying to pull a Sustain there. That is the third knife kill we've had in this series. And Fuel will take the pistol round.
Yeah, and I was talking about how it's going to be hard to find value out of that Sage, and Fuel did actually a really good job of finding value. They started that execute towards A. Blue Devils read that very readily. They had 3 players stacked up ready to take that fight, but they sent Sustain in towards B, where they lurked. They took a little bit of a fight against Breezy, but they were able to get that Sage wall to block off that C-Link entrance. And from that point forward, the team could break through that breakable door and get onto B. So there's a really good set tactic coming into that, and it shows some of that proactive play Fuel really would need to bring in order to find a lot of success on this map using that Sage. So now this round, it does look like maybe they want to do the same thing. They are aggressing towards A to start it off. They've got Sage lurking towards B, but Toodles, this time, not going to let that A site be controlled. Not going to allow that A main to be entry through. So that does mean the team just going to have to pivot over towards B off of that pick that has been found by the Blue Devils in towards A. So Spike will go down. Toodles is down to 6 HP, so retake going to be a bit difficult here. DeYoung also down to half HP, so bit of low eco here. And of course, Blue Devils working with a little bit of that lower health. And we do see Dion going to be able to take out Sustain. That does keep not only just a one-player advantage, but a two-player advantage. Shaky able to start defending that spike defusal, taking out U-Phase. This is going to be very difficult retake here. These players are completely posted up here. They are sort of shut down here. DeYoung able to take out Jakey, but the rest of the players just completely mowed down. 2 players left alive for Fuel, and the anti-eco does go their way.
Yeah, the gun advantage was a huge deciding factor in that last little bit. Even though the Blue Devils were up, they were down. The gun advantage and the Bulldogs that that Fuel had were really just able to secure that round victory, with just able to put out a lot more firepower and a lot more damage in a shorter amount of time than the Devils. But the Devils did do a really good job at they took down 3 out of the 5 players, able to damage that economy just a little bit, so they'd have to buy to keep any chance of winning this next round against a full rifle team. As we're seeing here, Bill bought a Ghost coming into this rifle round. I mean, the Ghost from long range is only able to do just under 100 damage, so it's going to take 2 headshots in a row for them to get any value out of that. Pika and Jakey just kind of having like a little game of chicken over there, and it looks like both Sentinels are going over to the side of C, with the rest of them hanging out around A. It's just slowing down a lot from both sides, just not trying to make any mistakes, because the Blue Devils know if they lose this round here, then their eco is damaged for the next couple of rounds, especially since they full bot. Seems to be, yep, they're starting their side execute right here. A little bit of chip damage through the wall there onto Bill. Sustain able to pick one up with the Frenzy onto Pika and pick up that rifle. Able to start evening the gun advantage just a little bit more, as the entire team of Fuel starts to move over into the C site, with Sustain just sitting there, holding that Vandal, holding the line for them until the team gets there to secure the rest of the site. It's a 4v5 in favor of Fuel on their bonus round. Looks like they're going to be planting for Mound here as well. Breezy gets the pick onto Sustain, and it looks like the lockdown is coming out on round 3 from the side of Fuel. Trying to get a little bit of a spray in there. Breezy trying to do as much damage as possible. Util in hand gets picked off by Mink. Now a 2v4. Blue Devils not looking very good. Gun advantage is on their side, but Toodle's getting just a little bit of damage onto it. Mink able to pick up one more, and Mink ended up finishing 3rd with the paint shells onto Toodles, winning their bonus round. A huge eco advantage for Fuel.
At this point, you're starting to see the way Fuel's going to be playing a lot of these rounds. You've already seen in these past 3 rounds where they'll start pushing in towards one site with 4 of them, and then they'll send their Sentinel of Sustain on Sage to push into one of the sites. They can confidently feel as though Sustain will be able to win the duel on that respective site. This is why they put Sustain on that lurker role, because they've seen just these past 2 games, Sustain put up those numbers. So Sustain is able to find that pick onto one of the sites, use that wall to lock down the site, and then the rest of the team can rotate over towards that site. This round, though, they may not need to. Mink is able to find a pick moving in towards A. Toodles, though, with the Judge, going to shut down that push. Find 2. Bill and Mink each go down. Sustain, meanwhile, going to find a pick near towards B. Very real likelihood they start pushing in towards B. Never mind. They're rotating it over towards C. 3v3 here. There is a player there to lock down C. It's Pika. Viper. Going to be trying to do some damage. All they have is a Stinger. A close range Stinger might be able to do some good damage, and it does just that, pushing right through the snake fight. Vulnerable is Sustained, and Pika finds the kill. So it's a player advantage now for the Blue Devils. And Fuel will continue to aggress towards C, right through the poison cloud. Now getting ready to plant that spike. And they may be able to do just that. Planning not quite for main, in the typical place behind pillar. Now we do see Pika. Oh, okay, the Snakebite able to take out a Kimbo, barely. And it's just down to Jakey, who gets finished off by U-Phase with the Sheriff. And it may not be a thrifty round win, as they didn't find those kills with the guns picked up. But at the very least, it's an eco round win for the Blue Devils, and those guns can now be picked up. Or I guess it will be counted as a thrifty, just because it was an eco round win. But yeah, they're able to pick those guns up. Majority players remaining. That's a very good eco for Blue Devils to take to try and bounce back a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. The Blue Devils really needed that round win. If they lost that, the momentum would have been completely shot for the next couple of rounds. Like, even though they would have been able to full buy, it would not have been as impactful as winning that thrifty round right there. I mean, now they're going into this with the rifles that they're able to pick up off the ground, and the rest of the team able to buy fully, and basically securing the next 2 rounds and being able to have full buys, if not close to full buys. I'm seeing a lot of util being traded right here on A, as opposed to the Academy game. It seems that A main is the name of the game here, as both teams seem to be backing off a little bit. It looks like Fuel is choosing to go a little bit more towards B side, but opening the door. It might be going. It looks like Spike is going towards the C site, but that Viper tech just able to completely shut it down. Fuel backing off once again. Back into spawn, but thinking that the A players might have rotated off, but they're about to run into a nasty crossfire just like that. D Young picks off 2 as UFaze gets another one, giving him a 5-2, make that 4-2 advantage as Jackie picks off Pika on that C side, and Spike is still on A. They have that entire lobby locked down. Now it's up to Jackie to try and pick it off. Jackie gets 1. Is Jackie going to be able to find the players necessary to get them a little bit more momentum? And it looks like the Blue Devils are backing off just a little bit, playing an over-under over this Spike. Both players getting up, and Jackie able to find Toodles, but UFaze, that over-under is a deadly combination. Able to pick it up, and it was a little bit of a broken buy there from Fuel, but heavy casualties on the Blue Devils side. Only 2 came out of it alive, but they're still able to squeak out a full buy, leaving Fuel on a heavily broken buy.
Yeah, considering Blue Devils ended up winning an eco round, getting that thrifty, and being able to pick up guns for 3 of their players, they just have some good eco to work with. So although they do lose the majority of their players, that eco can just carry through and continue to build up momentum. Fuel, of course, losing that, like you mentioned, going to have to go into a broken buy, going to have to take this eco, and it will appear as though Blue Devils may be able to take a good advantage. They're going for this aggressive play, down towards A. They take out that stage wall, making sure to deny that ease of access for Fuel. And now we do see Fuel continuing to try maybe test. And they stop going for that strat where they've got their lurker and their sage trying to make contact. And Toodles, speaking of sage, going to take out Sustain. Breezy going to take out Akimbo. And now it's going to be 5v3. Now Fuel just trying to figure out how they want to play this. You see how split up they are. They were sending 3 to test in towards A. It's just down to 1 now. Now they've got 1 towards B main, 1 towards C, and they're actually pushing in towards C, but Jackie will be taken out by Pika. That does now make this a 2v5. Now they do end up just rotating. Hey, our C push got denied. Let's go over towards A. That's exactly what they're doing. They move forward, and DeYoung will take out Bill. Now it's a 1v5, and it's going to be a flawless as DeYoung shuts it down. 2 kills to finish it out. And Fuel suddenly loses the lead that they had, and it will be tied up by Blue Devils.
Yeah, great plays there from Blue Devils. The amount of damage that the Blue Devils are able to do, especially with their adapting, they're really good at adapting to different play styles, and especially adapting to different team compositions. I mean, you almost never see a double sentinel composition here on Lotus just because of how much open space there is, and they're adapting pretty well to it, evening the scoreline. These 2 teams are constantly neck and neck. They know what they're doing. They know how to play against each other, and man, they are not giving up. And we will see Pika throw out the Viper's Pit early in this map, and it was the right call as Fuel wanted to go in early on that B site, but looks like they're going to be comboing the Seekers with the Showstopper. Showstopper unable to find any, and Mink not super heavily damaged. Throwing out the paint shells, trying to clear as much space as possible, getting healed back up by the Sky. And yet another ultimate. 3 ultimates coming out this round from the side of Fuel. They're down 4-5, and the lockdown will happen right off of the Spike plant. And Odin right there, 12 HP left remaining on Bill. But see another Showstopper come out this round from DeYoung, able to find Akimbo. Pika able to pick out Bill. Mink trading back.
Player standing.
Mink getting another one through the smoke. Pika trading right back.
One enemy remaining.
Jakey able to find two, unable to pick up Pika, and Pika clutches that round out for him, giving them the round lead on Lotus, but heavy casualties on both sides.
Yeah, really big win for Blue Devils, again, because they've been winning so many of these rounds. That momentum, that eco is still on their side. They have been fairly expensive, yes, but because they've been winning, it doesn't matter as much. So they're able to continue to keep getting these buys. Fuel, on the other hand, just going to be forcing a buy here, but you look at their eco, you're going to have a Kimbo on a Spectre, Sustain on that Guardian, and it's like I mentioned, right, for this first 3 rounds, they were sending Sustain to test into one site while the rest of the team tested into another, and then they were able to rotate to where Sustain had made contact. But they've stopped doing that. They've abandoned that tactic now that the gun difference has been sort of evened out and both teams are on full buys. So now they're doing a little bit more of this team play, and it's really not working out well for them because they're sort of putting all their eggs into one basket in these aggressive plays towards one site. Blue Devils is either able to shut it down or play an effective retake, as that post plant just isn't enough to stop them. Like Fuel going to be testing in towards B and also towards A. That push towards A gets completely denied. Yuffei Jiyoung shut that down. Meanwhile, Mink able to find a pick, and this spike will get to go down on B. So B site has been cleared out. Managed to find a pick as well. And it does mean Fuel still down a player, but not down 2 players. Meanwhile, Breezy reloads the Odin, takes the fight with Bill. Not expecting Bill so close, and Bill will win the fight. 3v3, DeYoung gonna take out Mink. Bill takes out Yuphase, but immediately traded by Toodles. Final player now spotted. Unfortunately for DeYoung, the reload was coming through. Still, though, Toodles able to trade it off. And yet another expensive round for Blue Devils, but it's more expensive for Fuel, who will now have to take an eco after losing an awkward force buy.
Yeah, like you said, that was a crazy awkward force buy from them. I mean, they were running a Guardian, Light Shields, a Spectre. It just really was not looking good for them, and it looks like they're trying to near force up once again. I mean, 3 rifles, Light Shields, they are going for broke for the most part. The only people not are Akimbo and Sustain, maybe just not buying the rifles yet. It looks like we are going to have Vandals and Light Shields come out. If they lose this round, they're going to be stuck on an eco for the next like 2 rounds. And it looks like they're going for a default, going to try and maybe get some picks early off the beginning. It looks like the little default that the Blue Devils have set up on this A site is very, very deadly, and it sets them up in a crossfire, which I'm pretty sure they haven't gone out of that setup without at least 1 or 2 picks. And both teams are playing this a little bit more careful. Blue Devils pushing up a little bit more than usual this time around, but playing more careful on the extremities. And it looks like Fuel might be pushing up on C site for the first time in a couple rounds, and it looks like we're having a lot of util being traded back and forth. The lockdown coming out. It will be destroyed, but Breezy will take 2 lives with it. Not a bad trade for the side of Blue Devils. Heavy casualties on Fuel, down to 3 players left. And we will see another from Yuphase, 2v5 situation. Not looking good for Fuel in this, but it's not looking horrible, but Toodles able to pick up Mink and secure a flawless victory on this round for the Devils, giving them a 3-round lead going into round 10. Not that many rounds left. The best Fuel can hope for is tying it up.
Yeah, at this point, it's starting to look fairly dominant for Blue Devils. This is surprising to see, especially after how close Bind was, and then it ended up going to Fuel, how close Haven was, and then it ended up going to Blue Devils. Regardless, both teams seem to be putting up a very fair fight on both maps. But we're coming into this one, and I talked about how coming into this, it's an offense-sided map, and yet Blue Devils is the one taking most of these rounds. And it does come down to the fact that Fuel has opted for this double Sentinel type of team comp. So they lack some of the control you might get out of double controller. You lack some of that aggressive play you may be able to make otherwise, as DeYoung takes out Mink, trying to prove this. And you do see both of these players kind of getting shut down as Sustain also goes down. But no, Akimbo, although able to take out DeYoung, will go down to Yuphase, who finds 2. So that aggressive play towards a main is going to find value for Blue Devils. But again, it's sort of what I'm talking about. Fuel only running this double Sentinel, they were inherently going to have a bit of a tougher time on this offense unless they found some crazy plays, which is what they were able to do for the first 3 rounds. Jackie's going to get hunted down here, able to find 1 with the Bulldog, but no. Pika gonna shut down the attempt at a clutch. Again, sort of struggling to find some of that interesting play that would be required in order to make this double sentinel composition work. And it does look like it seems Fuel realizes this, and a timeout will be taken in order to address it.
Yeah, I mean it's a little bit late coming out here from Fuel. They won 3 rounds at the beginning, and then they just went on a 7-round lose streak. I think it's a little bit late coming out here. Probably should have taken the timeout around the time that they started being down about 4 or 5 to 3. But better late than never when it comes to timeouts, so they can kind of figure out what they want to do coming into this next, because they just can't seem to get a grasp on A site. They can't seem to be like, they are able to get into B and get the spike down, but they just cannot hold the plant. C site just keeps getting like shaken down and shut down every single time with a combination of Killjoy and Viper utility. It's just a massacre whenever they're going in there, and they just cannot seem to find the right combination of utility and just mechanical skill to pull off any of those executes, coupled with the fact that D Young and UFaze are just cross-firing and getting so much value out of this super aggressive A main play, which you see like even a lot of pro teams are using. They're pushing up really close onto A, onto that choke point, because they know as soon as the attackers are able to get into that lobby and get close to open door, they have so many different things that they can do. They can go B, they can go to stair, they can go onto site, they can go through tree. There's so many different things. So they're just denying the ability for Fuel to even make the play to get out where they want to be. And it's just a great play from the Blue Devils, and it looks like we're getting another spread out default from Fuel. They're getting a little bit of room set up on the B site, but not gaining any valuable ground here. And Sustain just walked in there just alone, gets punished by Breezy, thankfully traded back by Mink onto Pika. So they're missing, the Blue Devils are missing their primary controller here, but Fuel is missing one of their sentinels for the post plant, and that is the double-edged sword of having a player that seems to be super aggressive like Sustain go and play a sentinel, and Akimbo able to find one, but quickly traded back by D Young. Blue Devils suddenly down 2 to 3. Are they going to expect Jakey to be right there? No, they do not. 1v3 situation for Toodles, and Jakey able to find one. That timeout seems to have paid off for them, but not with heavy casualties.
Last round before
Yeah, I mean, definitely a good way for Fuel to get back in it. I talked about how this is offense-sided, so at this point it's really just Fuel mitigating damage after Blue Devils has gained that lead. And you see, off of losing the first round in 7 rounds, by the way, that was a 7-round win streak until Blue Devils finally lost one. And now they're like, all right, let's take a timeout. Let's close out this half. Let's talk about what to do next half as well. Because I think there's something to be said here. You've got Fuel working with this double sentinel. So again, like we talked about, you're going to struggle a bit on this offense. They've proven that they're going to struggle a little bit on this offense. Despite it being offense-sided, the double sentinel using Sage and Killjoy is just not going to be effective in taking advantage of that offense-sidedness. So we come into this, you're going to have to figure out how you want to play against that defense now on the side of Blue Devils, just because you're going to be working against a double sentinel, which is going to have better control in the defense. I still think a double controller is going to work better on the defense than this double sentinel, but Fuel picks this comp not out of randomness, not because of spontaneity. Clearly you pick a comp like this, which is very off meta, because you are expecting to get something out of it. You've got some strategy coming into it. So that's what I'm expecting to come out of this for Fuel. But at the same time, there's a very real opportunity where Blue Devils is still able to shut it down regardless. And so that's sort of what you want to talk about in that timeout. Let's close out this final round. What did we struggle a little bit in that round with? Let's clean that up. And how do we approach that second half? But before we get to that second half, you're still going to have to close out this half. So this round, you see Blue Devils pulling out the Viper's Pit to lock down C Mound. It's going to be a bit of a difficult C push. And that is where you see Fuel wanting to head. You see a little bit of testing with Trailblazer towards A. You've got Akimbo, your controller, lurking in towards B to maybe find some contact. There's a lot of Killjoy util there that will have to be cleared down. Fuel is able to kind of make this contact towards this Viper's Pit, looking to do some damage there. There is Sage Wall going to be used to try and help clear into the site. The lockdown ends up coming out as well, so you do see a big committal from Fuel to try and move in towards C. But they're not actually going to take advantage of that now that the paint shells have taken it out. And they're just going to start to back up. They don't want to have to test towards this Viper's Pit. Couldn't use that lockdown to help them do it. So they do just end up backing out. You see Bill trying to make this space towards A with the Odin, trying to find some space to get in towards A, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Cosmic Divide now comes out, and they will be pushing in towards A. The Spike will have the opportunity to go down. The Showstopper ends up coming out to try and clear a site. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a waste, but at the same time, you use it to clear space, and that's exactly what it's done, is at the very least confirmed that that space is clear. Spike goes down. Showstopper has been expended. Cosmic Divide comes to its conclusion. So Resurrection is still a factor, and as Toodles and Pika find a pick, they may want to use it. Disdain is able to take out Toodles. Yufei is going to find a pick. The res comes through towards Mink. Bill going to take out Pika. Trades are coming through. It leaves it in a 1v1 between the Sentinel from Blue Devils and the Sage from Fuel. Killjoy versus Sage. Spike going to be stuck to half. The retap and the Odin spam going to take out Sustain, using the Odin to close out the 1v1. 8-4 lead now for Blue Devils moving into the second half. That's a pretty substantial lead to gain on your defense of Lotus.
Yeah, and we're looking at a very similar scoreline and kind of what happened on the first map of this series Bind. I mean, Fuel on Bind put up a heavy lead and was able to keep it. Blue Devils, they're putting up a pretty heavy lead right now too. So the hope for this, the hope for the Blue Devils going into this is they are able to keep that lead and keep building that momentum as much as possible going into this next pistol round. But it's going to be really tough here because Fuel, being the double Sentinel and a controller comp coming into this, is going to be super, super hard to play against, even if you have a more attack-oriented team. So it's going to be kind of interesting to see like what is it's going to be interesting to see how they play around this weird double Sentinel comp.
Yeah, and I guess we'll keep the KD on screen for a little bit. The Sage Wall does come out in towards B main, and again, using that Sentinel util as you have it, and it does slow down that push. Blue Devils isn't able to test towards B now without breaking the wall. They do end up sort of just backing out. They do still want to test towards C, where they're going to have to come into contact with the Killjoy, so both Sentinels going to be run into early in this pistol.
Yeah, and both teams seem to be slowing down a little bit. Blue Devils kind of focusing a little bit more towards the C mound area, getting a little bit of picks off there, trying to get as much chip damage as possible. D Young pushing in towards mid, going for B, and Yufei is able to pick off Mink, the duelist, and D Young able to find a timing onto a Kimbo really quick onto the backside, picks up a Ghost, a little bit of an upgrade from the Classic, and it looks like the plant will go down from Yufei's. Toodles able to pick off Sustain, giving them a substantial lead, 5-2 in this pistol round. Bill up and upper gonna try and pick off and try and get as much information and damage as possible, but unable to find anything in a flawless pistol round coming out from the Blue Devils to start off the second half.
Yeah, a bit of a struggle there. That's actually really bad for Fuel to lose that pistol. And again, we're talking about this comp which needs to do well on this defense. That's why you pick this comp, because you are expecting to have a strong defense. The only issue is, it's, regardless of your comp, still an offense-sided map, and Blue Devils is not running a defense-sided comp, and they're able, on their pistol, to take advantage of that offense-sidedness. They're going to play around a little bit, be willing to rotate between each site, have a little bit of fun, then they're able to test into one of the sites and execute well and find the kills that they need. So you're going to once again see Fuel maybe going to try and deny this B main with the Sage Wall. Although, actually, never mind. Sustain shut down by D Young. Toodle's able to take out Jakey. Both Sentinels immediately gone. So now you're left with a controller, an initiator, and a duelist to try and clutch it out. When you're on an eco, it's going to be difficult. The anti-eco going fairly well for Blue Devils as Pika takes out Bill to continue the dominance. Now they're going to be able to push in towards A. Nobody else locking it down quite yet. There you go. Now Mink's going to peek, but they do get denied, not really able to find much contact, and again, some of that controller util used to deny the Viper wall first, and you get the smoke. So good use of util, and Breezy will take out a Kimbo in towards that CT. That lurk came through in towards B main, and it does leave Megan 1v5. coming out through drop. Ooh, a nice wallbang head tap, or maybe it was just a head tap, but too far away to find a kill. And Pika gonna shut down Mink. So again, that defense sidedness not coming into play for Fuel as the anti-eco goes very well for Blue Devils.
And it really comes to show here just how much the Blue Devils know Lotus and how they want to do it on attack. Their team comp is specifically based around clearing space one at a time, getting those picks, and using the gun advantage there. They're able to find every single pick. They did not lose a single gun, so they're going into their bonus round without spending a dime, except for on shields and utility. So they're going into this with the ability to buy fully the next 2 rounds of the game. They all have over 3,000 credits apiece, and Fuel is going into this with they're forcing. They're going for broke. They really just do not have a ton of money to play around with. But Sustain able to find one right off the bat. DeYoung quickly trading back. Gonna go, and DeYoung picks up that Vandal, trades out the Bulldog, and Mink gets a pick onto Pika, giving them a little bit of an edge, but never mind. DeYoung gets a pick onto Akimbo and pops the showstopper. Not able to find anything. Gets a little bit chip damage from the turret, and C-Site is theirs. 3v3, and DeYoung takes out Jakey with the paint shells with barely any HP remaining. 2v3 in favor of the Blue Devils. Their lead is very strong, especially with this gun advantage. Bill with a Guardian, and Util, the light shields. Not able to find a lot. Some pick damage being put onto Mink. The Skydog does see both of them there. And Mink is going to be put out there. Almost gets picked off by U-Phase, but able to find one. Mink is getting healed back up by Sky. 2v2, similar health, but Toodles able to pick off Mink, leaving it at a 1v2 situation for Bill. Are they going to be able to find it? No, they don't, and DeYoung finds the 4th kill of the round, solidifying a 7-round lead in the second half. They are 2 rounds away from taking this series to its finale.
Yeah, and I want to talk about there's 2 reasons this Sage and Killjoy have been struggle for Fuel. One, on their offense, you have to get that spike down in order to utilize the util, and you need to do that with your Sentinels still remaining in order to use the util to play post with, which they were rarely able to do. And then now that they're on this defense, you need to be finding use out of that Sentinel util in the early round. You've got 2 Sentinels, so likely you're going to be leaving one on a site alone. So if they end up going down early, you're going to get punished for that. And again, Sustain, going to go down early. C site now left open. There is some Killjoy util there to help slow down that push. But Fuel went for this double Sentinel comp, and they don't seem to understand how to make it work in a way that would make sense. When you're talking about this level of competition in CVAL, to not really understand the comp you're going for, it's a bit of a question as to why they would pick it. Akimbo going to take out DeYoung. You've got Akimbo going to be shut down by Toodles as well, so that site now left open. Spike can go down. Player disadvantage for Fuel, so player advantage for Blue Devils. And this Spike post plant going to go very well for Blue Devils. And again, when you only have when you only have one controller, if they go down, the retake is now going to be what the struggle is, and you're seeing that. Perfect example of this. Even Jackie going to go down as well, which does sort of leave this in a 2v4 retake. Toodles going to take out Mink. It's down to Bill, able to find one onto Toodles. Reload comes through. They're going to be punished for playing so aggressively. And U-Phase able to find the final kill. 1 round away. This could be a very dominant scoreline for Blue Devils to close out this match.
Oh, absolutely. Blue Devils 1 round away from closing out this map, this match, and the series. Potentially a 2-1 victory right here. And we're going to have to see some major improvements from Fuel coming out here, because even 1 round loss, 1 mistake could cost them the entire series here. And we are seeing a huge force coming out. We have a glass cannon coming out here from the Killjoy on the side of Fuel, and it looks like I think it was just a poor choice on the side of Fuel to go for the double Sentinel comp, because Sustain, like the main duelist for the past 2 maps, being a very, very aggressive player, is peeking out as the Sage without the tech and the utility to get out easily and effectively. It's really just costing them the match. And Mink and Jackie seem to have figured out what they needed to do to pick him off, and Bill able to find 2 right in A. Blue Devils, all that's left is Pika. Spike in hand, 1v4 situation for the Viper here. Sustain running around, trying to get that flank off. And Pika able to find 1. Are they going to find 2? It's now a 1v2 situation. And picked off by Jackie with that flank coming in from Sustain. So great execution and great plays by Fuel there, going a little bit more aggressive than before to kind of play to the strengths as each player rather than the strengths of the agents that they have. But we might be going in and seeing a little bit of a comeback here from Fuel. But like I said, one mistake and the Blue Devils will take the series.
Yeah, they've got very little room for error here. They definitely were much more proactive in that round. I like the change of pace. Instead of being so reliant on being able to shut down that early push, they all went for those aggressive plays, and they're all rewarded for that. So we'll see if they can carry that momentum. We got a showstopper to use on Ming, and they've also got the Seekers available. And so this could be a very good denial in this A push, and it may come through. These Seekers could come out, and the showstopper as well, and Mink does pull it out. They're going to maybe find some damage. Toodles peeks right through at the correct time, and Mink will go down. DeYoung able to take out Bill. Now, the Blue Devils have lost a player near B main, but it doesn't really matter that much, as it's the rest of the team able to execute on towards A. It's exactly what the Blue Devils want to do. Cosmic Divide comes out to assist that. And actually, that boom pack is perfectly used because it's right behind the Cosmic Divide, so you can't even hear that it was used to get them up there, although the rope could have been taken just as easily. Regardless, it seems as though Akimbo was ready for it, and that DeYoung will go down. Sustain able to resurrect Mink. There you go. The Devils will now be down a player, although Pika able to take out Akimbo to try and trade it off. Won't quite be traded until Uface finds one and Toodles finds two to get the third kill in the round to close it out. 13-5, and it's a 2-1 win for Blue Devils. They will move forward into this group stage, and they very much so are still alive in this tournament to try and make it out of groups.
Absolutely. Great plays there from Toodles and DeYoung there being the top of the scoreboard. DeYoung making insane plays, getting in such weird off angles that they're able to just catch the enemies off guard. Like every single round, DeYoung was able to was good for at least 2 on the defensive side, and that really just solidified it. I think that match really came down to the team composition, because if Sustain might have played Duelist or played an Initiator, the strengths of Sustain might have been able to be shown a little bit more. Having an aggressive player play a Sentinel and seeing them peek out constantly is really just it's something that doesn't really work when you're trying to go for a double Sentinel comp in that kind of defense. But do you have any closing statements for us? Like, what are your thoughts about that last match?
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna run a double Sentinel comp, I mean, in my mind, you're running Killjoy and Chamber, especially on Lotus. I think that would have lended your hand a little bit more towards the skill set of Sustain if that's really what you want to go for. Because it's like some of the ways that they were using the Sage were very predictable. They were locking down that B main entrance pretty consistently, but it's like, okay, then they'll just avoid that B main entrance. And so it was very easy to play around. There's, sometimes you go for off-meta comps to try and catch the element of surprise, but you're really not going to find that when you have a Sage. Yeah, sure, it's off-meta, but you're not going to, have any crazy plays nobody's really expecting. They did for the first 3 rounds of their offense, but then they couldn't find themselves in any more of those sort of off-meta surprise situations. So very well played by Blue Devils to shut it down. And for Fuel, I definitely think that they can definitely make up for it, but I think I want to see them show a little bit more understanding of how to use these off-meta comps that they're going for.
I absolutely agree. And these were great matches to watch. We saw it go to a map 3. These two teams they're neck and neck the entire time, and I think all it came down to was the comp that was used on the last match. Like, the Blue Devils knew how to use every little bit of their utility and how to play off each other. But in any case, thank you for tuning into the stream. Thanks for watching and rooting on the Blue Devils. Just make sure you tune in when they go against Akron next to continue going into the continue going through this stage of CVAL. But thank you so much for watching. I'm Lash, and I'm here with Sleepy. And have a great rest of your night.